Ay, no, no, bueno.
Hola, hola. Adelante, pruebas en español. Perfecto, a ambas las escucho en español. Ahora prueba en inglés, por favor.
Testing English, one, two, three,
Perfecto,
testing English.
escucho en inglés. Gracias. Ahora, por favor, portugués. Sí, perfecto. Muchísimas gracias.
Qué raro, no escuché ni.
Doña Cintia, ¿me ayuda probando otra vez en español, por favor? Perfecto. Muy amable, doña Cintia, gracias.
The conference will begin in 5 minutes. La conferencia comenzará en 5 minutos. The conference will begin in 5 minutes. La conferencia comenzará en 5 minutos. The conference will begin in 2 minutes. La conferencia comenzará en 2 minutos. The conference will begin in 2 minutes. La conferencia comenzará en 2 minutos. El audio.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning.
Sean todos muy bienvenidos a este segundo día
Welcome
de
to
los
this
diálogos
second day
regionales
of the
del agua.
regional dialogues on water.
Este segundo día
The
tenemos una
second
agenda
day we
muy
have
nutrida,
a
muy variada.
busy
Vamos a
agenda,
empezar
diverse
la
agenda. We're
sesión
going to
número
start soon
5
with session
de
number
agua,
5 of
equidad y
water
salud,
and health and
coorganizada
equity,
por la
co-organized
Organización
by
Panamericana de la Salud.
PAHO.
Luego viene la sesión
And
6
then we're going to have
sobre
session
seguridad
6
hídrica, donde
on
vamos a
water
atender en concreto
security, where we're going
problemas
to talk
concretos
about
que han
the
pasado en la
concrete
región,
problems, concrete
cómo los
topics
países han sabido
in the
resolverlos.
region and how the countries have been able to solve
Y la
them.
sesión de la
And
tarde,
this
yo creo que
afternoon
va a ser
session
una de las
is going to
sesiones más
be, I
importantes
believe,
de
is
este
going to be one of the
diálogo,
most important sessions of this dialogue,
porque
because
va a dar cuenta
it
de un
will
ejemplo concreto de
it will give us a concrete example of public and
público-privada
private
comunidad
partnership
y
as
quiero
well as
insistir
the
que por
community.
favor no se
So
la
I
pierdan.
insist, don't
Para
miss it,
empezar el
please.
día,
To
tenemos un
begin this
mensaje
day,
del
we have a
presidente
message
José,
from
como
our
saben,
executive
ayer inauguró
secretary
estos diálogos,
who
pero
inaugurated
hoy
the
no pudo
dialogues
estar con
yesterday, but
nosotros
he was
debido
not
al
able to
virtual,
be
pero
with
hay
us
un
today, but
mensaje
he
del vicepresidente
wanted
para
to leave a
inaugurando
message
este
from
segundo
ICLAC
día.
to
Así
inaugurate
que,
the
por
second
favor,
day.
equipo, les pido
So
poner
please
este corto mensaje, video
pass
mensaje
the
del
video
señor José Manuel
of
Salazar,
Mr. José
secretario
Manuel
ejecutivo de la
Salazar,
CEPAL.
Executive Secretary of ICLAC.
En la mayoría de las metas de los
And most
ODS,
of the
no logramos
SDG 6 goals, we do not progress fast enough. In some cases, we are experiencing, we are going back. The impacts of climate change imposes additional difficulties to us. From ECLAC, we are working in sustainable management of water as one of the 14 dynamizing sectors to progress towards more productive economies, more inclusive and more sustainable economies, all of us wish. And we developed this task in the water transition on the basis of 4 major pillars. First, universalization of access to safe water and sanitation through a very important investment, equity and justice to access to this service. Reduction of negative externalities related to water contamination, reduction of overexploitation and the growing conflicts in the uses, and for the circular management of water with approach on our ecosystem and environmental systems in order to ensure for the current generations and for future generations as well. Dear colleagues, for all this, more and better information is essential. Water information systems are necessary. We also require a robust regional cooperation to face shared problems. And that's why I reiterate the importance for us to continue progressing all together. Before concluding, I use this opportunity to invite you to the 4th edition of the Regional Dialogues on Water for Latin America and the Caribbean 2024. And with this message of reminding to the water transition and the different challenges, we're going to go into the subject matter. The first session, water, security and equity, key elements to comply with the Agenda 2030. That will be moderated by Dr. Daniel Luz. And ask him to come to the front. Mr. Alfonso Tenorio, representative of PAHO in Costa Rica. Mrs. Yesenia Calderon, President of IRIS Costa Rica. Our expert, Reyes Lopez, representative of UNICEF, Women's and Children's Health from the WASH sector. And soon we're going to have and to the panel representatives from the Ministry of Health of Costa Rica, as well as from the Executive Secretary of COMISCA. So without further ado, I give the floor to Daniel. Thank you for this cooperation. We are happy to listen PAHO messages, as well as from UNICEF and all the partners. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you. Thank you, Sylvia. I would like to start with a special thanks to ECLAC for the invitation and for the opportunity provided to PAHO, the Pan American Health Organization, to coordinate this important group on water sanitation and hygiene, health and equity within this ECLAC dialogue. I also want to thank the Executive Secretary of ECLAC and our colleagues, Rajen Quiroga and Silvia Saravia, with whom we have been working, and our beautiful sister agency from PAHO, Rica, from the Central American Innovation System, and on behalf of the director, Fernando Schwanke, for the special welcome in such a great country like Costa Rica. I also want to use this opportunity that we have today, because we have today representatives from the government and civil society and clinical entities that work with water topic in the Americas. So again, thank you so much for the space. As Silvia mentioned, I am Daniel Bus. I'm the Chief of Climate Change and Environmental Determinants of Health from PAHO, based in Washington. And today I have the pleasure to have here with me a group of distinguished panelists that will help us to understand this scenario on water and health and equity in the Americas. Not only about the challenges, but also what can we do to close the gaps, to narrow the gaps, and some success in the implementation of this agenda, which is vital, particularly when we talk about populations in vulnerability situations. We know that the Americas region is the most unequal region in the world, and these inequalities are expressed in different manners in water, sanitation, and hygiene. More than 10 million people in the Americas practice the defecation in open air. More than 400 million people do not have safe water, no sanitation in a safe manner. In general, they are impacted by a set of effects, not only on water, sanitation, and hygiene, but also lack of access, equitable access to healthcare services, poor air quality, impacts related to chemicals, and the effects of climate change that affect these populations on an equal and unproportionate manner compared to what these populations have generated in terms of greenhouse gases. And to discuss these topics from PAHO, we are organizing, along with several partners present here, a new report on water, health, and equity, and we're going to build using as basis the report of PAHO from 2019 on human rights to water in the Americas, and a recently report, JMP, between and WHO and UNICEF about water, sanitation, and hygiene, specializing in hygiene. Others that recognize access of water to a human right, and the access to environmental and sustainable to sustainable environments and clean environments. This dialogue is a contribution to prepare this report, recognizing the challenges of the member states and communities, and also what the cooperation agencies and other partners can offer in order to reduce these equity gaps in services of water, sanitation, and hygiene, in order to deliver the best health patterns in the Americas without leaving anybody behind. Recognizing the challenges climate change imposes on the nations, but also by recognizing the common responsibilities, but differentiated among countries. The member states of PAHO recently asked that the organization prepared a policy of strengthening of the actions on the health sector on climate change and equity. I see several representatives of countries here that are promoting this agenda: Brazil, Colombia, and several other countries that have this topic as a core topic in their agendas. With this short preamble, I want to introduce our panel for the dialogue. So while we progress, so I would like to invite Dr. Alfonso Tenorio, representative of PAHO WHO in Costa Rica, to give us some opening words. And then I'll tell you a little bit about the dynamic. Then we move to a video of Dr. Pedro Rojo, Special Rapporteur on the Human Rights to Safe Drinking Water and Sanitation of the United Nations. And let's begin. After that, we're going to begin with the rounds of questions and comments from panelists. So, Dr. Tenorio, you recognize to welcome us to this beautiful country, and thank you for your participation. Thank you, Daniel. Colleagues, good morning. Colleagues and panelists, colleague from UNICEF, my friend, colleague, whom I admire a lot, and Water and Sanitation, Dr. Yesenia Calderon, in representation of IRIS, colleagues, the representative, Alvin Badilla, is about to arrive, representing the ministry, and the colleagues from Secomesca. They are about to arrive. But colleagues, be welcome. It is a great pleasure to have you here and to be here, but particularly for us as PAHO, Health Organization, is a real pleasure to be talking about these topics. From HIV topics, then to drugs, and to maternal death, and in the afternoon I have hepatitis, meningitis. So we are jumping from one hand to the other, but from time to time we come to one of these beautiful, basic, and vital topics. So what you do? Any effort should be avoided to continue progressing in this topic. If the region of the Americas and the world, the region of the Americas and these countries have important achievements or successes to show, there has been thanks to the basic efforts made in these topics long time ago. And it is thanks to you, because you who are the experts in these topics, when you allow the countries to progress, so the successes are quite impressive. Big challenges, yeah, there are important gaps as well. But the successes in malnutrition and waterborne diseases, diarrhea, the terrible thing is to be able to say that we still have these challenges. But the point, the region of the Americas is now, the point where we are is, so welcome to our colleague from Secomisca. So Mr. Alejandro Barahona, welcome. So colleagues, what you have done is really impressive, but now we have huge challenges, and we count on you, because these huge challenges, first, to keep it, to preserve the successes that have been great. Important coverages in water and sanitation, but these achievements are threatened, and they're threatened because of climate change is a real threat. We see this every day, being metropolis threatened with the scarcity of this basic element. But the point is, and I imagine you have associated this the same way, the point is that taking care of these challenges, these emergency challenges, as a priority, because taking care of the lack of water on a metropolis, the whole country, their resources, the attention of the experts comes to that. And what is the meaning of all this? That the progress we are making in closing the gap and populations, and vulnerable populations, how are we doing? So the threat is a double threat. So the threat is that the achievements we already have are already threatened. and they reduce force from us and resources, and they reduce the capacity to take care of what we are already doing. And this is to reach those who are beyond. So this is a double challenge. This is just to mention one of the many challenges related to climate change. The challenges are huge, but fortunately enough, we are with you. We are in the best hands, in the hands of experts. There's no question about that. Health cannot be achieved if we don't have water and sanitation. Without water and sanitation, countries do not, we cannot achieve the development of the country. So what you do is the most important thing you do. If I could stop doing the other things to devote only to this, I'll do it, because this is what has greatest impact in the world. The world does not develop without what you do. Congratulations, colleagues. Great success, and that we have a fruitful journey. Thanks, Daniel. Thank you. Okay. So continuing with our session, unfortunately, Dr. Pedro Arrojo, Special Rapporteur on the Human Rights to Safe Drinking Water and Sanitation, was not able to be here with us, but he kindly prepared a video specially recorded for this session, where there is a scenario of the situation of water sanitation and hygiene and human rights, and that makes us to think on the challenges we have that Dr. Tenorio has mentioned in such a special manner. So after the video, we will continue with our dialogue, and we will start with the rounds of questions and comments and considerations from our colleagues. So go ahead with the video, please. Dear friends, thank you for your invitation, for the attention provided to me as well. It is a great honor for me. Thank you. We estimate that there are 2 billion people that do not have safe water in the world. I honestly believe that everybody understands the shame of this, how serious this is. However, when we talk about the 4 billion people that do not have basic facilities for sanitation, I'm afraid that many people do not understand the seriousness of this. This unequal conscience about human rights, or on one hand, sanitation, on the other hand, safe water, is translated, I'm sure, into a lack of attention of the governments towards sanitation services. We should say that we need to promote the access to safe water, but this is politically attractive, sustainable, we could say, but to take care of our excellence and our is even difficult for them. But we need to think about it. Everybody needs to do our needs several times a day. So we need at least in a discreet and safe hygienic space. To have this space is particularly important for women, because they need to hide, they otherwise need to hide, suffering more risks on sexual violence. And this is not a luxury and should not be considered as something that each family must solve on its own, among many other things, because appropriately managing or not the returns of wastewater depends. It depends in most cases that the sources of safe water are contaminated or not. So for us to have safe water at the end. From the governments carried about this. So to provide safe water to everybody, we must understand that without sanitation, there's no and there won't be safe water. particularly for the poorest ones. Another chapter linked to sanitation is hygiene. Again, many people understand this as a personal problem or as a family problem that does not depend on public policies to develop. However, to assure water facilities, information, and education to guarantee the appropriate hygiene as part of the human right to sanitation, both at home and in public spaces and work, is the basis to guarantee public health. Last pandemic of COVID-19 made it really clear to all of us. I hope we have understood it and that we won't forget it. But if we talk about hygiene and mental health of women and teenagers, we see not only a lack of attention in public policies, but we can face to a social, cultural, and political rejection, as if we were talking, as if we face a space that is immoral. Even to talk about it, a space that each woman should solve as they can or they know. However, it is necessary to underline, all of us need to keep in mind, and particularly the governments must keep in mind, must present that we're talking about the health of 50% of the population. That if we address these problems of menstrual health or not, depends on the fact that many teenagers stop attending school when they are in those days. Friends, all. I keep a quite positive memory of the encounter of Latinos. I'm in Cochabamba. I had the privilege there to participate. As I said at that time, I'm really hopeful that the governments in Latin America open and develop this space for reflection, space to share public policies, prioritizing and providing attention to sanitation services. However, I must confess that I still have deep doubts about the level of effective commitment provided to this human right in real practice. Human right, from human right to safe water and human right to health dependent. Works are not good reasons, as a Spanish logo says, a Spanish motto says. So we need to see what is the priority provided to sanitation budgets. The lack of resources, I insist, the lack of resources, even poverty, do not justify the lack of priority. Likewise, as we have historical examples from countries that are in a situation of poverty, in terms of their history, they define to take safe water to public sources in the squares of each community, in the neighborhoods, in the squares of communities and villages, by prioritizing the corresponding investments over others, for example, to pave roads. So we need to prioritize. So that means that we have any time, in any place, we need to prioritize sanitation and hygiene, including menstrual hygiene. Budgets and public policies, including the appropriate information and education, if we really want to guarantee safe water and public health. Finally, I must admit my huge concern because of the toxic contamination of rivers and aquifers, particularly in Latin America. Contamination because of heavy metals, for example, coming from coming in many cases from mining exploitations, legal and illegal ones, sometimes rivers, and that deals to poison systematically and progressively in a cumulative and irreversible manner hundreds of millions of people with a particularly serious impacts on children and boys and girls, populations that own the land in first line are indigenous people or farmer communities that affect, these contaminations affect millions of people and the basins affected downstream. Toxical contamination that comes from oil discharges, as I was able to see recently in the Amazonia, to allow these contamination processes. In my point of view, represent serious crimes, crimes that should be prosecuted as less than mankind crimes. And as I insisted, and I continue insisting in the General Assembly of the United Nations, very often and even more and more, we see how rivers and aquifers, city supplies from cities depend on are contaminated with pesticides, where the pesticides coming from agribusiness, from export in many cases, business exports that affect human rights to safe water and to health. Health of populations, normally people and poor people and communities. I know these topics and this particular topic, the toxical contamination, mining, affect the topic of human right to sanitation, focus in spaces, public spaces, and work centers. But, and I will end with this reflection. What is the meaning of requiring efforts that are necessary in sanitation of the domestic returns? Efforts that we need to do. I have insisted a lot in this. If we live for free or we permit or we leave this responsibility for these spills, mining spills that poison our rivers and aquifers. Thank you very much. Congratulations for your initiative. There's a lot of work to do, so encouragement for you all.
Well, these have been very powerful words by the Special Rapporteur on the human rights to drink safe drinking water and sanitation. We are looking very close with him and with his predecessor, Leo Vélez, and they are the ones that set the pace to continue with the work on human rights to safe drinking water and sanitation. Although Pedro was not here, it basically was as if he were here because he spoke directly to us in a very powerful manner. To continue now, we have a complete troop of panelists here, all our colleagues here. Thank you for coming. My proposal is to follow what we had planned. Let us start with a round of questions. We do have a series of questions for the colleagues to refer not only to the challenges, but also what cases of success have existed and how we can move forward to close these gaps regarding water, health, and equity. I recognize that we have Mr. Alejandro Barahona, Coordinator of Public Policy Unit Secomista, Ms. Yesenia Calderon, President of AIDI's Costa Rica chapter, the Inter-American Association of Sanitary and Environmental Engineering, and Mr. Reyes Lopez, representative of UNICEF's Women and Children's Health. And To not lose the chance, I would like to introduce Dr. Albin Baria, representative of the Ministry of Health of Costa Rica. Allow me to begin with a question for Mr. Alejandro Barahona. You have the microphones there. There you go. Thank you. Don Alejandro, perhaps you could tell us a bit about the vision of Secomisca regarding water health and equity, the challenges in this integration, particularly within health systems. Hello, good morning. Thank you very much. Yesterday, when we left here about 8 p.m. from Rica, I went home with the task to try to systematize further the presentation I had prepared before the meeting. And there are several elements that I believe I should add to the response. Allow me briefly to start with an introduction. First of all, I would like to thank ECLA y Capajo for the invitation, definitely. It is very interesting to come back to what once upon a time was my workplace here many years ago. Fratana Bueno yesterday mentioned that human beings are aquatic animals, and he mentioned this in the anthropological sense, in the cultural sense. But allow me to go one step beyond, because human beings are especially beings, the main ingredient of which is water. When we are born, we have about 70% of our body mass made of water. And as time passes and age and the different conditions and health, that percentage could drop up to 60%. So not only are we aquatic beings, we are essentially made of water. So when we talk about water plus a resource, we're talking about the main ingredient we human beings have in us, in ourselves. So with that, we must include, in order to address the One Health approach, to end this idea, blood and eyes represent more than 95% of the water. The heart is around 80%, lungs about 90%. So this puts this in perspective, and in general, all of us basically weigh between 45 and 70% of our body weight made of water. And another comment I wanted to make is that yesterday we talked about water as a vital resource for the environment, for agriculture, food security, power generation. But definitely in that equation today, we have to include health. And this is a key element because we must address it from the stance of safe consumption, sanitation, in order to prevent diseases. But not only in the sense of drinking water consumption. No, the lack of sanitation also can generate conditions that worsen illnesses, not just generate them, but can worsen them. And this is a key element because we must also think that water is the main personal hygiene resource for cleansing. So in a broader sense, water is very clear. Okay, now allow me to answer your question directly. Secomisca, the Executive Secretary to the Council of Ministers of Health of the 8 countries in SICA, including the Dominican Republic, work by consensus. And this means that in each country, there are different health systems. It is not just a matter of ministries as in charge. Now, allow me to say that SICA represents more than 30 specialized entities and around 12 different executive secretariats. In this dialogue, 3 of us are participating, just imagine. So this is a network of many subject matters, the main challenge of which is intersectoriality. And here, now I am responding your question. Water certainly is one of the intersectoral elements, although within SICA we have the Water and Sanitation Center, FOCAC, with which we have not only a roadmap, but we also have a timeline to bring in different instruments and efforts and projects to bring to cover water, because in the end, when we say that health should be part of all policies, water is a fundamental part of health. Yesterday, Mr. Manuel Otero made reference in the morning. He made reference to the importance of the mandate. The mandate we have from our ministers, Resolution 09220, strives to establish a strategic regional intersectoral goal to reach particularly SDG 6, water and sanitation, clean water and sanitation, among others. And therefore, we have several mandatory instruments beyond being strategic within SECOMISCA. One of these is the Central American and Dominican Republic Health Plan for 2020-2030. And this is the first document, the term of which is up to 2030, not just by chance, but because of its commitment to SDGs. The second document is the one we recently approved. Well, it was approved by the Ministers of Health at the end of last year, which is the Regional Health Policy of SICA 2023-2030. So we have the agenda and we have the policy. What we need there, however, is the plan, the health plan for Central America and the Dominican Republic, and that plan would cover it from 2021 to 2024. Those three documents are key elements in order to answer the question. But I will refer initially to the matter of policy. The policy has 6 political priorities. Water, it covers 4 of those priorities, and it has to do with promoting health and well-being in the intercultural nature and social determination of health. It has to do with the environment, climate change, emergencies, disasters, human mobility, partnerships for development and intersectoriality, and has to do with food and nutrition security. So what we have done concretely is to understand that water is an absolutely necessary resource, one of the pillars of all our strategic and operational framework, and that is why it is both in the documents as well as in our daily endeavors. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you, Alejandro. With this now, we move to Ms. Yesenia Calderon. We have heard Pedro Arrojo mention the importance of funding in the sector to move forward, closing gaps. And for Yesenia, we have the WASH accounts, financial accounts of water sanitation, and to assess the investments in countries to develop recommendations on the matters that need more financing. Yesenia, based on the most recent report, do you believe that investments respond to the needs of the population, particularly those in situation of vulnerability, and what are the recommendations and conclusions of such an exercise? Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. First of all, warm greetings on behalf of Engineer José Luis Inglesa, President of AIDIS. He is from Argentina and cannot join us, but he delegated his presentation on me, a representative of AIDIS in Costa Rica. I would like to perhaps go over very quickly what we had several years ago. We were a continent which was lagging in potable drinking water and sanitation. However, many of the AIDIS specialists, together with the Pan American Health Organization, joined efforts and started to work with a lot of technical objectiveness and planning, and particularly through a lot of training and education of our officers or specialists in the water and sanitation area. And in the 1980s, the International Decade of Drinking Water and Environmental Sanitation, they achieved many important things, increased coverage of water as well as sanitation, for example. But it seems that things are dropped again. There have been significant changes in institutions in the water, potable water and sanitation sector in Latin America, and there have been a replacement of cadres, and the caterers do not necessarily have the same training. So it is important to come back to all these things in this environment we see, because when I tell you about the outcome of the trust fin exercises, these were not exercises, these were really studies that we have been organizing in collaboration with the Pan American Health Organization to take all this information to Glasgow. We see that in Latin America, in 15 countries, the average investment in the countries is about $727 million. You may say, well, that could be a lot, that could be a little. However, allow me to say that is very little, because it coincides with the country that most invests in the Central American region, which is about $750 million. But what happens with the larger countries? Well, they invest more, but that is not enough. And in smaller countries in the Central American region, well, they invest also, but that is still not enough either. Per capita is about $57 per inhabitant. That means very little. And in fact, if that would put based on the expenses and percentage of water, sanitation, and function of GDP, it represents only 0.9% of all countries that have been analyzed in the Trifin exercises. When I talk about the Trifina wash, these are all expenses in the sector over a given financial year. The data I am sharing cover 2020. Now, how much is dedicated in percentage terms to sanitation? Only 26.3%. Whereas the coverage we have to cover is very, very high. And the investments are also very costly. So these investments, we say, are extremely low. In the urban sector, basically, water and sanitation expenses represent 78.6%. And for the rural area, we only have 21.4%. Imagine. How much does that mean in public expenditure, which is most interesting of this all? Well, we only have 3.3% of the expenses made for public expenditure, very limited amount. Drinking water, health and sanitation is very important for the development of the population, etc. Oh, we could give you a lot of details regarding this, but I have run out of time, and the truth is, it is very difficult to determine how much is dedicated to the more vulnerable populations, for example, the towns that are beginning to develop illegally, the illegal settlements, the rural areas, women, and other types of population. Well, thank you very much for sharing this important information with us. I have the difficult mission to control the time here, but thank you very much for keeping us in line time-wise. Grace Lopez from UNICEF. One of the dimensions that perhaps Pedro Arrojo did not mention as clearly is the situation of water and sanitation at schools. We know that is extremely important due to boys and girls and all those that work at schools and in the communities. We know that UNICEF works very hard with water and health and sanitation at schools, so we would like to hear a bit about your experience and that of UNICEF on what to do to ensure health and water sanitation services for boys, girls, persons with disabilities and different ethnic groups at schools, particularly in marginalized urban neighborhoods that are more prone to disasters and low-income countries where they have very vulnerable areas. Thank you, Daniel. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank ECLAC and PAHO and ICA for being the best host. And yes, at UNICEF, we have a clear mandate regarding development in emergencies related to the provision of water, sanitation, and hygiene services. And in this sense, we see with great concern the gaps that exist in services in the region on one hand, and the gaps that exist in information also to manage those services. So the data gap and a services gap. And just to give you a screenshot from in the last GNP report in the region, for example, only 74% of schools have basic sanitation services, although with the data reported there, we really cannot have a national, much less a regional perspective. So basically the sector is trying to see how to better manage the resource health sanitation services. Only 2 out of every 5 health centers have basic sanitation services. I don't know, just imagine a health center without sanitation. Come on, this is something we could never imagine, but that is the reality and all the historical gaps in the region. Once again, the data we have do not give us even a national overview, much less a regional overview. So with PAHO, we are custodians of 2 of the indicators of the SDG 6, and we are working with the governments to report and the sector in a more responsible manner. And we see the large gaps that are these are in poor communities, indigenous populations, Afro-descendant populations, and the rural area and the poorer quintiles is where the worst service is, or where the service is totally absent. And that is where UNICEF is working. And if to this we add the magnifying prism of climate change, well, things become ever more complicated. So with PAHO, there are guidelines as to how to develop resilient health centers. We are also working on to see how schools can capture rainwater and take advantage of solar energy and be more resilient to hurricanes and extreme rainfall. And we, as I mentioned, we are encouraging the promotion of data GNP, OLAS class. These are all instruments that are very useful to manage and try to provide resources to the sector. This is nothing negligible. And for us at UNICEF, working with the ministries of education, the ministries of health, and health centers and schools, well, it is very complicated sometimes because the ministries of water come up to a certain point, but after that it is up to the ministries of health and of education to provide the service. So this is a lot of coordination. And in ending, since I have 23 seconds to go, at UNICEF, we are trying to see how we can face these gaps, both in gaps and services in a more innovative manner. Yesterday, we were listening to our colleague from OCA with the new network of water authorities in the Amazon region, which is a priority for us. So I believe that is the perfect platform to move forward and reduce these gaps. So there is a clear commitment here. Thank you. Thank you very much, Race. Very important comments. UNICEF and PAHO have also always worked hand in hand in those matters. Thank you very much for helping us keep in time. Sylvia, this panel, wow, this has been outstanding. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Albin Baguia to tell us a bit about how to ensure water quality for everyone, considering the threats of climate variability and pollution and contamination, and to share Costa Rica's successful experience in this. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, everyone. I would like to thank ECLAC and PAHO. This is my first time at Rica, and the truth is, this is a beautiful place. Thank you very much for the invitation to the Ministry of Health. And on behalf of Vice Minister Urcullo, who was unable to join us, warm greetings to you all. As to water quality for everyone, well, how complex, how difficult? I believe that this is complex for the region, not just for us. As a country, Costa Rica, a couple of years ago, had 95% in water quality indicator, and we had a setback last year, reaching 89% in the quality indicator. We are expecting the recent indicator, and well, we come from a post-pandemic process, a process where we had set aside surveillance activities and investment, and as country, we had focused instead on matters to contain the pandemic. But now, once again, we are kicking off this process of surveillance, and this surveillance has shown these indicators that show a setback. But more than doing away with the energy, it is making us stronger to come up with new actions. And the only way to ensure, I do not think we will reach that 100%. There will always be an event that affects drinking water systems. But to reach 100, to try to reach 100% will always be our goal, and that we will do through surveillance control. We have come with a process to strengthen the National Water Laboratory, our center of excellence, where we also expect this to be a reference center at the regional level for drinking water and wastewater, not only in our country, but in the region. We have a regulation regarding drinking water quality, one of the very robust decree that has many parameters, how to measure, when to measure. And I believe the regulation also gives us this framework so that Costa Rica can have these indicators. And talking now about we must focus on governance, where populations or in settlements have to be empowered regarding the resource and learn about the resources and their protection. We have, over the last few years, we have a very recent case in the northern region where there was contamination with mercury, and we have worked very hard to address the case together with the Costa Rican Waterworks Institute, the technical entity, to provide drinking water. We have worked with the National Emergency Commission, the Ministry of Health, the municipality, and only through interinstitutional efforts with the communities can we reach that goal, that 100% that we all aspire to have. And there's another effort in pesticide residue wastes in Cartago, an area that is very agriculture focused. Growers have to work with the protection areas, and so we are working interinstitutionally with many other institutions that are focused on that issue. Basically, we must ensure surveillance and control, a strong regulatory framework, interinstitutional effort, and governance. Those are the 4 pillars to have drinking water for all. Very well articulated. Thank you very much for such a clear roadmap on how to move forward with the implementation of this agenda, which is extremely complex, because it really does not depend only on health. We know this. So the intersectoral action is fundamental to, first of all, as you mentioned, to develop an effective surveillance and control system. But that also depends in turn on several sectors. A question now for Dr. Alfonso Tenorio. Alfonso Tenorio has extensive experience in PAHO. He has worked in several countries within PAHO. And the PAHO director recently relaunched what we have called a flagship program regarding the elimination of diseases in the region of the Americas. For many of these diseases, water and sanitation is a key element for the elimination of those diseases. So, with this preamble, I would like perhaps if Alfonso could share his vision after working in several countries of the region. What are the challenges we have regarding water, sanitation, and hygiene to fight an effective elimination of diseases?
Thank you. Thank you, Daniel. I want to take advantage of Dr. Badilla's intervention and your comment about the roadmap to recognize that recently in this country, the water, sanitation, and hygiene is a priority in this country, has been for a while. But recently, it has escalated at the presidential level, and the coming days, the President of the Republic will launch at the national level the environmental health roadmap, where all this gives an important leap in the level of priority of this topic, something that we really celebrate. And before answering your question, I have felt happiness seeing Pedro Arrojo, at least on the video, because I share a similar group in Cochabamba with him recently. Probably many of you were there. It was a joy to talk about this. Yes, the news and to share with you is this. The initiative in PAHO of elimination of diseases and associated conditions has been launched. This initiative will initially go up to 2030, that includes many aspects. It has 4 major strategic lines. One is related to the integration of the services and healthcare systems to eradicate diseases. The other one is related to governance, funding, with the information system and surveillance, and with the determinants. We cannot progress in eliminating diseases without working with the determinants, social and environmental determinants. In fact, diseases that have been eliminated, many of them, a lot of them, others that are near to be eliminated in the countries of the region has occurred because of the progress in the topic. There are 30 diseases and conditions, many of them mentiasis, soil-borne, but it's also the elimination, the defecation on open air. So, colleagues, anything we are doing is away from what you have been working for many decades now. You have an absolute direct relationship of what we are doing. And we'd like to invite you, because disease control is very important. We have made an important progress in controlling diseases, but we need to make the leap to eliminate them and to eliminate it, because you know that the eliminated diseases is only the one that was eliminated with the vaccine for the smallpox. We are close to eliminate, and America already eliminated polio and tetanus and other diseases, but we are progressing in other diseases. You are invited to participate in this big initiative. Without you, we cannot progress. We can progress in thousands of things in the lab. All this is important, but without water and sanitation, it is not possible to eliminate any other disease in the world. So thank you, colleagues, for what you do. Hope you have this in your justifications for your projects. The elimination of diseases that was recently launched. Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Alejandro Barahona. From Secomisca's view, what are the challenges and how the regional response on health is articulated for improvement of water and sanitation, particularly for vulnerable populations? Thank you. I believe there are 6 priorities that are integrated into the different documents I mentioned initially. I had the intention to share that with you, but I'm going to summarize it and I'm going to unify them. The first is related to the access, safe access to water, both from the territorial perspective, understanding that is not any kind of water. We're talking about safe water, safe for human consumption. And this is a big challenge, although it sounds somehow that we needed to have covered this for decades already. But of course, here we need to think in implementing the systems of the appropriate treatment. The second point is related to water sanitation. And here we include the element in the logics that very often we do not dimension the weight of prevention, of diseases prevention, safe water, safe for human consumption. And I said before that we need to join these 2 hygiene aspects. And it is not by hazard that during the pandemic, remember that how we insisted a lot in hand washing, even if there were no water, the use of alcohol or liquid alcohol. This is an element that should not be thought only from the COVID point of view. In fact, from the point of view of many other diseases, and in the schools and the healthcare centers, but in stores and institutions, our homes, we really need conditions, but we also need education and to talk about the importance of hygiene. And of course, the innovations, technological innovations aspect is vital. Without forgetting and mentioning the importance of creativity, which is a major human aspect. The third point is related to sustainable management of water resources, both from the water conservation point of view and the appropriate management of wastewaters. Number 4 is related to adaptation to climate change. And of course, yesterday we talked a lot about the topic, so I'm not going to repeat anything. Number 5 is related to the development of monitoring systems. My colleague was referring to it as well. And this goes through surveillance on water quality, where the labs have a major role to play and will need to be strengthened. So the countries need to strengthen labs, but we also need to consider vulnerability, climate vulnerability in the extremes we have in terms of water threats. And number 6 is related to innovation of systems, both for production, storage, distribution, sanitation, and reuse from the perspective of the circular approach. And I end by saying that after COVID, it is absolutely vital to consider the importance for health, addressing health and any public policies, and not just when we are facing emergencies. The other element that are associated to this is the gap reduction. The social determinants of health are key. Jose Manuel Salazar mentioned this yesterday when he provided that 20% of the population in our region does not have access to safe water and 50% does not have access to safe sanitation. This implies a huge challenge at this time of the millennium and this century. I want to mention 2 elements. I know I'm going against time, but I had a couple of seconds from the previous intervention. So time is so limited as is the case of water. One is water is the main mobilizer. Somebody mentioned this yesterday. According to the report of the State of the Region that makes the project of the State of the Nation, in 2021, the social conflictivity in the Central American region has increased because mainly because of environmental reasons. And the one has increased a lot is water at the national level as well as the territorial level. Not only the water aspect becomes a vital as mobilizer, but it is also generating conflicts. And if we do not address it, besides the element of sustainability in production, human consumption, and health, we're going to have a problem of coexistence in the region because of the water aspect. There is a vital challenge there. I am saying that yesterday in one of the FAO videos, this affirmation was introduced. It says, without water and security, there is no food security. Without both, there's no health. So we see how the equation is increasing and how this intersectoriality is being improved. So water is a resource, a vital resource. We know that it is scarce, and it has not only the environmental productive approach, but also social approach from the perspective of health as well as from the education. So this is important for the intersectoral approach. Good. We couldn't have close with this golden key. Your words are really appropriate. I take note of the importance of the increase in conflictivity because this is a key topic that affects health and unequally for two different populations. Mr. Yesenia Calderon, considering these investment gaps that we have discussed in the first round of questions, and water and sanitation. What do you believe is the biggest difficulty to reduce these gaps, to provide attention to the vulnerable people in the region? Well, to find, finding a bigger difficulty in this water and sanitation sector is quite difficult. However, I'm going to try to tell you that the biggest gap that exists between water and sanitation, the biggest difficulty to reduce this gap is the awareness of governments that they need to fund the investment requiring sanitation, both urban areas and rural areas. So on concentrated areas or disseminated areas. So each one must be receive the roles to work in this area. So vulnerable areas, we need to strengthen the role involved in water and sanitation in the countries where concretely we can define national policies, programs, and specific projects for in each one of the vulnerable groups and the non-vulnerables as well. There is funding management from governments where it corresponds to it because there are many things that do not correspond to the operator entities or other institutions of the sector. The new organization forms within the governance of the sector. In addition to this, to provide more funding to the water and sanitation sector or to implement works on its own is not just a solution. There are other issues. We need to improve the management of the operators entities. If they do not improve their management internally, they cannot provide a good service of safe water and sanitation to the population they provide, and even less to reach vulnerable populations. So we need to work hard in improving the management of the operation entities. What do we need to do in these operator entities to give priority to operation and maintenance of the systems? Anything related to the operational system of companies. What is the operational system of companies? Since I am conceptualizing or analyzing the basins of the sources of supply, and to develop projects up to put them into the hands of operation people, and later they could operate these systems and provide the maintenance, but separating operation and maintenance, because sometimes we confuse operation and maintenance as if it was the same role, and no, they are completely independent. So we need to provide operational resources and maintenance resources. We need to promote and prioritize human talent in the institutions of water and sanitation sector, from the entity to the operator entities, to train inform each officer that are in these different entities, and also to the end users of the service. They are our final goal of the service provision. They are the most important thing. They need to know how the resource is managed, and they need to contribute to make an efficient use of the resource being sold to them, because anything in this region is for free. We must try to have external cooperation with partnerships with NGOs. For example, in my case that I represent, it is in this case, there are many professionals in the private sector, in public sectors that can relate to each other and find interesting solutions to reduce the gaps between water and sanitation, innovation, research and development, and the regulations and its compliance are vital to reduce gaps in water and sanitation. Thank you very much. Excellent. Thank you for this message that helps us to think in how to progress with this agenda in the region. Race. Considering the context of the post-pandemic context, the pandemic made evident the inequality in access to healthcare services. But what actions is UNICEF proposing to increase investment in water, sanitation, and hygiene in the region? Thank you. So, following Yesenia's answer, I would like to give you some data from the last report to financial strategies in the sector. And we see that 70% of the countries in Latin America and the Caribbean have developed financial strategies in the sector. That supposes that the stakeholders have discussed existing barriers, the options, and the financial instruments. But when we carry out this analysis in schools and healthcare centers for the provision of services of water and sanitation, the data goes down to 35%. So we suppose that the options for funding are not viewed or discussed. And this is where UNICEF is pushing a little bit to say, okay, there are gaps in these two fields, and we need funding, we need financing. Also, data from this last report. And they give us hard data about the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean that have less than half of the funds that are necessary to reach the national goals on water, sanitation, and hygiene. So national resources are not enough. This data make you rethink about your source of funding. And as mentioned yesterday, today we're going to talk about different options of public-private partnerships. I believe they are important. We also talked about the possibility to use instruments such as blended finance, which is important, I believe. Colleagues from CONAGUA and IDB talked about the climate funding part, with all the issues, with all the difficulties that exist in order to have access to these funds, and how the sector, as mentioned, is not speaking the language. We do not talk about carbonization of the sector, so we need to emphasize on this, and we need to find better uses and more efficient uses of the existing sources. Of course, talking about the innovation aspect, but not thinking, well, besides the technological part, yes, but in this case, thinking in the financial part, and I found some revealing data. For example, 6% of grants of subsidies of the sector of water and sanitation, they only benefit 6% of the population, while 56% of the richest are benefited with this. So there is an inequality of the subsidy of water sector to the access of the richest quintiles. So in that case, there is a clear distortion in the market. The Minister of Finances will need to talk to the water minister. So this is important. We would like to see that this subsidy be focused to reduce these inequalities. One of the examples we are seeing, I'll end by saying that from UNICEF, we are working in trying to link the ministries of the water sector, water and sanitation, with the ministries of finances. We need to make visible and make it clear that there are not only gaps in services, but also gaps in funding. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Reyes, for this important reflection. Dr. Alvin Madilla, you have mentioned this roadmap a little bit in how to progress in an effective delivery of water sanitation hygiene services for populations, particularly the most vulnerable communities. You have commented a little bit about the surveillance system and the importance of other points as well. What can we do to improve the provision of water and hygiene services in order to deliver this to those that are in greatest need? Thank you. What a complex question. This is the big challenge of the region. I believe that before the pandemic, we were clear about the inequality that may exist in the region, particularly in urban areas and rural areas, but not everybody had the same access to safe water, sanitation, and hygiene. But now the challenge is that after the pandemic, we have the persistence of this inequality. We continue facing the same problem. And I believe that the answer to this comes from something that is said yesterday in the inauguration remarks, which is to act. It is not taking x-rays or getting reports to have a consultancies to say how we are doing, but is let's act. And Yesenia's words today, as my panel colleague, is also to invest. I believe we have a lack of investment. We have a pretty low investments in the region. Doña Yesenia mentioned this already. I believe investments are going to be necessary for sanitation. The investments in water sanitation and hygiene should not be seen as investments with regular economic metrics. They have deep impacts in the long run. They have deep impacts in the index of mortality in the region. They have impacts in the charges of the disease on the healthcare system. They have impacts in social development. Therefore, we need to see these investments as a social investment and not as simple metrics that we need to find or to find the profitability of these services. We know in many cases, particularly in areas, we're not gonna be able to have to reach the profitability of these services. We need to see these services and the countries as an investment. And let me talk a little bit about the case in Costa Rica. In 2020, we included the healthy environment as a human right, as well as access to safe water as a human right. This makes that the institutions need to find a way to give 100% the population this access. And also, and on indicators, we said that we have a open defecation index pretty low, 0.4%, but we still have a lot to do. We have some 17% of wastewaters that are treated. The rest, 70%, are managed through septic tanks, and some 13% do not have any treatment at all. So we have many challenges in the sanitation area as a country, and I believe as a region, but I repeat the initial words, investment. It is a social investment that will give results in the long term in many other indicators of each country. Thank you. I totally agree with you. Thank you for your comments. In closing the second round of questions, and then you have some minutes, we could open the space for a couple of interventions from the audience. Dr. Tenorio, What we are hearing here is an intersectoral space. We're talking from health as the key topic, but it needs a model of advocacy, of work integrated in public health mainly. Could you give us your thoughts on how to build this space of public health from the healthcare, look, but from within this health space? Thank you, Daniel. Yes, if we talk about water, sanitation, hygiene, and health, we need to talk about advocacy. The colleagues have mentioned this. We cannot succeed without funding commitments in authorities. Maybe long time ago, the donors gave the money and we built things paid by donors. This is over now. Now everything is in the hands of the authorities. They are the ones who decide what to do and what resources to use. So advocacy you have used and we have used in public health has been vital. The achievements have been reached because of advocacy, because as decision makers, they do not know specifically on the topic, but you and us, we know about this. But in PAHO, we are seeing that it is necessary to make a big leap in the advocacy model, because normally we have contacted the mayor, the Minister of Finances, the Minister of Health. Sir, lady, this is the information, this is the incidence rate, the prevalence rate, the mortality rate, the seriousness of all this. This at the national level as well as the municipal level. Mr. Mayor, the coverages of this service, this strategy are these ones over here. So we want you to continue working on this, but and we end there. So we want to make a leap in the level of advocacy, an important effort for us, something different that goes beyond, which is to get there with the data and saying, but now, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Minister, we want to tell you that if you invest a given amount and this point of the strategy, in this point of the strategy, in this part of the strategy, you in the next 2 years, you will see a reduction of given amount in this indicator. This is much more convincing than getting as we have always done. This is the mortality, this is the incidence. So please invest, please do something. Now we're going to come there punctually. This is the point. In this point of the strategy, if you put this amount of resources in this number of years, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, you will see a reduction of a given percentage of this indicator of an increase on the coverage. And that means for you this. So colleagues, this is more difficult because we're used to do what we have always done. So mentioning the data, and we will try to convince them they're going to be, if you're listening the mortality rates, and this is not our idea. We are showing that, but now we want to go beyond that. So we need not only the epidemiologists, but also people that will help us to model in order to say, if we invest this amount of money in this, how much are we gonna get? And if we don't put this money, what will be the situation? If instead of putting double of money, you will increase this in this indicator. So what is the savings? So how much we can save? So we are making a huge effort to move to this new advocacy model. If we can get something in water and sanitation and hygiene in the world is with advocacy, we need to make this leap. We are doing this. You will have similar models we would like to learn from. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Tenorio. We have a couple of minutes for comments or questions, but they need to be concrete and short for the panelists. Hello, good morning. I am Janali Hernandez from Chiapas, Mexico. First of all, I want to thank you for taking time to share with us. I would like to mentioned something important. When we talk about water, hygiene, sanitation, and equity, there is a big gap on adolescents, boys and girls, in relation to the menstruation service. In our state, where the one I live, Chiapas, southern Mexico, next to Guatemala, we still have open defecation, so we're still struggling with the coordination that people can accept this, but punctually, historically, women have always been the most focused in water aspects. And Mrs. Doris mentioned this yesterday, but we continue suffering from this stigma. We still suffer from water. So I would like to know from your organizations, from your international organizations, how are you addressing how are you approaching the topic for teenagers to have free inputs from menstrual hygiene products in order to reduce the school absences that every 28 days girls and adolescents suffer? They cannot have an integral development in their schools, and that the possibility to have proper restrooms in these schools. Thank you for your question. Race, I believe this is for you. But if the other colleagues would like to answer, I'm going to be brief. We have a case in UNICEF, Mexico. They carry out the bottleneck analysis in Chiapas, Huashpac. And part of the process was that there was a gap, a legal gap on services and products of menstrual hygiene. And that was one of the big results. I understand now there is a state draft that we are pushing. We have experiences from Brazil and Peru, and in UNICEF, we are working with the private sector, particularly in this part, this products part, and part of the focus must be at the level of public policy. We admit, we recognize the difference that exists in water sanitation services between boys and girls, and this is a key point, and we want to have more awareness. I leave the space for my colleagues, and after that, we can continue talking if you want.
Thank you, Race. I see the clock here working hard, but this has been a very good session. Allow me to offer a few words regarding what we have heard, a major summary, obviously not covering everything, but one thing is the importance of understanding. Water sanitation and hygiene is part of the agenda. The unended millennium objectives. And since the way our colleagues spoke very powerfully, we see the actual risk of not meeting the SDGs and to continue pushing this problem forward with the new challenges involving climate change that will worsen several of the cases regarding the impact of waterborne diseases and the lack of services that affect human rights and water and sanitation. This is a fundamental challenge that we have in the region of the Americas. This is nothing negligible. Perhaps it is one of the biggest challenges we have in the Americas. And for this, we need to increase funding for water sanitation and hygiene to provide those services to everyone. Focused particularly on schools, health centers to guarantee the delivery of such services, strengthening health surveillance and regarding water health and hygiene and waterborne diseases. This is fundamental, and that is why we need to work in an integrated manner together with the communities and a strong focus on the local sector, empowering the communities, working with the communities, because oftentimes they have the solutions that are most appropriate for their own specific context. And allow me to end by asking you for 30 seconds to share a message of hope. We're talking about the problems, the impacts, the data, the damage, the harm, but perhaps we should speak about hope to end on a positive note. perhaps we could start with the end of the panel and then we finish with Dr. Tenorio, who could close this session. Thank you very much. Well, I believe what is most important to recall is that all countries are doing something good. We all have something to learn from others. Yesterday, we were sitting at lunch precisely talking some participants that are here, but what they were doing regarding water and sanitation in each of their regions. And I believe that these spaces allow us to learn about those actions and take them to develop those synergies that we need to develop, not only each one in our own countries. I know I'm speaking on behalf of Costa Rica, where we have been trying to work interinstitutionally with all those institutions that are related to water. But when we are in spaces like this one, we see that for our problem, somebody else has a solution. So we need to strengthen these water and sanitation networks. I believe this could lead us to much faster solutions and meet those objectives and goals, as you just mentioned. Those would be my last comments. 30, 40. Every time it's less, so the stress is even greater. Well, anyway, the first thing to say is never in humanity have we had this much information, all this data on the current situation, and this is fundamental. That must guide decision-making. So in this sense, I believe there is awareness also, not only publicly, but also at the private and citizen level, where we are running out of time, and we are noticing this precisely in the discontent, not only in rurality, also in cities. And I believe our challenge is how to articulate these limited resources we have to address this at an intersectorial level in a much more efficient manner. There, not only do we need a dialogue, but we need to bring the interventions to ground based on the installed capacity that each actor, specialist, men and women may have or may contribute to the process. Thank you. Well, very briefly, to see this space of dialogues, well, this is a space not only to think out loud, to reflect on this, but in the hallways, we have conversations that are just as important. It is important to share experiences among countries. There's a whole wealth of information, of approaches, and I believe that is the wealth of this process, is to share and learn from what has been done and how to put things in the right context. I believe the sector can benefit from these dialogues, both on the official side as well as in hallways and during coffee breaks. Well, to not be negative and bring some hope, there are resources in the water and sanitation sector. The data I shared basically covers what is executed, but there's much more that is not executed. Years go by and the money is there because we do not have the management capacity. We need to invest, yes, but efficiently. We cannot continue to just store our resources in a little corner in a box. This is a challenge in the water and sanitation area. Municipal management, local management, we believe that that is where the key lies. If we focus only on the national level, of course we have to do it, yes, but if we go and we support at the local level, we will be much more successful, even national. And we are determined to support that. And my last 10 seconds are to thank you for this invitation, for this gathering of ECLAC and your coordination, as well as all panelists. Thank you all very much. We hope to be with you in all these processes. There's nothing more important than this. Thank you very much. And with this, we wrap up our session. Thank you, Sylvia, for your support, the ECLAC, and the microphone is yours. Okay, now we go to the coffee break. So much the better. We like that. Thank you.
No estamos muy gender balance, pero pero los cambios, ¿no? Nos tocaron tener la pista como no solo
El agua es un elemento vital para el logro de la Agenda 2030. Por ello, la Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe, CEPAL, promueve espacios de diálogo e intercambio en el marco de la Agenda de Acción Regional por el Agua, para promover una transición hídrica sostenible e inclusiva y en línea con los ejes prioritarios definidos por el Grupo de Coordinación Regional para América Latina y el Caribe para la participación en el 10º Foro Mundial del Agua. En este ámbito, la CEPAL organizará del 11 al 13 de marzo los Diálogos Regionales del Agua 2024, espacio de alto nivel ministerial con intercambios de experiencias técnicas con enfoque multiactor para promover buenas prácticas e impulsar el logro del ODS 6 en la región, que busca garantizar la disponibilidad de agua y su gestión sostenible y el saneamiento para todos. El agua es un elemento vital para el logro de la Agenda 2030. Por ello, la Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe, CEPAL, promueve espacios de diálogo e intercambio en el marco de la Agenda de Acción Regional por el Agua, para promover una transición hídrica sostenible e inclusiva y en línea con los ejes prioritarios definidos por el Grupo de Coordinación Regional para América Latina y el Caribe para la participación en el 10º Foro Mundial del Agua. En este ámbito, la CEPAL organizará del 11 al 13 de marzo los Diálogos Regionales del Agua 2024, espacio de alto nivel ministerial con intercambios de experiencias técnicas con enfoque multiactor para promover buenas prácticas e impulsar el logro del ODS 6 en la región, que busca garantizar la disponibilidad de agua y su gestión sostenible y el saneamiento para todos. El agua es un elemento vital para el logro de la Agenda 2030. Por ello, la Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe, CEPAL, promueve espacios de diálogo e intercambio en el marco de la Agenda de Acción Regional por el Agua, para promover una transición hídrica sostenible e inclusiva y en línea con los ejes prioritarios definidos por el Grupo de Coordinación Regional para América Latina y el Caribe para la participación en el 10º Foro Mundial del Agua. En este ámbito, la CEPAL organizará del 11 al 13 de marzo los Diálogos Regionales del Agua 2024, espacio de alto nivel ministerial con intercambios de experiencias técnicas con enfoque multiactor para promover buenas prácticas e impulsar el logro del ODS 6 en la región, que busca garantizar la disponibilidad de agua y su gestión sostenible y el saneamiento para todos. El agua es un elemento vital para el logro de la Agenda 2030. Por ello, la Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe, CEPAL, promueve espacios de diálogo e intercambio en el marco de la Agenda de Acción Regional por el Agua, para promover una transición hídrica sostenible e inclusiva y en línea con los ejes prioritarios definidos por el Grupo de Coordinación Regional para América Latina y el Caribe para la participación en el 10º Foro Mundial del Agua. En este ámbito, la CEPAL organizará del 11 al 13 de marzo los Diálogos Regionales del Agua 2024, espacio de alto nivel ministerial con intercambios de experiencias técnicas con enfoque multiactor para promover buenas prácticas e impulsar el logro del ODS 6 en la región, que busca garantizar la disponibilidad de agua y su gestión sostenible y el saneamiento para todos.
The conference is now in session. Please be seated. La conferencia ha comenzado. Por favor, ocupe su asiento.
Bienvenidos de vuelta.
Welcome back. After that,
Más extenso, pero
a
creo que bien
a longer coffee break, but I
Vamos a
believe
empezar la
well
sesión
deserved.
6
Let us
sobre
begin
seguridad
session
pública
6,
y
Water
resiliencia
Security and
climática,
Climate Resilience,
contribuciones y
contributions and
experiencias
experiences of the Network and Observatory for Water Sustainability, ROSA, our platform, I guess, our star tool in this country. I would like to greet the different panelists that we will be using the floor on this during this session. And I would like to greet the entire audience online. Yesterday, throughout the day, we know that at different points in time, there were up to 1,000 participating, some in the transboundary session, et cetera, and different participants in the ECLAC session also. Those of you that are in the room, you know we have been sharing a QR codes for surveys and for comments and questions. So if we are well organized with our time today, as we hope to do on session 6, we would like to give some time to those that are here in person here in the meeting room today for questions or perhaps even comments or perhaps a concrete solution or proposal or experience you would like to share. Before we begin, though, allow me to put in context for those of you that do not know about the ROSA platform in detail. As you well know, and as we have mentioned during the dialogue, for Latin America and the Caribbean has a very important responsibility for water management, since we have the per capita endowment, which is quite higher than the rest of the world, but as we know, is very heterogeneous, and it is difficult to manage. We need data, we need to know what type of public policies in the water sector should be driven, sometimes considering information that we do not necessarily have readily available, and considering the views of so many actors. And that is the origin of this network. This is the community, and these dialogues are a central space in the framework to not only bring the experience of public actors, but also put these together with other actors, academia, civil society, but always focusing on data. In this case, the observatory that is to be built in ECLAC to become a repository of experiences, as many experiences that the regional group of experts could provide, as well as local initiatives or national, basically events. First of all, we will cover a series of concrete experiences the countries have faced and how they have had to overcome problems of water insecurity in the context of climate change. A second moment will be to explore lessons learned, good practices, or concrete initiatives to also respond to water insecurity. And the third part is to talk about the role of data for decision-making purposes, the role of information for fundable projects, as we have been discussing, particularly the importance of data, to know that we are talking about exactly the same thing. What we do not measure, we do not know. And data is very important to manage water resources. So let us directly jump into the first session. I would like to call Mr. Jaime Luis Carrera, Vice Minister of Water of Guatemala, to come forward. Mr. René Mateo de los Santos, Vice Minister of Soil and Water from the Dominican Republic. Mr. Gerardo Amarilla, Deputy Minister of the Environment, Uruguay. Ms. Marisa Castro Magnani, General Director of Boundaries, Borders, and International Transboundary Waters from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs members from the plurinational
Muchas gracias por
state
estar.
of Bolivia. Thank you for being here.
Bueno, vamos a empezar por
Well,
el
let us
caso de
begin
Guatemala,
with the case of
que
Guatemala.
cuenta con un nuevo
They
gobierno
have a new
que,
administration currently, and not
señor viceministro Carrera, la protección del recurso
and
hídrico es una de
the
las
protection
misiones
of
centrales
water
en
resources is
su
central to your
y le
position.
queríamos
So we
preguntar
would like
qué
to
nuevos
ask you,
planes,
what new plans,
proyectos tienen
projects do you
para
have
Guatemala,
for
considerando,
Guatemala,
¿no?,
considering
todas las amenazas del cambio
the
climático
threats of
y
climate
cuáles creen
change,
que
and
pueden ser las
which do you
principales
think could be
dificultades
the
que pueden
main
encontrar
difficulties you
en el
could come
camino que
across on
están
the way?
trazando y las estrategias que tienen en
And
mente.
what strategies do you have in mind? Good morning, everyone. Just as well as the colleagues that have spoken before me, I would like to thank you for the ECLAC for the invitation and the ICA for welcoming us at these facilities. As has been said, the government of Guatemala, I mean, we have been in the administration for less than 2 months, but we already had a series of ideas before that, trying to pick up what has been occurring in the different portfolios, but also with some ideas to perhaps go beyond that and improve the matter of water security. There are two important processes that we have handled in the Vice Ministry of Water. This is a relatively new Vice Ministry. It was created less than 3 years ago, but one matter is integrated basin management, particularly strengthening the part of conservation and protection. So in this sense, we have been advancing both in the articulation of technical basin working groups. There are 38 basins in Guatemala, quite unique because all 38 rivers arise in Guatemala. We are in the highlands of the basin, so most of them drain to neighboring countries and to the Atlantic or the Caribbean Ocean, as the Caribbean Sea and the Pacific Ocean. So these technical working groups have a lot of important work to do. First, to advance in matters of basin diagnostic characteristic, the hydrological characteristics, and all the more technical scientific aspects. And lastly, develop basin plans or basin-based plans. And with these also consider possible scenarios and to better understand the hydrological potential of these basins in order to focus on the future and understand the potential each one of these may have. The other big process under this vice ministry is environmental sanitation, basically wastewater management. So it is important here to comment that we have a wastewater regulation dating back to 2006 that basically commits the municipalities as well as the industry and any generator of wastewaters to have treatment plants. This has been extended 8 times for municipalities. We are about to cover the 8th extension. We have not even completed the first step, the technical studies to characterize these sources and understand the quality of those the wastewater, and we do not want to extend this any further. Now in May is the end of this extension, but together we are building, and here we talk about the co-funding. We have been talking together with the Ministry of Planning, the Ministry of Finance, and some entities that have made investments in treatment plants. We are working on a national financial financing or funding project to comply with the regulations and to ensure that we can ensure environmental sanitation. It is important here to mention that obviously we are also thinking of taking steps beyond the plants. We are very much interested in the circular economy, in wastewater, the recovery of methane, But yesterday I was talking with my colleague that was here from the Ministry of Agriculture from Guatemala, the reuse of water for agriculture and others. Now, what are the challenges we have come across? One thing is interinstitutional coordination. Yes, that is very important because it is up to us to see just a small part, water protection and conservation, but concessions and use are in hands of other portfolios, other government entities. So in this sense, we are also driving the creation of a cabinet, interinstitutional cabinet that can cover the integrated water management so that we can plan and harmonize the different strategies we have as government to ensure in the end integrated water management. I would like to talk about a project we are about to begin March 14th on the World Day for River Action in the largest basin in Guatemala that covers a good part of the dry corridor in Guatemala and that finally drains to the Caribbean Sea. What we have seen in the first 30 days was basically some 20 different initiatives that are already working on the Motagua River Basin, each one with specific basin management, environmental education perspectives, and we will bring them all together on the 14th. We will create working groups on interconnection where we want to begin a dialogue to identify a possible actions, ensuring there is no duplication. And at the ministry, we understand that our role as coordinator should also involve the possibility to understand appropriately what is happening. Many of these partners work with the ministry, but additionally, we want to ensure that we can build bridges among the different initiatives, the different projects, and then generate not only a roadmap, but a strategic investment plan to strengthen what each one of these actors is doing. So in this sense, we would like to thank all those that have responded to this call. We have come across 60 different initiatives in one basin without any articulation or coordination. And I believe that in a space where we have been talking about being efficient with investments and ensuring that the limited resources be used appropriately, this, we believe, is going to be a very important step to move forward, not only in what already exists, but also focusing on the future with those projects that, as of now, we know will be arriving for the best management of this basin. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Minister. The truth is, water and its multiple uses always puts us in a difficult position. As you said, coordination will be essential. And that is why I believe it is very important to offer the floor now to Mr. Mateo, Vice Minister from the Dominican Republic, because the Dominican Republic, I believe, has had a significant increase in per capita investment for water purposes in the region, and additionally has a cabinet of the water sector basically focused on the National Water Pact or agreement. In the previous dialogues, water dialogues, we have talked about this example. So perhaps he can explain how they have advanced, what their experience has been over the last 12 months. We have seen important announcements of funding coming to the country from CAF recently, but there has been significant articulation. There are many actors in this cabinet group, so please take a few minutes to share with us what has happened over the last 12 months, what good practices, what lessons you could share. Thank you. Thank you. I promise today not to take too much of your time. Today, we are a bit more flexible. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this event for the kindness of having invited us on behalf of the Dominican Republic. As opposed to the Vice Minister of Guatemala, we only have 2 more months of our administration to go. He has been here for 2 months. The perspective is to continue here for 4 more years. I have the privilege of sharing the concern of water in the Dominican Republic. I have been heading this since 2006, when the current president created a panel of experts for the water sector to develop a diagnostic of this water situation in the country. So, right from the beginning, we have been working in this area for the last 8 years. Today is Tuesday. As was mentioned, I believe this is the only water cabinet in the world, if I am not mistaken, that has a president that chairs it. But this is not just rhetoric. This is not paper. I am the executive secretary of that cabinet. At 5 p.m. this afternoon, we can see the president of the republic sitting around a table. Basically, he usually arrives before we do. He sits down with the Minister of the Environment, with the Minister of Economy, Planning and Development, with the Executive Director of the National Water Resource Directorate, and the Director of Water and Sanitation Department. And we have 9 different water corporations throughout the country. So we have the CORAS, which is the name of this water corporation for Santo Domingo, and together we sit down. They have a group of users, which is about 4 million inhabitants. So in that scenario, basically we go over why we created that cabinet. Well, the Dominican Republic is a country of contrasts. Just a few countries of South America have a greater rainfall than we do. We have a mean 1,500 millimeters of water per year. And if we say, well, if they have that much water, why so many problems? Was the creation of this cabinet precisely was because when we would analyze each of the sectors, we never saw that we saw there was a lot of difference between the availability and the coverage of the population. One of the problems I saw that was discussed yesterday extensively is that the main user of irrigation water in the country is irrigation. That is 75% of the national waters, and they do so in a shameful proportion. Out of every 75 liters of water we take from the dams, out of every 100, we waste 75. This is only 25% efficiency. And if we go to the other sectors like potable drinking water and sanitation, exactly the same thing. We waste about 50% of the water. The numerical coverage says that the country has a coverage of 87% of drinking water. But honestly, only 26% of the population has water in quality, quantity, and timeliness. So of that 87%, the majority, particularly the most popular neighborhoods in the country, receive drinking water 1 to 3 times per week. And I could continue by saying that as to the irrigation sector, which is the one that uses most of the water, we have 5 million hectares in intensive agriculture, and of that only 10% has the modern technologies as our irrigation systems. So, since I do not have much time, what have we done with that landscape? Through this cabinet group, we developed an inventory of the situation in the country, and we established a 15-year plan to begin to overcome these problems. In the 4 years of this administration almost, we have invested about 75 billion Dominican pesos, which is about $1.3 billion. And in December, we just concluded the construction of one of the largest reservoirs, Monte Grande. Someone mentioned it earlier. Aside from all those dollars, we should add 300 million. We have invested for the water storage plan in the southern part of the country that will store about 250 million cubic meters of water. Our storage capacity before we started this water cabinet was 9%. That is, despite having significant rainfall, we did not have the storage capacity, and therefore we are starting 3 dams this year. And since we are sure that we are going to win the next election, we will build 7 more dams in the next 4-year period. The idea is to improve the storage capacity in the country at least in 20%. This will be a huge investment. The calculations we have made in the cabinet is that we will need $8.5 million to complete part of the national diagnostic we need to overcome in the next 4 years. Thank you very much. 54 seconds in my favor.
Thank you, Mr. Mateo, for sharing with us this experience. Now I would like to move to the Uruguayan case. I believe everybody follow the water crisis that occurred in the country some months ago. We saw that in the newspaper, in the news. So for us, it is a great opportunity to have with us the Deputy Minister, Mr. Amarilla, to ask him to tell us the origin of this. How did you live these difficult times in the country? What measures did you take? And we know this is not an isolated situation in our region. And how are you preparing to be more resilient for the coming years, including the monitoring data registration practices? We know you have this in your vice ministry in order to ensure and to progress towards water security in Uruguay with a positive impact in health of your people. Thanks, Mr. Vice Minister. Thank you for the question. In fact, to begin with, I would like to take a couple of seconds to talk about the background. In Uruguay, we have a regulatory framework regarding the water regulation that is interesting to be commented. In 2004, we had a plebiscite promoted by citizens in order to include in the Constitution of the Republic in Article 47, which is the article that was ruling the protection of the environment and declaring this of general interest. In 2004, we included in that article, in addition to this article, and there we declared the access to safe water and sanitation as a fundamental human right. We declared that the water from the territory belonged to the state and public use, and also state public asset, and that water management will be carried out through land ordering and the use of basins as a concept. And we ensure the participation of users, producers, consumers, and civil society, and the Basin Commission. So that was an early inclusion within the Constitution of the Republic of something vital to understand the situation with water in the country. To declare water is a fundamental human right is not assuring the access, because if there are no works and if the works are not enough, and we don't build the necessary works to assure access to water and sanitation, this does not work. In our country, in our region, very often we believe that by declaring a lower constitutional standard, everything is covered. And this is part of the history. But we need to generate the works and then to do some management in order to assure the access to water and sanitation. In 2020, several years later, the Congress creates the Ministry of the Environment, a ministry that is created because water was something included in the national public agenda, and it has been a questioning topic in previous administrations. And within the Ministry of the Environment, includes national water policy within its competencies. So the first conversation with the minister, the President of the Republic, and the Directive OSE company, which is a company that managed safe water in Uruguay, was we discussed two major topics: the alternative intake of water from Montevideo. Our capital has half of the population of the country, and one single water source, which is Santa Lucia River. So we try to have an alternative intake. And we also talked about the universalizing sanitation, the urban interior Montevideo has 70% of sanitation, but urban interior has only 50%. The other 50 does not have sanitation. So we try to, with a quite ambitious plan, we try to take this 50% to 75% in this period. In the middle of all this planning and this task, we have the water crisis. So 3 years on a road of agricultural emergency, lack of rainfall production, and last year, the drought that repeated at the summertime goes up to autumn and winter. So we use the water reserve for the capital of the country. So remember that that was for half of population, and we have committed reserves with little reservoirs to ensure water for the population. That causes a some problems. The water in the river, Santa Lucia River, has had this marine incursion, so the water was salty, and the water that comes from the basin was salty willows, quality in water. So the government ensured that, and the drought, there was no day without water. There was no single day where people did not have safe water to drink, and also there was a distribution of safe water for hospitals, schools, senior people houses, and there were subsidies to vulnerable population. I believe that was almost 400,000 people that received subsidies to buy water on a daily basis. There was also a reduction from taxes for bottled water. So in the middle of this crisis, there were works. So from the San Jose River to Santa Lucia River, so we needed to buy material in Brazil to work on 30 kilometers for 3 days. So the company manufactured this for us. We brought from Brazil. We put them to ensure the change from one river to the other one. So, and the idea was to keep this reserve of safe water separated from salty water. Drilling works in the capital city, and we also try to speed up the works, both from Arasate intake and the process of the formalities for the second part, as well as the sanitation works. Easy to mention this today, but in the crisis, it's difficult. It was difficult to manage this in the middle of a crisis. There were some inappropriate declaration of an international officer that tried to press us in this situation. We were in the middle of the works, in the middle of the pressure, trying to give water on a daily basis to people in hospitals. When we are in this management, we know how important it is to be there in the place of the battle. Anyway, we were able on August 14, 2023, we got this thing of the San Jose River, but we also had rain, and the basin had some rest. So in August, we had rain, so we were able to breathe. But I believe there is something the president said in our meetings to talk about water when it is raining. So we talk a lot about water in the drought time. So we need to continue talking about rain during the about water during the rainy season. So we have $2 billion of agricultural production because of the drought. There was also social covenants. How many producers survival of family production abandon the rural areas when they have this kind of situation and they leave to go to the city? The environmental impact, as the technical expert of IUCN said, they are not measured, but this environmental impacts on the biodiversity affects. So this is the vegetation of the fauna that is displaced from its habitat. What is the impact in life in general, as well as in the environment? We need to do work, sir. We already applied a tender for Santa Lucia River. The works will start in June. We are also talking about sanitation. The tender was open 1 week ago, and I hope this is going to be awarded soon to start works before the end of the year. We have elections at the end of the year. We hope we could continue 5 years more to ensure this, but we hope to inaugurate the works. If we don't win, that is a possibility, we will be in the Congress requesting the continuation. Besides the works, we need to work in 3 topics: to better study the water sources, the aquifers, particularly this wealth that we have and that is not seen, to work on technology and efficiency. We cannot waste half of the water. So the half of the water is lost or stolen. And then something discussed here, the reuse, there's recirculation of water is for given all that this water and the city is not treated, it's going to be better treated. But the idea is to reuse in agriculture, as some countries in the world do. And finally, all this is important, but the most important thing is working in education and culture. If we do not change the mindset of people, it is not worthy to do all this. It is vital that people become aware in Uruguay. I believe this hit the situation that we had, how people to be more careful. So this year, the safe water consumption went down because people are aware that 30% of safe water goes through the restroom or in the kitchen when they leave a faucet open. So it is vital to work in education and culture. Thank you. We deeply thank you for sharing with us the blood, sweat, and tears that you experienced in that battle, because that may happen to all of us anytime. In Latin America and the Caribbean, all of us are one leap away to be next in our houses, in our schools, in our hospitals. So culture, and I believe this links with tomorrow's session as well. So we need to change our chip, the chip of water evaluation. And today's session, circular economy, goes in this way. Each drop counts. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Minister. Now, dear Mrs. Castro, thanks for being here. The plurinational state of Bolivia was one of the first ones showing the commitment with the Rosa project, and we had one of our first technical assistants last week in February with the Chancellor's office, but also the Ministry of the Environment and Water. And I would like to ask you this question. I would love you could share with us some of the progress made in transboundary waters and management for the past years. The main challenge is the complexity of this type of actions, but analyzing it from local perspective up to the national perspective, including the interest Bolivia has shown to strengthening local capacities. We believe this is of interest for the rest of the region to learn a little bit more in greater detail. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I want to thank the space given by ECLAC and AICA for being here. I want to greet the authorities in this panel, and I would like to give you the greetings from Bolivia that has made me responsible to share a little bit of the experience we are developing in the framework of the initiative Silvia mentioned, which is the ROSA network. In our case, in a little bit to view, it's important that we understand Bolivia as a geographic space that is directly in the heart of South America, between 2 main basins, the Amazonas Basin and the Plata Basin. And we also host spaces of Andorra Basin in the Altiplano with specific characteristics, particular characteristics. The distribution of water resource in our country is not homogeneous, it is quite heterogeneous. Right now, it is raining in places where water is not necessarily needed, and places that from the previous management, there's no more rain. So all this makes that the water resource management in our country is perceived not only as the basin and on the framework of the institutionality. But we need to understand that Bolivia is almost transboundary. It has links with the neighboring countries, almost in any borders we have. And this institutionality for resource management is established through the Ministry of the Environment and Water, which is an entity of the sector, and the institutions that are linked to the resource in order to develop, to produce. And just as there are 6 out of the 10 pillars of our economic and social development are related to water, many of our goals are linked to the fact that we can manage a sustainable resource, a balanced resource, and that not only perceive the needs of populations and human beings living in our country, but also living beings and ecosystems we have. Just as an additional information from all the transboundary basins we have, there are some 34. We have 10 out of 11 Ramsar sites that are internationally defined. They are important sites. 50% of our protected areas are in the transboundary basins. That is why, for us, what is established in the political constitution is to view water as a vital rights for life, not only the human life, but the life of any human, any living being, and those ecosystems that depend on life to survive. This is the work that we carried out from the institutionality. Why our work is important. We have seen this as an opportunity throughout the Rosa Network, and it is because that in order to achieve this management that we need as a state, it is important to address some of the weaknesses identified. One of these weaknesses is to be able to deeply know the water resource we have, surface and underground resources. We have learned these days a lot of the steps made by other countries to deepen their knowledge. There are countries with quite robust monitoring networks, and this is a way our state is starting to follow. So we have a lot to do, but at the level of other regions in our country, we have progressed a lot. So our state and recently our president has identified it's important to strengthen the monitoring surveillance, and that is why we have dedicated a financial percentage to strengthen the meteorology and hydrology of our state. We also try to protect two other mechanisms and basic organizations that we have. Bolivia has progressed a lot in reaching this agreement of joint management. We have 5 agreements signed with neighboring countries mentioned yesterday, and we have some 9 consolidated basic mechanisms with the neighbor countries or at regional level, national level, and others. So in these spaces, as a state, we try to protect, to strengthen our monitoring capacities and to level these capacities, not to compete, in order to to use the experience of other countries and other countries around the world to understand how our rivers, lakes, aquifers are and how they are responding to this climate uncertainty. Last year, up to December, our institutions debated a little bit to evaluate attention plan of drought that was extended to Bolivian territory. We are 2-3 months to evaluate this. Our institutions are evaluating a plan to take care of flooding. So there is a climate uncertainty generated that has increased the vulnerability of our populations. And an element to strengthen this is to be able to level the capacities of our institutions. This is an opportunity that we view in the Rosa Network. Another element, which is important for us, is to strengthen governance of water. So water governance this life resource. In my case, I cannot understand the needs of the populations that live in Bermejo because I am not there, because I don't know what they are dealing with on a daily basis, those who need to have access to fisheries and water. So we believe it is important to make the water resource management vertical, including local populations, municipalities, and there are good practices to do so. Bolivia, through the ministry, has the Plurinational Plan of Water Resources that established the constitution of basin platforms and the water schools. Water schools refer to what the Vice Minister mentioned a while ago, is to generate this sensitivity, this empathy with the importance of being able to preserve the resource, not only for our populations, but also to ensure a balance in our Mother Earth. Those are important elements for us. And finally, related to the Mother Earth, we have the possibility to deepen the knowledge and capacities to understand the volumes of life. This is something that is just beginning to be addressed in these spaces. 10 Ramsar sites in transboundary basins without mentioning other ecosystems. So it is important for us to progress to quantify and identify the water demand of these ecosystems for them to remain in balance, as well as to ensure the needs of our peoples and nations. Those are some of the elements we are working on under the network framework related to transboundary basins, but also our national policy, which is water for everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you, dear Marisa. With this, we close the first phase of our water security panel. A round of hands. Please stand up to take a group picture. We want to thank you for sharing with this audience on the room and online audience all these good practices you have shared with us.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Ahora quiero llamar
Now I'd like
al
to
escenario
call to the stage Mr. Alejandro Calderón Acuña,
gerente de
our
gestión del
manager
agua
of water
del
management,
Metropolitano
Metropolitan
San José,
Area San Jose,
Instituto Costarricense
Costa
de
Rican
Acueductos y
Institute of
Alcantarillados,
Aqueducts and
ANA.
Sewage, ANA. Thank you.
Al señor Jesús
Mr.
Montes Ortiz,
Jesus Montes Ortiz,
gerente de aguas superficiales y
Surface
ambientales
Water and River
marinas
Engineering
de
Manager from Conagua, Mexico.
Señor
Mr. Rubén Alvarado, Director of Market Intelligence at Costa Tour, Ministry of Tourism of El Salvador.
Señor
Rodolfo Lacayo Ubao, Executive Director, National Water Authority, Nicaragua.
Pues muy bien, muchas gracias. Vamos
Thank you. So let's begin.
Voy a dirigir mi
I'm
primera
gonna ask my first question to our host country,
igual también le voy a poner un
and
poquito
I'm gonna
ganas de aprender y
ask
compartir en
you
un
in order to
espacio de
learn and share
confianza.
on trust,
En las
on
últimas
confidence
semanas
space.
hemos
Last
estado
week,
con
we
noticias
saw in the
de
news
la alerta, ¿no? que
the
dio el
warning in the metropolitan area in San Jose because of a contamination of safe water in locations such as Tibás, Moravia, and Guadalupe, Montes de Oca. So we'd like to ask you, how did you address the problem? How did you solve the event? What measures did you take? And particularly, what precautions are you going to take into account for the future? Good morning, and thank you, everybody, and thanks to ECLAC for this opportunity. January 22, 2024. I will never forget this date. That was a quite impacting date for us in Aqueducts and Sewers. By 5:30 p.m. of that Monday, we started receiving through our contact sectors some reports from users or customers or clients saying that they were perceiving smell and taste. Some people said gasoline, others mentioned diesel, so some hydrocarbon. Isolated calls at the beginning, and then at night there were some others, and that made us to activate a protocol that we have for this type of events. And on Tuesday morning, definitely the number of calls was really important. However, from the previous night, we started taking some actions, preventive actions without knowing what the situation was. Let me tell you that the Metropolitan Aqueduct in San Jose, or the metropolitan area as we call it, is an aqueduct that is constituted by 31 systems, and the majority are interconnected and some others are isolated. The Metropolitan Aqueduct serves 1.5 million people, more or less, and to manage the water needed to provide the service, we have different schemes of production. Some of them are from surface sources, or others are, in the case of the metropolitan area, are from wells, deep wells, most of them. The system, we could quickly identify that the system was subject of questioning because of the quality of water. It is a system that we call the Guadalupe system. This system is a system that is fed from three surface sources, or historically was fed from three surface water sources, all of them located in this sector of Coronado here, where we are, more or less around where we are, in the upper part and the highest part of Coronado City. Those sources, when the aqueduct in Guadalupe was built, were sources that were located in a mountain, as we used to say in Costa Rica. They were completely isolated and they were in the middle of the forest. However, with passage of time, that was 50 years ago, so with passage of time, these sources remain within populated areas, so population areas. Initially, what we initially did was to follow the protocol to isolate the system in order to avoid, if there is contamination, to avoid the contamination in other systems. So most systems, at least the biggest ones, are interconnected. And the interconnection is a good thing when the systems have any deficit for other systems to contribute, but they also mean risk or represent risk. In the case of a contamination event, if we did not take the right action, we will have an important contamination in the rest of the systems. The same Tuesday, next day, the first call, we activated the test of water quality for hydrocarbons. So those are tests that normally are not done in Costa Rica. We don't do this on a systematic manner in Costa Rica. In that particular case, we activated the test, the performing of the test, and the results of the hydrocarbon test are obtained 24 hours later. So Tuesday and part of Wednesday, all Wednesday, we were without information to know if there was real contamination or not. And if there were contamination, what kind of a contamination was it? The system in Guadalupe serves 107,000 people in different counties, normally in 3 counties. And the system, from that day, we started monitoring the system. We started taking some preventive actions, washing tanks and networks and so on. However, we continue receiving the reports. So finally, 2 weeks later, and after throwing 630,000 cubic meters of water, this is a lot of water for us, particularly in the summertime, on a summer situation, along with the El Niño phenomenon that is hitting us really seriously here in Costa Rica. We needed to support the systems. We needed to isolate them and to support them, to empty them in full, and to provide water to these 107,000 people using other systems that were not contaminated. And to reduce the story, it took 2 weeks we were 2 weeks in this situation. The concentration of contaminants that was determined the second week that were sealing were so low that's why it took longer to determine what type of contaminant it was. So we needed to make concentrations of the contaminant to locate it. Definitely, I believe the world changed and we need to change with the world. One of the things that we realized during this event is that we cannot depend on water tests only like the ones we were doing, turbidity, organoleptic test. We need to implement technology, leading edge technology that let us to do online and in real time to make the decision online production source to take them out if they are contaminated to avoid a situation of this magnitude again.
Basin protection is fundamental, no doubt, and basin protection in Costa Rica is under the responsibility of different institutions, in fact, and in this case, articulation definitely is something that needs to be sought so that all institutions involved can act in a strong, rapid manner. But we need to protect our basins. That definitely is the message. We have to be prepared for such type of events. We need to have very good protocols to respond, and we need to use technology in order to adequately, promptly, and strongly respond. Thank you very much. Very concrete recommendations that we all need. Now allow me to offer the floor to Mr. Montes from Conagua, Mexico. As we all know, Conagua heads several projects that are an inspiration for the rest of the countries of the region. ECLAC was struck precisely by the so-called Healthy Water Project for UNA. So perhaps you could share the experiences of this project, the challenges, the impact, and allow me to add to that question that from your experience also, the challenges of surface water and groundwater. Thank you. Well, hello, good morning, everyone. I would like to thank those that are here in person as well as those that are connected virtually. All the people that are watching us over social media, and very especially I would like to thank ECLAC for the invitation to these regional water dialogues, and ICA for its hospitality, and of course Costa Rica for its welcome. Thank you. I would like to begin with a bit of general context, the background of Mexico. Mexico basically has 2 climates. In the northern and southern part, we have dry, semi-dry. Excuse me, on the central north part is dry, semi-dry, and then south-southeast, humid, semi-humid, and basically 70% of the water is located in the southern part of the country. This is basically due to the geographic location of our country. If we look at a map, the entire world. We are very close to the major deserts, and that leads to significant climate variability. We are affected by tropical waves, cold air masses, among others, and some of the main tropical cyclones. We have the impact of tropical cyclones both on the Pacific Ocean as well as the Atlantic. And on this, on one hand, leads to significant flooding, but also the possibility of having water at a given point in time in our country. So we have to seek the way to best utilize the water we have. There are states in the Republic that only receive water thanks to tropical cyclones. This is important to remember. In general terms, the average precipitation is about 750 millimeters up north. In some areas, it is 250 millimeters. In the south, over 2,000 millimeters. And as a result of this, we are continuously monitoring flooding through weather station, hydrometric stations, etc. And on the other hand, drought. Ever since 2019 in Mexico, we have the presence of a drought in major parts of the north in the country. And in view of this, Mexico, together with the United States and Canada, have been working on the a North American drought monitor. This is published every 15 days and gives us an X-ray of the situation of drought, the status of drought in the country. For example, right now, 71% of the national territory is experienced from exceptional to moderate drought, but that is basically more than 70%, an important thing to remember. And as to surface waters, the country is divided in 757 basins, and groundwater is 653 aquifers. Regarding quantitative water of the 757 basins, 104 are in deficit, so we extract more water than what is reloaded in these basins, and the aquifers, 285, are in deficit. Something important to remember, and something also very relevant I would like to share with you is that we have records dating back to 1941. In 2023 was the driest year in the Mexican territory. A deficit was over 150 millimeters of rainfall and average the driest. As a result of all of this, CONAGUA works in 15 different priority projects that will bring benefit to about 22 million inhabitants, with an approximate investment of 90 billion pesos, more or less $5.7 billion. Of these, 10 are focused on drinking water, basically for about 10 million inhabitants. For irrigation, for about 100,000 new irrigation hectares. And among these, we have a healthy water for the lagoon. Allow me to share what the issue in the area is. The area is in the northern part of the territory. Dry climate, 2 major basins, Sanaguanaval, basically is runoff, and we have 2 large dams that can store about 3 billion cubic meters, irrigation district of about 90,000 hectares, and near the urban area, we have the main regional aquifer, Región Lagunera, the main supplier of the population, which is about 200 cubic meters per year. Used to be done through wells only through wells, approximately 2,300 wells in the area. So basically, the exhaustion of the aquifer has been very difficult, basically going down to 3 meters in some areas, aside from the water contamination issue. More than 80% of the water supply sources have arsenic issues. It exceeds the limits we have in our regulations and becomes a very important health issue, as was mentioned in the first panel. In view of this, and due to the contamination, we have created the Healthy Water for the Lagoon project. One of the main challenges was to seek an alternate source that could be technically viable and allow us to have the amount of water required by the population in the area. Several studies were undertaken, hydrological studies, detailed analyses. We have information from the area dating back to 1929, And the data is very important to analyze everything that has happened. As a result of that, we created the Healthy Water for the Lagoon project that will benefit around 1.6 million inhabitants with an investment of 14 billion pesos, and basically consists of replacing so that the water supply is not only for underground, but instead through surface water from the Nazas River Basin, which basically comes from the two main dams, the largest of which is Lázaro Cárdenas. So we see an important situation there as to the challenge of finding the location and seeing the technical viability of a new water supply source, and on the other hand, focusing on water security. Well, the population should have sufficient water quality and quantity to guarantee whatever they may need in the area. The project considers 200 million cubic meters of surface water for 9 municipalities and part of 2 entities of the Republic that are about 1.6 million inhabitants, as I said before. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Montes. This, I believe, is an excellent example where sustainable investment and good water management helps us overcome concrete issues. Allow me now to offer the floor to Mr. Alvarado, Rubén Alvarado. First of all, we would like to thank the Ministry of Tourism of El Salvador that is also strongly committed to the Rosa project. This is very important for us, and it reinforces the idea of the cross-cutting nature of water and its different uses. We have noticed, and I believe everyone in the region has seen a significant growth in tourism in El Salvador. Hand in hand with tourism, we also have the provision of water and sanitation. So we would like to ask you, what improvements have you foreseen? How are you working in coordination with other ministries, particularly with the Salvadorian water authorities, to improve water management and guarantee this service? And are you considering to collaborate with the private sector in the subject matter? Thank you, Mr. Alvarado. Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone. First of all, allow me to begin by with sharing some readings of our Minister Valdez, who was unable to come. And perhaps allow me to start with a popular phrase in El Salvador. When we are in a surrounding where we really do not know what they are talking about and somewhere are somewhat lost, we say we're like a little puppy at church. We are all experts in water, but here I am talking about tourism. And this is very important anyway, because we have been talking that without water, there's no agriculture. And with agriculture, obviously, there is no tourism. So a tourist, in average, uses about 3 times more water than a local resident. And I believe that tourism is positioned now as an element of economic growth, not only for El Salvador, but so many countries in Latin America, exceeding 60% of the GDP in some countries of the Caribbean, particularly where the industry is the one that generates jobs and contributes to the development of many sustainable development goals. And before answering your question, to put El Salvador in context, this is the smallest countries of the continental Americas. Overall, we are located in the dry corridor. We are 21,000 square kilometers, and 50% of our rivers basically come from transboundary waters. So we are very vulnerable water-wise. And over the last few years, we have significantly recovered tourism. It went from being 5% GDP in 2018. Now it is 13%. We have been the 4th country worldwide that has had the biggest growth in this sense. So now we have almost 3.6 million additional tourists coming to the country, aside from the 6 million residents we already have anyway. So in the sense, what are we doing? Well, I believe that one of the main opportunities of El Salvador to share with other countries is that ever since the 2nd month after we started this administration, the tourism cabinet was created by decree. Executive decree was created, as a group of institutions that watch over the development. These are 16 different institutions that includes the Waterworks Organization, the Ministry of Tourism, the Bank of Reserve, and everything else having to do with tourism. And what has resulted from this? We have overcome a very important barrier, which is bureaucracy. Although we always respect all internal procedures of the institutions, things are much faster now. Sometimes with just a WhatsApp, we can request information and we avoid all the administrative bureaucracy that sometimes delays everything. So the Ministry of Tourism has a cooperation agreement with the Salvadoran water authorities where we are undertaking several actions, and perhaps something very important in the territory is that El Salvador is still a blank sheet, a part of we are developing tourism here in the eastern part of the country, and all those a lot of tourism offering, we still have the opportunity to bring in water into the planning of everything that is being developed. So we are currently developing the program for the development of the tourism sector together with the Inter-American Development Bank, and water basically is a line which is cross-cutting all projects under development. So what is the lesson in all of this? Well, that El Salvador has been able to work in articulation among all the different internal institutions within the government and with the support of expert institutions, as is the Inter-American Development Bank. That is one of the big actions. And then to address the second part of the question regarding private enterprise, well, definitely, we cannot do anything without them. So we are working also through the tourism development committees and different awareness campaigns with enterprises, because without them, we cannot do anything. In summary, I guess the importance is interinstitutional articulation, the support of expert organization, particularly planning of a tourism policy that is focused on water. So there is still some time left over. Thank you. Thank you, Alvarado. No. I believe your lesson was very clear. Gradually work with productive sectors, considering water and its management and protection, and also working in networks, private, public, hand in hand. Now I would like to offer the floor to my fellow citizen, Mr. Lacayo. We have seen that there's a canon and fee for the utilization of national waters in Nicaragua. So we would like to ask how this initiative arose, what your objectives are, the scope, how it works, what are the advantages or challenges of the implementation of this implementation in the country. Good morning, thank you. On behalf of the government of the Republic of Nicaragua, I would like to thank ECLAC as well as the ICA for inviting us to such an important meeting, where we are learning from so many colleagues and fellow citizens and what they are doing in their different countries. So in this sense, I would like to refer specifically to these fees, the water fees, which basically since 2008, we have an executive decree that regulates the fees to all those private enterprises that have their own water extraction system, that is wells, where water is one of the raw materials used for productive purposes, and that yield a product in the end. To put it this way, what is the issue of this fee? Well, first of all, it specifically relates to those companies that make water, bottled water, ice, carbonated beverages. It is quite limited, let me put it that way. Basically, 90% are in the Managua area, everything near the Managua Lake. So that is one of the issues. So basically, we have excluded the agricultural sector, the agro-industrial sector, which are those industries or companies that are mainly in areas where there's greater water stress. In Chinandega out west, for example, where we have a a diagnostic that shows that the greatest users are there, the sugarcane producers, and that water is not being charged for. There's no fee for that. And secondly, the collection itself of that fee is a very small amount, $0.05 per cubic meter. So to meet the comply with the decree to for conservation and preservation of aquifers, it's just a very difficult task. So we depend a lot on funding sources for these works and budgetary line items. This is something in the decree, which, as I said, arose in 2008. In 2010, excuse me, in 2007, the general and the National General Waters Law was created. And it includes the creation of the National Water Authority. The law was created in 2007, and the institutional structure has itself entered into force in 2010. So there are 3 years here of difference where we have been collecting that fee together with our colleagues from the CAL, the company providing the water and sanitation services. So the Water Authority was created at a ministerial level and is a body to regulate water resources, and now the drinking water and sanitation now. So the Nicaraguan Aqueduct Institute was merged, and now we have 3 management instruments for economic water valuation. One is the fee for the use and utilization of water, which is limited to a series of conditioning factors, one of which is to create its creation through a special law. So when this is created by a special law, it becomes more complex because it has to be taken to the legislature. And additionally, they have to examine aspects such as water volumes, water availability. We must charge these fees, consumption, use, a contribution to taxes and job generation. And another management instrument is a payment for environmental services, water environmental services created by a special law. And a third instrument regards the operation of a national water fund. This national water fund would be funded basically through the collection of these fees, budgetary line items, and fines imposed by law, and donations from national and international organizations. And the main objective of this is, aside from building water and sanitation services, because one of the main uses, the priority use is for human consumption, obviously, but it is necessary to fund a series of other activities set out in the National Water Resource Plan and the different basin management plans, an integrated water resource management plan, a series of national planning instruments. So what do we seek? What are those challenges we have as National Water Authority? Well, first of all, or the main one, is to influence both the public sector, because we do have to respond to all of these, basically working with the private sector so that the collection of this fee be seen as an innovation in environmental policies, that it be seen as basically an insurance for water sustainability, and that it be seen as an investment instead of as an expense. That is what makes it much more complex to work with a private enterprise, because they see that as an expense, as a tax. And that is the work we have been doing. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lacayo. I believe with that last comment, we have gone full circle in the value of water, the valuation of water, water management, investment in the sector, being sustainable with fees. This is no negligible effort. although we try to be inclusive here, it is basically we end up preaching to the choir. We all end up in the same boat. And we have to go beyond that, in fact. We have to attract more sectors, be more inclusive so that we can all take part in this management. With this message, I believe we have ended panel 2. I invite you to a final photograph before we call the next panelist for the last session this morning.
Muchas gracias a todos. Un aplauso, por favor.
Thank you, all. An applause for everyone. Thank you.
Muy bien, yo creo que
Very well then, thank you. I think we are doing well time-wise. And some of the questions after this panel, we will have to give some time after this panel for questions. The third and last phase of our section will bring Gisela Foratini from ANA Brazil, surprise panelist, Mr. Franz Rojas, Director of Water and Sanitation, CAF, Mr. Sergio Campos, Head of the Water and Sanitation Division at IDB, and Ms. Ryan Quiroga, Head of the Water, Energy, and Biodiversity Unit at Natural Resources Division at ECLEC. Yes, Gisela, we have called you right at the last moment because you have mentioned something very important that Brazil is doing in regarding ROSA. The question for you is as follows. Please tell us about the tools, the data collection, monitoring, and SDG 6 that ANA Brazil has been driving to more efficiently develop public policies for the national water sector and the impact this can have regarding lessons learned for other countries within and beyond the region. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to, first of all, thank ECLEC for this opportunity. Surprise! I would like to speak about some of the specific initiatives going on in ANA Brazil regarding data, sharing data and evidence-based policies. Brazil has a strong international agenda and supports several countries regarding South-South cooperation. It shares two of the largest basins in the world on the entire planet, and we have relevant partnerships with UN nations programs with emphasis on SDG 6. I would like to present two documents on this occasion, two publications that we have on the SDG 6 indicators that we have used to guide our internal actions at ANA and in international cooperation efforts. The first document, this one over here. Here we have the QR codes to download these in Spanish and in English, and we also have one in Portuguese. We have a first document, which is the vision of ANA regarding SDG 6 in Brazil. ANA, together with the Brazilian Statistics Division, Ryan knows the representative IBGR, is a focal point together with the UN agencies to calculate 7 of the SDG 6 indicators. The second edition of this document that we launched last year is available in Spanish and in English. The second document, this one over here, I have brought it in Portuguese, but it is important to read it anyway. Look for it. It is very important. The second document is the application in Brazil of the decision-making tool regarding SDG 6. This is a qualitative tool, and through evidence has shown us the gaps and needs to achieve the goals in Brazilian public policies. It is very interesting. It is a tool developed by the UN University together with the government of Korea and the Office for Sustainable Development of the United Nations. Then this was edited. We were selected to be focal points for Latin America and the Caribbean.
So we coordinated this application with 30 institutions in Brazil. That was a very interesting exercise. And beyond applying the tool only to Brazil, we raised this application and we had an office with this Portuguese-speaking countries. And with them, we have a strong project and also to disseminate the tool. And last year, we had an office in Brazil where we joined countries from Latin America and the Caribbean in order to deepen the possibility, the potentialities of the tool. I would like to show you these two documents to put them available. Thank you. Thank you, Gisela. I want to tell you that we're going to share the links in Zoom as well. And from now on, we're going to take the time if there is a interest of a punctual country to go and to provide some training or seminar. Now, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Franz as Director of Water and Sanitation from CAF. Could you tell us what concrete actions or programs are you implementing or planning to implement in order to reinforce the climate resiliency, focus on water security of the region, having as a context the experiences we have shared in the two previous panels of such a great need for funding, for help, information generation as well, and reliable and standardized to take care of these challenges. Thank you, Sylvia. I would like to start from the fact of paying attention to the definition of resiliency. I believe it is a polysemic term. When we check the documents, we did a task, we found more than 20 definitions of resiliency. There may be different interpretations as well as governance. So for us, resiliency is the capacity of individuals, communities, institutions, and systems to anticipate, to be prepared, to adapt, to recover from extreme events. If we understand this as a concept, we believe that a major action of resiliency is the human access to water and sanitation. I'm saying this way because very often we see in debates when we talk about resiliency, we talk about adaptation, irrigation projects, flooding control, or drought management. But I believe that individuals, the first action to be resilient is to have access to basic services such as water and sanitation. And this is not a minor thing because we have found some institutions with some reluctancy related to access to water and sanitation to be considered as a resilience action. We believe this is vital, even more in our region. Figures were mentioned yesterday. I'm not going to repeat them. They are abundant and have many things to do. So particularly because we saw that during the COVID, the first front of defense and the pandemic was washing hands. So how can we think that we can be resilient to a pandemic if we do not have access to water? So this is vital, and that is why we have work in our strategy of water security that And there are four pillars. The first one is related to access to water and sanitation. There we have a long tradition of projects, urban projects and rural projects. I would like to highlight two of them. We have many more, but because of time reasons, we are working in Peru on a peri-urban region of metropolitan Lima that some years ago was an irregular region without access. This is something that we need to focus on, how to get access to water and sanitation in those areas that the land ownership is not regulated. So we are doing this work. We're working in this way in Lima. Our projects in Bolivia, we have 5 phases of projects, or rural projects of safe water, more than 300 projects in the rural area. That has been vital for Bolivia. We are not the only ones, but for Bolivia to move from a rural coverage of 58, 59 to more than 65% with these projects. So the approaches have counted with an active social participation approach that comes from municipalities. We believe it can be included within this logical third generation of public policies and governance. We believe this type of projects have been well received, though. We have had the possibility to take ministers to Bolivia for them to see these projects from different countries of Latin America. We believe that it is an approach that draws the attention for rural projects that we believe could be replicated, customized to the reality of each country. We have another pillar that deals with the reduction of contamination, and there's another panel about circular economy. But we believe that it is important to progress in sanitation in the region, not only for safe water, but also sanitation. There we have a even bigger gap in the region. We have several projects of treatment plants we are developing, but I believe one of the important ones, because Juan Diaz in Panama is very close, we have supported the first and second module plant of more than 5,000 liters per second, 5 cubic meters per second, that is also co-generating energy. And this within the logic of circular economy. We have also included thermal electricity with a potential that may be used for agriculture. This type of approaches, we cannot generalize this, but they are important, particularly when we talk about the needs of reuse to find this circular economy that we mentioned so much. There are probably more examples, but just I was going to mention that we are talking about irrigation in another pillar. We replicate our experience in irrigation topics, family irrigation, and we have supported Bolivia with several phases of Miriego programs, along with dams. And now with a new dam program, we're going to be over $500 million supporting Bolivia in different basis for family irrigation. I mean, irrigation to a small scale, which is vital in countries, particularly in the Andean countries. Finally, I have 1 minute left. Other important projects are related to the integrated management of water resource and this concession we have been mentioning. We consider important to update, and Sergio mentioned this yesterday, to update and strengthen hydrometeorological systems. Without that, it's difficult for us to make decisions. In Venezuela, we have a quite interesting project where we have supported the Met Institute with radars, with early warning systems that are providing services outside Venezuela to Caribbean countries with leading edge technology. This is vital in our view. We believe this is a pending agenda in most of Latin American countries. Hydrometeorological systems in most of our countries is delayed, and they have very little information, which is vital for decision-making purposes. Even for the other topic that is related to the integrated management of water resources, the drought and floodings management, the allocation of water uses without conflict. We have a lot of experience working in projects and flooding control and others. In a series of countries, we have mapped 12, 14 countries in Latin America where we are working on these approaches that I have mentioned. But the most important thing is that in this systemic view, this is the only possibility to progress in water security. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Fran.
Thank you,
Realmente,
Franz.
este último punto
This last
que
point
levantas, la
that
importancia
you
de ir
raised, the
generando
importance of
políticas
generating water policies and
basadas en
projects,
evidencia, en
evidence-based projects, and reliable information is one of the main goals of the ROSA project. But as you said, IDB has promoted this strongly. So I want to take advantage to ask Sergio, who has been working for years in the Latin American and Caribbean Observatory of Water and Sanitation, OLAPS. We would like to ask you, Sergio, to give us a short summary of what OLAPS represents, how you have progressed, and how it works, and synergy with the things we want to achieve in the observatory network, water sustainability, ROSA, and the broader reflection of the bank and the sense of contributing to water security. And again, the term, as Frances, resiliency. We need to be really clear about it. Thanks, Sylvia, or appreciation to ECLAC for this particular panel, which is very important for the region. In 2018, in the Latinos and countries agreed to create a Latin American Observatory on Water and Sanitation in 2016, excuse me, 2016. In 2018, through leadership from Costa Rica, we created the structure of ORAS. And in 2019, we got resources from technical cooperation with the support of the government of Spain, Switzerland, UNICEF, and Sanitation and Water for All, and we dedicated to analyze the situation of the data in Latin America and go through basic topics. If we want to improve the sector, we need to be able to identify gaps. Once gaps identified, we would like to design policies, and with policy design, we would like to assess the success. But to do so, we need data. Without data, we are talking about assumptions, crisis, not evidence-based, as the title of the session mentioned. And so we decided to analyze how comparable the data between countries are, and we realized that we are not comparing peers to peers or apples to apples. Not only between countries, the definition of access to safe water and sanitation in Bolivia is different compared to Uruguay, Paraguay, Chile, Brazil, Honduras, El Salvador, Mexico. So when we see where the data were generated, each country has a different institution, and the information was in separate compartments without the databases, key databases that accumulate them. The definitions were different, databases were different, the temporality was not continuous. So the seasonality was not continuous, so we analyzed how to close the gap. We started talking to ECLAC, and Ryan mentioned the work performed with the National Statistics Institute. This is a long-term agenda, but if we do not start today, we're never gonna get to this agenda. To the date, we have had sectoral assessments, but not of coverage of water and sanitation, but of the information systems that feed the databases. In different languages, they do not speak among themselves. So we have this first phase of the assessment. Number two, to try to standardize the different definitions. And safe water is not so complicated because the definition of potability of water are one, but the companies have a good reading and measurement of all this. In sanitation, it is more complicated. What access to sanitation means, I have a latrine, but the latrine has cement floor with WC or not, the appropriate functioning or operation. So we started working in the definitions. Nowadays, we have the assessments from 10 countries. We're going to have it at the end of the year, assessments from 10 countries, and we create the Latin American Observatory on Water and Sanitation for those who would like to join us, olasdata.com. And there you're going to get information from 17 countries about access to water, sanitation, and different data that can be compared on themselves. So we are assuring that these comparable data are significant from the statistic point of view. We are still doing this work with the countries to uniform the definition. So we have a survey with the Vanderbilt University, statistically significant to be sure about the reliability of the data. Within OLAS, there are three components. One, the data repository for any professional universities, water companies can place the data they have, the reports they have, to be shared by the users' networks. We have information from 17 countries already, country studies, statistical data information. Number two is the network of experts and knowledge. More than 21 universities have joined OLAS, and they were going to use the OLAS data to develop reports and political policy proposals. And the third one, the most important one, the databases. We believe that OLAS need to produce the data of coverage on water and sanitation. The opinion if the glass is empty, full or empty, the half empty, half full comes from other one. We need comparable data and timely data. We are working in that direction. It is a task coordinated with the countries. We have 24 focal points in the different countries that are working within the institutionality they have in order to ensure that the data are reliable and timely and pertinent. We start with 6.1 and 6.2. We hope we can feed the databases, and we found that there is an important synergy with ROSA because ROSA is in the part related to water resources. So the idea is to work as a team in a coordinated manner. The agenda is important for the region because coming back to the principle, the beginning, if we want to improve our sector, we need to be able to identify with evidence database where the gaps are to design policies, and we can only be able to do this with data. Hopefully in 10 years, we could be comparing between countries using the same indicators and the same definitions. Besides that, we are supporting any transboundary projects with the strengthening of the hydrometeorological networks. We are sending a proposal of 450 million for the Amazonia to the Green Climate Fund. One of the things is the strengthening of the hydrometeorological network. When we see Brazil and we compare to Suriname, Bolivia, and others, the difference in information and hydrometeorological stations is huge. And even with that, Brazil still needs more hydrometeorological stations in order to have a good information system. Thank you. Thank you, Sergio. And almost as a reflection, a final reflection of synergy, I would like to ask Mrs. Quiroga on how she sees the opportunities for synergy and strengthening for the national production of water indicators with this regard that Sergio mentioned. They have to be comparable and robust, and the role of Rosa ECLAC and its partners in this process. Thank you. I feel inhibited because I'm in the middle of two banks of the region, CAF and IDB, in the middle of the biggest country of the world, my colleague from Brazil. They have also specified very key elements and the topic of resiliency, synergies, and how we work all together. So we are here, we are friendly here, we love each other, we work together. This is an example of something that is needed in the countries, not only at the regional level, to be able to progress together in this matter. That is why we're always in cooperation. I have many years working in environmental sustainability thematics of development, including water, biodiversity, energy. And I'll tell you that in Latin America and the Caribbean, since we began in ICLAC in 1999, making the first diagnosis or assessments of existence of the indicators and systematic statistical series, those who have less data and less comparability were water and biodiversity, because even with the renewability of energy and we have something, and when there is an economic interest of production, there are data. And water and water resources and ecosystems, aquatic ecosystems, there was anything. And we continue with a big delay because of the things Sergio mentioned here. I'm not going to repeat them. All of us know that this is so this way. Talking about data is not the same. I'm going to mention something statistical. So, official statistics of official indicators from the countries, because data, the United Nations, the recommendation, data is anything non-structured. So there was qualitative data or a quantitative one. The statistics series is what the statistic institutes do, normally in cooperation with the ministries, the sector ministries that have the primary sources, such as hydrometeorological networks in this case, and others. And this is of statistics. It is our to do this. The work is not appreciated, valued, or it is not evidence for the decision makers who ask us, give us indicators, tables, and graphics, and by spontaneous generation, or we're gonna push data, and we're gonna establish indicators that are not harmonized, systematic, no metadata. We cannot see if they are comparable with the advisor that did it in the previous years or previous month. So this type of task need to be done with the National Statistic Institutes, which are the entities, their own entities that rule the official production of statistics. Why are we so late in biodiversity and water? Because the primary sources are not simple. Statistics will kill me, like having a census or a house survey. We cannot survey the water and environment. Water is cyclical. Remember when in elementary school we're told, this is the water cycle. It never stops. How can we measure the different instances in quantity and quality, access, coverage, and so on? It is a quite complex matter, but with little investment in capturing systematic and microdata and metadata to develop harmonious and comparable statistics within countries. So in that case, the pending matter is big enough. So when we talk, when we mention here with Sergio and the colleagues from IDB and other institutions, the World Bank, UNEP, from ECLAC, we know that this is a long-term investment. Governments have 4 or 5 years in the administration, they found this difficult because they cannot see the investment in official statistics. So that's why we have these organizations that persevere on time, the research institutes from universities that are called to this task, to this very important task. Because of this, in ICLAC, we decided to search funds for the project of network and observatory. It is a platform now because it has multiple funding sources, besides the cooperation with the agencies and with you, in order to have evidences for the future and qualitative elements of policies, good practices, to verify on a site, on a permanent site to the future where we are building it so far. What is being done in this matter? I mean, to build and strengthen in the regional dialogues in water, and also to have a repository of quantitative evidence in the long run. And that is why we got this project that was competitive worldwide in order to get the resources in the account of development from the United Nations. We're not alone. We are on a network. There was one network in Wash. Now we have a brother one, and we cooperate and we listen to each other. So what a luxury is that a vice minister or a new minister that or in ICLAC, a new head of water or in the bank, because all of us, we're going to retire, right? And soon. So they can come and go into the Rosa platform and say, but look at all this. If I have learned about this before, when we were young, now we have made faster progress because there is a lot of turnover in the countries and in our institutions. So this is as a legacy to be used in the future by other generations, and they will continue feeding and nourishing these tools that get us together and complicate us in harmony and productivity. In that regard, a call from our bottom of our heart to be solidary, to cooperate, to continue in this joint way as we have been doing for a long time, because this matter requires this effort beyond funding and the technical capacities, supplementary technical capacities, that we can have agencies, banks, systems of the United Nations, universities, research centers, public offices, private sector, civil society, all of us put our contribution to progress. And for those who do not know the ROSA acronym, because we say what a ROSA has to do with water in Latin America. ROSA is because Regional Observatory Network of Water Resources. Since projects we use an acronym, hoping that this draw the attention of the donors, say, will not forget there is one called ROSA. And we had a similar one, a successful one called ROSE, but this is for energy. So we won the two of them. The strategy was good for you to know the anecdote of the origin of the name for the new people that joined this dialogue meeting, or maybe to the audience that is following online, for them to know this. Thank you for the effort. And as the rapporteur says, we have a lot of work to do. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ryan. A round of hands for you, for everybody. I'm gonna abuse of the panelists for them to stay a little bit more, because I believe this is the time to open the floor to comments or questions, not only for the panelists that are here, but also to those who have taken the floor this morning, or if any of the authorities from yesterday were here, because we know many of them needed to take a flight. So we're going to open the microphone. I see Kenneth standing over there.
Hello, good morning. My name is Kenneth Alfaro from Costa Rica. I am representative of the Youth Network for Water in Central America. Allow me to go back to the comment made by the colleague from ANA on the detailed situation experienced here in the country in January with water quality. This was an alert that surprised us all, and I believe it is very important that we can rescue lessons learned from a situation like this. For example, that institutions of the water sector must be stronger, must be better prepared and headed by science and technology and people that have all that track record to effectively respond to emergencies, as was the case here in Costa Rica. During that emergency, we saw the importance of partnerships with other sectors, for example, with academia. The University of Costa Rica was in charge of finding the pollutants and detecting them in the water. And this could also open the door to innovation and participation of how we involve other sectors. For example, youth, or for example, community water management. There are about 1,400 community aqueducts in Costa Rica, and through sustainability centers, they are developing or making great progress in water control and monitoring. So a lesson to be learned by the country is that how do we articulate among the different sectors to learn from those situations that unfortunately so many people experienced those 2 weeks. Thank you. Thank you, Kenneth. Hazel. Hazel is also from youth. So let us change for the time being. Go ahead. Hello, a pleasure. Sergio Naufal from Colombia. A couple of questions specifically. First for Ryan. You were also mentioning there is an observatory of energy. I was wondering, since we are also talking about the intersectoriality of water and finding the links, the development of our territories, how can we build synergies between drinking water, agriculture, energy, and have information and take it to our communities? That is the first one. And secondly, for Sergio and France, it is no doubt a significant effort to see the integration at a regional level that has taken place, and it is also relevant to understand how the private sector and the industry are participating in the different governance scenarios. We have many events at a regional level, so we have to see how to involve this voice so that we can accelerate knowledge transfer. Okay, very well. We will cover a round of questions and then go to the answers. Marisa. Thank you. Good afternoon, Marisa Mar from Mexico. The group of women in water in Latin America and the Caribbean. The question is, the data being collected for ROSA, is that disaggregated by sex? And up to what level will we be able to see these disaggregated? Thank you. Okay, one more. Okay, over here, Hazel. Okay, can you hear me now? Yes. Hazel Sanchez again. I just wanted to make some comments on the comments this morning. Precisely, I wanted to ask about disaggregated data by gender, because precisely we will amplify the challenges we have in the sector. But there is something else about the investment to overcome the gaps we have. But when we go to those that need that investment, then all of a sudden we come across other challenges. For example, community water management. These are people from the communities that manage these services and do not have the resources to think of investment when they're just basically trying to overcome the access to water issue. It is important to think who the operators really are to define these necessary strategies. And one last thing is risk management. Much we to say about risk management regarding climate change due to extreme hydrometeorological events, for example, but we are forgetting the matter of risk management due to human activities. And we are really not assigning the necessary responsibility those that contaminate the sources, for example, because oftentimes these are companies or different human activities that do not want to talk about contamination. So we should be very careful with accountability. Thank you, Hazel. Okay, let us take this as a first round. Okay, last one, Monica. Oh, go ahead, last one. Mónica Altamirano. My question, since someone was asking about the disaggregation of data by gender, and the data could they be of use to see the impact of specific investments so as to support the investment, the impact of an investment? Could you disaggregate that to see the benefits in the medium and long term? Yes, okay. I think it is worth offering the floor again to Ryan in this sense to cover the matter of data, how these are being built, and understanding that the Rosa Observatory will be a repository and will grow depending on the effort we all make to feed it. Perhaps Ryan could talk about roads also, and the Nexo focus to offer the floor then to Franz and Sergio, because there were many questions related to funding and investment, and perhaps the representative ANA, Mr. Calderon, if he wants to make any specific comment regarding what Kenneth and Hazel have said. Ryan, go ahead. Perhaps Sergio could also mention how the observatory, the data side of the observatory, as to disaggregation by gender. Well, it would be ideal. That is what it appears in the SDG, the 17 SDG goals. All their indicators say this should be disaggregated according to several analytical variables, including gender, in as much as possible. The problem is that, once again, at the origin, not necessarily are the data disaggregated by sex, by age, by a condition, the native, the original peoples, and things like that. For example, at ECLAC, we have a repository of all census in Latin America and the Caribbean. We have all the microdata, and we have the household surveys, for example, to measure poverty. And we have this anonymized by country. So at ECLAC, we have that from the household surveys. We see the percentage of poverty and extreme poverty, the influence, and how many are males, males or females. In the water data, we say that basically there is not much beyond the census every 10 years, luckily, for water and sanitation. And this could be matched with the heads of household, but we really do not know how much is being requested in all of this. Something beyond coverage is the data on the impact of investment. That is not measured and will not be measured because it has a significant cost. All statistics generated have to be justified cost-benefit-wise. So what we can have at ECLAC, for example, is coverage and water coverage and rate or fee information divided by quintiles. We can see the statistics mentioned by the secretary, for example. The more vulnerable the quintile of the population, the access to water and sanitation is less. That is measured because it comes from that way, from origin, from the question posed at the households. And as to energy and roads, I do not remember the name of the colleague that spoke. I do not know if you were here, Sergio. We had a session where we talked about energy, and one of the productive sectors affected in hydroelectricity is the linkage with the water. The Vice Minister of Energy of Costa Rica was present, as well as yours truly. We talked about those connections that are so important and that are changing based on variability and climate variability, global warming and drought, and disproportionate impact of disasters. So there is a linkage agenda here that is very important, just as water and agriculture and food. Another sector, sustainable tourism, another one. So in this sense, it is very important to have these linkages. The observatories are sectoralized in the sense, but they try to make a link, as well as all ECLAC observatories like gender, demography, the Montevideo, the Escazú agreement. So I invite those of you that do not know about the observatories, go take a look. To not take more time, I would rather offer the floor to the next speaker. Who's next? Is that you? Well, allow me to respond to three things that have been mentioned. One is governance and private sector. We fully agree. that good governance, which is a process and therefore is a dynamic process among the different actors, needs to have efficacy and legitimacy. And legitimacy means the participation of different stakeholders, government, civil society, private sector. So we cannot disagree. This is fundamental both to define policies and laws as well as to build consensus even at a lower level. For example, at the Basin Committee or Basin Councils. There has to be a representativity to ensure legitimacy. Otherwise, this would be a lost cause. We need to have a very participatory, transparent process full of accountability. Now, on the other side, the private sector, of course, it is important to have their participation in regarding investments. The need for investment, not only in the region of Latin America and the Caribbean, when we see the OECD reports and those of other continents. In the case of Latin America, I believe that both the IDB, we have read their publications as well as our own, say we need to grow investment threefold or fourfold. And that presupposes not only that states redouble their efforts, but also the participation of multilateral organizations and private investors, et cetera, et cetera. So it is very important to generate that space. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to achieve the goals if we do not have this paradigm shift. So we are so convinced that in the case of CAP, we have a vice president from the private sector that does all the private participation and project finance, but the specialists in water are at the director. So we see quasi-sovereign credit seeking synergies between some and others. We are convinced that the private sector not only has to come under the classic model regarding concession, for example, where the large transnationals were involved, but there are other ways, other forms of public development banks that could be public or commercial banks are also called to participate in this. When we talk about the blended finance, it is not that easy to implement when time comes. The fundamental premise of blended finance is to create additional resources that always come from development. These could come from the state, from multilaterals, under concession, but that additional the additional sources means bringing in public banks that are not necessarily investing in water for many reasons, as well as commercial banks. So how to attract them and show that this sector can not only be profitable, but also safe. So different modalities here to foster private participation, not only under the classical scheme that existed in the 1990s. And that they are necessary, of course they are. And the last comment on community, well, this is a state policy that each country has to do. In the case of Miagua, all rural aqueducts are managed by community entities. In Nicaragua, they're called CAPs. Each country has its own nomenclature for that. So we know that to advance in rural coverage calls for a public policy that responds to each country's situation. But we can move forward with state participation of the state also. Thank you. Adding to what was just mentioned regarding data, and the participation of the private sector is essential regarding Sergio's question. The public sector does not measure very well, but it does measure. When we go to the private sector, well, there are abstractions of groundwater or discharges or intakes are not well measured. And it's not because they do not want to do it, but there is no regulatory framework to invite them to do so and to do it well. There are many companies that do so out of a social corporate responsibility. There are other many cases like this. So as to extend the data network, it's a very good opportunity because they are seeing this all as water resources, water and sanitation. In 636465, we see some different angles. At the bank, we have an energy observatory. And with the ICA, we will work on agriculture to strengthen data collection and have a more decarbonization angle to it. As to the question on data with gender differences or segregated by gender, yes, we do. We have quite a bit, although this is an ambiguous term. I can put you in touch with the person in charge of that to share the data with you. What we have is quite a bit as compared to what we used to have, which was nothing at a regional level. But even so, we are developing much more. There is a co-rating tool developed at the bank to evaluate companies involved in this, and we have developed a separata by gender, trying to evaluate gender equality in companies in 4 different lines: labor, salary scale, opportunities, and training of human capital. So there are those 4 lines, yes, of these companies, yes. And I believe that is all. Thank you. Thank you, Sergio. I would like to thank you all in the room. Go ahead, Mr. Calderon. Thank you. I would like to take a few minutes to react to the comment by our colleague over here. Notice, one of the feelings that prevailed among those that were involved when we addressed the contamination problem was powerlessness, because the responsibilities, the protection of basins is split up among several institutions in our country, and I am sure this is something that happens in a good part of the region too. The responsibilities are really not clearly outlined, and this is a problem. The contamination problems are a problem that affect us all. It is not just one institution. It is all civil society, all authorities, etc. Despite making a significant effort together with the Ministry of Health to detect the sources of the contamination, we were unable to find that. So that means that the person or persons that contaminated the source at this time are enjoying full immunity. And that is something that as society we need to settle. One thing is to apply technology. Yes, we as operators are precisely focusing on that at this time to make timely decisions and to disconnect one source or another to avoid the contamination going into the rest of the network. But what we should seek as society is to avoid contamination at the source right from the beginning. So I fully coincide with what our colleague has mentioned. This is a problem for each and every one of us, and we have to see it this way. And as a whole, we have to address it. Thank you. Thank you very much for your comment. Before we wrap up,
who would like to take the floor? No? ¿Por alguien más? ¿Ninguna pregunta?
anyone else? Questions? Yanali? Well, if there's no one else, Yanali? Go ahead, go ahead. And with you, we finished to have a bit more time for lunch so that you can come back to the circular economy session this afternoon, which I am sure will be very good. And we'll cover several of the comments regarding private sector and that coordination. Yanani, thank you. My question regards, well, oftentimes we never have enough resources to implement projects that have to do with water resource management, much less when we talk about local governments and state governments. Specifically regarding local governments, we are basically in office for 3 years in Mexico, for example. So it is very difficult to have access to such important funding. And was mentioned several times, the resources there, but we cannot implement actions. I would like to know how we could perhaps be a bit more efficient in our process to obtain these resources and how to strengthen the capacity of those local governments or organizations to have access to these resources. Thank you. Well, Yanali, very good comment, because the truth is we will see that in the circular economy next. In force, there will be a round table with Sergio France, our colleague Monica Altamirano, Fideagua, also in the session. They will all be there. So let us go to our lunch break with this comment. And I am selling this circular economy session. I hope you can all join us because it will address many of the concerns that we have covered in previous sections, but in a more practical sense. So with this, I end the morning session. Let us go off to our networking over lunch. Greetings to all the online audience, more than 300 people connected. Thank you for being here with us and your comments in the chat. We will see you at 2 p.m. Costa Rica time. Thank you. In 1 hour and 2 hours and 10 minutes. Thank you.
Ahora sí, ya lo guardamos. Gracias, gracias, Gisela.
El agua es un elemento vital para el logro de la Agenda 2030. Por ello, la Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe, CEPAL, promueve espacios de diálogo e intercambio en el marco de la Agenda de Acción Regional por el Agua, para promover una transición hídrica sostenible e inclusiva y en línea con los ejes prioritarios definidos por el Grupo de Coordinación Regional para América Latina y el Caribe, para la participación en el 10º Foro Mundial del Agua. En este ámbito, la CEPAL organizará del 11 al 13 de marzo los Diálogos Regionales del Agua 2024, espacio de alto nivel ministerial con intercambios de experiencias técnicas con enfoque multiactor para promover buenas prácticas e impulsar el logro del ODS 6 en la región, que busca garantizar la disponibilidad de agua y su gestión sostenible y el saneamiento para todos. El agua es un elemento vital para el logro de la Agenda 2030. Por ello, la Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe, CEPAL, promueve espacios de diálogo e intercambio en el marco de la Agenda de Acción Regional por el Agua, para promover una transición hídrica sostenible e inclusiva y en línea con los ejes prioritarios definidos por el Grupo de Coordinación Regional para América Latina y el Caribe para la participación en el 10º Foro Mundial del Agua. En este ámbito, la CEPAL organizará del 11 al 13 de marzo los Diálogos Regionales del Agua 2024, espacio de alto nivel ministerial con intercambios de experiencias técnicas con enfoque multiactor para promover buenas prácticas e impulsar el logro del ODS 6 en la región, que busca garantizar la disponibilidad de agua y su gestión sostenible y el saneamiento para todos. El agua es un elemento vital para el logro de la Agenda 2030. Por ello, la Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe, CEPAL, promueve espacios de diálogo e intercambio en el marco de la Agenda de Acción Regional por el Agua, para promover una transición hídrica sostenible e inclusiva y en línea con los ejes prioritarios definidos por el Grupo de Coordinación Regional para América Latina y el Caribe para la participación en el 10º Foro Mundial del Agua. En este ámbito, la CEPAL organizará del 11 al 13 de marzo los Diálogos Regionales del Agua 2024, espacio de alto nivel ministerial con intercambios de experiencias técnicas con enfoque multiactor para promover buenas prácticas e impulsar el logro del ODS 6 en la región, que busca garantizar la disponibilidad de agua y su gestión sostenible y el saneamiento para todos. El agua es un elemento vital para el logro de la Agenda 2030. Por ello, la Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe, CEPAL, promueve espacios de diálogo e intercambio en el marco de la Agenda de Acción Regional por el Agua, para promover una transición hídrica sostenible e inclusiva y en línea con los ejes prioritarios definidos por el Grupo de Coordinación Regional para América Latina y el Caribe para la participación en el 10º Foro Mundial del Agua. En este ámbito, la CEPAL organizará del 11 al 13 de marzo los Diálogos Regionales del Agua 2024, espacio de alto nivel ministerial con intercambios de experiencias técnicas con enfoque multiactor para promover buenas prácticas e impulsar el logro del ODS 6 en la región, que busca garantizar la disponibilidad de agua y su gestión sostenible y el saneamiento para todos. El agua es un elemento vital para el logro de la Agenda 2030. Por ello, la Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe, CEPAL, promueve espacios de diálogo e intercambio en el marco de la Agenda de Acción Regional por el Agua, para promover una transición hídrica sostenible e inclusiva y en línea con los ejes prioritarios definidos por el Grupo de Coordinación Regional para América Latina y el Caribe para la participación en el 10º Foro Mundial del Agua. En este ámbito, la CEPAL organizará del 11 al 13 de marzo los Diálogos Regionales del Agua 2024, espacio de alto nivel ministerial con intercambios de experiencias técnicas con enfoque multiactor para promover buenas prácticas e impulsar el logro del ODS 6 en la región, que busca garantizar la disponibilidad de agua y su gestión sostenible y el saneamiento para todos. El agua es un elemento vital para el logro de la Agenda 2030. Por ello, la Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe, CEPAL, promueve espacios de diálogo e intercambio en el marco de la Agenda de Acción Regional por el Agua, para promover una transición hídrica sostenible e inclusiva y en línea con los ejes prioritarios definidos por el Grupo de Coordinación Regional para América Latina y el Caribe para la participación en el 10º Foro Mundial del Agua. En este ámbito, la CEPAL organizará del 11 al 13 de marzo los Diálogos Regionales del Agua 2024, espacio de alto nivel ministerial con intercambios de experiencias técnicas con enfoque multiactor para promover buenas prácticas e impulsar el logro del ODS 6 en la región, que busca garantizar la disponibilidad de agua y su gestión sostenible y el saneamiento para todos. El agua es un elemento vital para el logro de la Agenda 2030. Por ello, la Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe, CEPAL, promueve espacios de diálogo e intercambio en el marco de la Agenda de Acción Regional por el Agua, para promover una transición hídrica sostenible e inclusiva y en línea con los ejes prioritarios definidos por el Grupo de Coordinación Regional para América Latina y el Caribe, para la participación en el 10º Foro Mundial del Agua. En este ámbito, la CEPAL organizará del 11 al 13 de marzo los Diálogos Regionales del Agua 2024, espacio de alto nivel ministerial con intercambios de experiencias técnicas con enfoque multiactor para promover buenas prácticas e impulsar el logro del ODS 6 en la región, que busca garantizar la disponibilidad de agua y su gestión sostenible y el saneamiento para todos. El agua es un elemento vital para el logro de la Agenda 2030. Por ello, la Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe, CEPAL, El agua es un elemento vital para el logro de la Agenda 2030. Por ello, la Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe, CEPAL, promueve espacios de diálogo e intercambio en el marco de la Agenda de Acción Regional por el Agua, para promover una transición hídrica sostenible e inclusiva y en línea con los ejes prioritarios definidos por el Grupo de Coordinación Regional para América Latina y el Caribe para la participación en el 10º Foro Mundial del Agua. En este ámbito, la CEPAL organizará del 11 al 13 de marzo los Diálogos Regionales del Agua 2024, espacio de alto nivel ministerial con intercambios de experiencias técnicas con enfoque multiactor para promover buenas prácticas e impulsar el logro del ODS 6 en la región, que busca garantizar la disponibilidad de agua y su gestión sostenible y el saneamiento para todos. El agua es un elemento vital para el logro de la Agenda 2030. Por ello, la Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe, CEPAL,
The conference will begin in 5 minutes. La conferencia comenzará en 5 minutos. The conference will begin in 5 minutes. La conferencia comenzará en 5 minutos. The conference will begin in 2 minutes. La conferencia comenzará en 2 minutos. The conference will begin in 2 minutes. La conferencia comenzará en 2 minutos. The conference is now in session. Please be seated. La conferencia ha comenzado. Por favor, ocupe su asiento.
Listo. Hola, muy buenas tardes.
Hello, good afternoon.
Mi nombre es Diego Fernández.
My
soy
name is Diego
consultor senior
Fernandez, a senior
de
expert
agua en la CEPAL.
of the drinking water and sanitation sector at ECLAC.
Facilitador de la
I will
sesión
act
7,
as
que
moderator of session 7
oportunidades
entitled
en la economía
Circular
circular en
Economy
países
Opportunities in the Sanitation Sector towards a Roadmap for Latin America and the Caribbean.
En las pantallas van a
On
aparecer
the
unos
screen, you will
códigos
see
QR
a
que pueden
QR
leer en
codes
cualquier
that you can read at any time,
los cuales
and
los llevarán a una serie de
they
preguntas
will take you to a series of
que pueden dar su
questions
opinión
where you
sobre
can
los
express your
temas que
views
trataremos
on the
en
matters we
esta
will be
sesión.
covering in this session.
También vale indicar
It
que
is
en
worth
la tarde
mentioning
de hoy
also that this afternoon, which will be somewhat long,
tres
there will be 3 different
y
panels
tendremos un
and
break
a
al
break
final del segundo panel
after
para
the second panel
alcancemos a refrescar.
so that we can cool off a
El
while.
propósito de esta sesión
The objective of
es
this
destacar
session is to
la
highlight
aplicación
how
de prácticas de
the
economía
application of circular
circular en
economy
el sector
practices in the water
que
and
mejora los
sanitation
sistemas de
sector
tratamiento de
improves
aguas residuales,
wastewater treatment
reduciendo sus costos
systems,
operativos
reducing
y
operating
mitigando
costs
su
and
impacto
mitigating
en
their
el
impact
calentamiento
on
global
global warming,
de manera especialmente
especially in a
rentable para
profitable
los
manner in
inversionistas,
every sense of the word,
recuperando
that is,
plenamente los
fully
costos de
recovering the
inversión
investment costs
de la conversión de
of converting
recursos que se requieren,
systems when needed,
recuperando, cubriendo los costos de
recovering and
operación
the operating costs, and
incluso
even
dejando utilidades,
leaving
en
profits,
de menor tamaño que va a ser
even in
va a ser
activities of a
lo que vamos a ver.
smaller magnitude that we will be discussing today.
Con la sesión,
Before we
vale
continue
la
with the
pena
session, it is worth reminding you
en
that
Latinoamérica
in Latin
tenemos
America,
todavía
we still have
una gran brecha por
a
recorrer en términos
big
de
gap to
saneamiento.
close regarding
Solo
safe
llegamos a
sanitation.
49%
We only
eficiente
have
de
a
saneamiento.
49.17% of safe sanitation, and this means that we have at least 330 million people that lack this service.
Claramente no hay forma de
Clearly,
poner en
there
duda
is
lo
no way
urgente
to
de expandir las
question
coberturas de
the
salud
importance of
Debemos tener en
expanding
cuenta que las
this,
plantas de tratamiento de aguas
and
residuales
wastewater treatment plants we
conllevan
know
en
imply
menor o menor
to a greater or lesser degree,
medida, dependiendo, claro está, de
depending
su
clearly on
tecnología y
their
de su
technology
adecuado
and on
manejo
their adequate
a
operation
emisiones de gases de
to
efecto invernadero,
greenhouse
especialmente
gases,
metano,
particularly
cuya
methane,
capacidad
capacity of which to
es
retain
decir,
heat
causar
that
efecto
is
invernadero,
caused the
es
greenhouse
84
gases
veces,
is
hasta
80,
84
80
veces
up to
superior a las dióxido de
84.8
carbono en un periodo de 20 años.
times more
Sin
than
que saneamos agua,
others
pero podemos
We clean waters, but we could worsening global warming. This highlights the urgent need of adopting the circular economy in the sanitation sector, seeking our main objective as leaders of the sector to ensure universal sanitation. But at the same time, we must, and even more important, we can minimize climate impact, even reverting its impact on the plants, on the treatment plants already in operation. With this, at this session, we will explore a few experiences in the region of successful processes regarding methane recovery in large plants. And after that, we will see the huge perspectives offered by the identification of potential recovery of methane in smaller size plants, up to 60 liters per second. As a colleague from Bolivia mentioned, we cannot talk without money, and these projects need resources. So at the end of the session, we will be covering a series of regulatory frameworks and financing mechanisms available to foster this practice in Latin America and the Caribbean. So let us begin with panel one. The first matter to cover is a context and opportunities for engineer Blanca Cisat. IL Utilities Consulting Director will share the revolutionary progress made in technology that have made available to the sanitation sector is in a manner not seen before the technologies for the sector and to take advantage of methane and to improve the sector. So let us begin with a video by Ms. Antisat. Good afternoon. In a world where sanitation limited resources come together, our responsibility is to transform these challenges into opportunities for a more sustainable future. A circular economy has become an essential element to address the environmental and economic challenges of our times. Its objective is to maintain the value of resources in the market as long as possible, minimizing the use of raw materials and reducing the environmental impact. In this context, treatment plants, wastewater treatment plants play a crucial role. First of all, excess nutrients, especially nitrogen and phosphorus in wastewaters that are untreated. This has a significant impact on water bodies and on ecosystems. As a result, it is worth highlighting that excessive growth of algae that due to their proliferation can form a dense plant coverage in plants, affecting the quality of water. And this deletes all the oxygen and causes problems for fish and other organisms. Another event that could lead to toxic algae affecting negatively human health and aquatic life. The alteration of the ecological balance is worth highlighting. This affects the food chain and biodiversity. In Europe, we are seeing regulations that are very demanding for the urban wastewater treatment plants that demand a reduction of total nitrogen and total phosphorus in wastewater. These regulations are generating new challenges and a demand for innovative technologies that will allow to treat wastewater to comply with these limits. In the framework of the circular economy, we see how we look on turning wastewater treatment plants into biorefineries to not only eliminate nutrients, but also to recover them. Through biological process, electrodialysis, exchange of ions, filtering, catalytic reduction, or others, nutrients present in wastewaters can be recovered and turned into fertilizers, high-quality fertilizers. Through anaerobic digestion, we can in turn organic waste in wastewater treatment plants into biogas that contain valuable nutrients. We can close the cycle by using these elements based on the nutrients recovered from treatment. Adequate management of nutrients is essential to maintain the health of our waters and to preserve biodiversity. And on the other hand, the circular economy and treatment wastewaters can help us mitigate those impacts by recovering nutrients and reduce their release into the environment. In second place, and as I have already mentioned, wastewater treatment plants are an outstanding example of valuation of sludge through anaerobic digestion. This process not only eliminates pathogens, but also turns volatile soils into biogas and biodigestate. Basically, we can use these as a renewable energy sources, and by utilizing it, we reduce our reliance on fossil fuels and reduce greenhouse gases emissions. Wastewater treatment plants can also be the foundation for a transition in energy, which is much more sustainable. And the movement to biomethane is a promising route because biomethane is a renewable gas that can be generated on a profitable manner. In fact, in 2023, the European Commissioner for Energy, Carrie Simpson, highlighted the importance of biomethane during the European Summit on Biomethane in 3 words: sustainability, security, and competitiveness. Additionally, we have seen over the last few years significant efforts to revalue biodigestate, for example, through thermal process like pyrolysis to produce biochar for use in agricultural soils, or through biological processes to produce bioplastics or PHAs for their use in packaging for non-edible products. We have also seen great interest in the utilization of CO2, biogenic CO2s for value-added products, such as through the reduction of CO2 to methanol and formic acid, or the integration of fermentation processes for the conversion of CO2, methanol, and formic acid into value-added products like lactic acid for their use in other sectors. Therefore, wastewater treatment plants not only treat wastewater, they are also drivers of change towards an ever more circular and sustainable economy. The transformation of traditional wastewater treatment plants into biofactories, generators of biomethane, not only represent an opportunity to reduce the carbon footprint of Spain, but also to redefine its outlook in energy. Currently, there are 210 plants active that produce 836 megawatts in Spain. For example, the Isabel II channel produces more than 90,000 megawatts hour thanks to biogas. This is a big potential, and the adoption of biomethane in Spain basically faces economic and administrative challenges. Biogas contributes to energy sustainability and responds to the demand for local renewable gas, and also leads to the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions and the global decarbonization goals. The global trend is to move towards self-sufficiency in energy and a circular economy and respectful of the environment. In Europe, there is a reduction of 55% of emissions of greenhouse gases by 2030 compared to the generators of the limits of 1990. The objective is to be climatically neutral in Europe by the year 2050. We also have to reach net zero emissions by 2050, and even more. We should be capable of eliminating CO2 from the atmosphere, and all of this while we accelerate the economy. That is why we observe big efforts focused on the integration of renewable energy, energy efficiency, and other sustainable solutions to reach decarbonization of the water sector and sanitation sector at the least cost possible. In fact, it is estimated that the utilization of CO2 for its valuation can help achieve 80% reduction of emissions by 2050. But nowadays, the amount of CO2 produced by the industry is greater than the demand for the utilization of CO2. Lastly, aside from biogas, value-added nutrients, we should not forget the water. The growing shortage of water worldwide is a reality we cannot evade, and it threatens the sustainability of the planet. To ensure a sustainable future, we must focus on innovation that includes the reutilization of wastewater treated with non-potable purposes as agriculture, rivers, and industrial processes, but always ensuring the protection of human health and the environment. Continuous research explores advanced technologies as desalination and different types of activities to improve water quality and expand its possible uses. It is fundamental to educate society on the benefits and the security of treating these waters. Trust in these practices are fundamental for successful implementation. In Europe, basically, the directive has been examined recently to reduce the contamination in urban spaces and increase circularity of wastewater that include the recovery of water and sludge management. A recently published study says that 28% of the wastewater treatment plants in Europe will have to be updated in order to meet the new demands. And this will imply CAPEX and OPEX that are significant, and that we must see on a scale considering the possible impact and fees to be paid by users and compliance. Whoever contaminates pays, and governance and transparency as to access to information, etc. On the other hand, the regulation on reutilization of water in the European Union that applies as of 2023 provides minimum standards so that citizens and companies in the European Union trust in the quality of recovered water and agricultural products. In line with the European Green Deal and the principles of circular economy, reutilization of water for agriculture may help preserve our fresh water and improve resilience to water stress by reducing the extraction from rivers, lakes, and groundwaters. And there are very interesting examples, as is the case of Singapore, that includes policies, innovative technologies, and strong governance, diversifying the sources of water through collection of rainfall, importation of water, recycling of wastewater, and desalination of water. With this infrastructure, we can produce water for non-potable water. In Latin America and the Caribbean, we need new policies that will allow us to adopt these new strategies and innovative technologies, and we also need new business models and funding to accelerate the adoption of the principles of the circular economy. The circular economy and treatment of wastewater and sanitation is not just an option, but a need, an imperative. For a sustainable future, we must join efforts. The researchers and stakeholders in the water sector, all of us together can transform the challenges and turn them into opportunities and guarantee a world where water is a shared resource preserved for future generations. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Ancisa showed us this need of circular economy and how this is being adopted in Europe, and highlighted the need to adopt it in Latin America. What comes next in this session of experience in the circular management of treatment plants in large cities in the region shows that the large cities, several of them, are already working on the topic with great success in Latin America, and that the challenge will be the small ones. So we're going to start this first panel by inviting to come to the front Mrs. Marilyn Garcia, Juan Diaz from Panama City, Mr. Orlando Salgado, Water Treatment Manager, Aguas Andinas from Santiago, and Dr. Natasha Avendaño, General Manager of Electric Company in Bogota. So we could start by welcoming you. So let's start with Mrs. Marilyn. She will answer two questions based on the Peter Juan Diaz in Panama City. So two questions. So considering the Peter Juan Diaz, something that has been amazing in sanitation of wastewater of the Panama City and Bay, and its application in the process of circular economies. What could you tell us about the experience in recovering methane in this and the meaning for reducing the operational cost, and what are the challenges facing a city like Panama? So let's begin with the presentation. Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you to the organizers of this activity for inviting us and for taking us into account. So we are getting quite enriching information that we could apply in the roles we daily fulfill in the country. Juan Diaz treatment plan, PETAR, is one of the most important projects of the country. It is an investment project in public health matter as well as environmental sanitation that works in line with contractor companies such as Suez and Nippon for the operation of the plant. This plant gives operation and maintenance to collecting networks, pumping stations, and we serve 1,200,000 people, more or less. The challenge began 23 years ago when the country made the decision to have a project of this magnitude by believing in sanitation, in technologies, in geographic information systems, and softwares, and that makes this better be a great success. This better work on an automated manner with a software scanner where we can see on a remote way what is coming. If what is coming will not affect the operation because our plant is biologic type treatment plant. We can only treat domestic waters, not industrial waters. And this is where we go to the challenges that we daily face. The unauthorized discharge of the industries and companies that sometimes does not comply with the limits allowed in the regulations. Because of these challenges, we develop a monitoring program, monitoring and elimination of discharges. The group that works 80% at the field level and 20% in the office. When we work in the office is to be able to share the information that we raise at the field level with the corresponding authorities related to decision-making purposes with regard to water management. We work in line with communities, listening the needs regarding bad odors or perhaps punctual contamination. So when we go to the field, we identify the punctual contamination of an industry or a company. Right away, we take the coordinates, we digitalize them, and we collect samples, lab samples to know what is being spilled, what is contaminating. And we test drones, smoke test, and drones when we cannot have access to difficult access areas. So, and with that, we can talk to the issuer. We share this information, we generate statistical data, we have a map where we can see all the punctual discharges and the ones that we have been able to remove. We have been able to, these companies adapt through time. Connection to the system because it is useful. We have a plan that started operations in 2013 with an excellent system with software amazing technology. If we do not have the wastewater or that arrives there or that people connect or that the companies or the issuers decide to invest in their connections to the system. So we have a technology that was implemented with module 2 that has a treatment capacity of 5.5 cubic meters per second now. It is equivalent to around 190 Olympic pools. So in this sense, in this regard, we generate the biogas with systemic hydrolysis, and that generates savings of $700,000 annually. And this is very important, and we can recommend this. Our challenge is at the field level. The plan perfectly works, but we need to strengthen the authorities, to strengthen the decision-making activities, and that the users or these issuers comply with the regulatory environmental regulations that we already have. Thank you. Thank you, Marilyn. So now let's move to Mr. Osvaldo Salgado, representative Indian Waters, the private supplier of sanitation services in Santiago City. You have the biofactory of Farfana, which has experienced a great success in implementing recovery and transformation of methane into natural gas. So we have two questions for you. The first one is, what are the social, environmental, and economic returns of the implementation of technologies to capture methane in Farfana Betard? And if you have experienced reluctancy from local communities or the authorities in the implementation of the circular economy projects, and if so, how have you managed these concerns? Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation to Aguas Andinas. I have some images to explain the situation in Santiago and trying to answer the question. In the 90s in Santiago, Chile, the situation the situation was down in the region. We have more than 80 discharges in a city of 6 million people from untreated water from rivers. So that zones, others, a complex situation with enteric disease, Escherichia coli. I remember that we needed to boil everything and to use chlorine. The situation was complex, and just 3% of wastewater treatment at the time in the 90s. From the governance point of view, the country, the government says, well, our goal is going to be to get out of here, so let's provide sanitation. So in the year 2000, and Aguas Andinas is recognized as company providing these services, and we generated works in 13 years that corresponded to large interceptor collectors to take these 80 discharges and the generation from different regions, different areas of collection, and wastewater treatment plants to cover the region of 6.5 million people at that time. Each plant represents 8,800 liters per second, 15,000 liters per second, with leading edge technologies, anaerobic digestion of mud. As a reference, just for Fana, has a digester of 15,000 cubic meters each. They are great, large buildings where we work mud, and it has other technologies such as thermal hydrolysis, nitrogen treatment, and others. Besides these two big biofactories, a series of urban locations around the big Santiago, 13 smaller plants. One is big enough, Talagati, 600 liters per second, and it ends with anaerobic digestion. In 13 years, we were able to do the sanitation of the basin, $1,200 billion. This is paid on the rate charged to the 8 million people, and this is a success that made us to be proud. Those are the images to the right. To the left, you have the Farfana biofactory, 40 hectares, built more than 1,000 electromechanic equipment, 40 hectares of pools and treatment areas. Mapochotral has the same size, 3,800 meters per second. We have a strong management of biosolids. The biosolids generated, and I want to try to answer the question here. The digestion stabilizes, it reduces the volume, it stabilizes it, and generates the biogas. The smog. So after that, we managed this mud and we included as agricultural manure in the neighboring fields, fields that are neighboring to the city, up to 100, 150 kilometers away from the plant, transforming this in an agricultural manure. What is the opportunity of Aguas Andinas? The legislation includes water treatment, but also legislation of muds generated in the plant. They are qualified as type B, type A, depending on the quality of the digestion, and they can be incorporated as agricultural manure into the different crops, plantations. We generate 300,000 tons of biosolids as fertilizers a year, a large number. And from the biogas point of view, this biogas that is generated in the digester generates 90,000 cubic meters of biogas per day per plant. So one in Mapocho Tribal, another one in Farfana. This biogas, what do we use it for? We self-supply the plants in 100% of our thermal energy. The anaerobic digestion of the digesters that needs 35, 37 degrees of temperature, water is 15, 20. Therefore, with the same biogas we generate, we heat our mud for this treatment that lasts some 20 years. 20 days per digester. What we do with the rest, the 15% let us to supply the necessary thermal energy. The economic assessment here is related to the opportunity and times. In the case of Farfana, 1 decade ago, once we got this milestone to treat water and to clean rivers, and during the first phase, in the assessment, the gas line of the city, 30 more seconds, please. The gas line of the city is very close to Farfana plant. So we generated a methanization plant where we take biogas that has some 62% of methane. We filter it through an ongoing process of compression and filtering through membranes, generating methane that is pure, 97, 98%, which is equivalent, according to the regulations, to the natural gas. And this gas is injected into the gas network of the city. Therefore, we have a plant that was up that is transforming a biofactory with the muds transforming agricultural manure and fertilizers. The biogas along with the natural gas to supply part of the city and water for different environmental uses. That was the first phase. In closing Mapocho Trebal, instead of having methanization, has electric cogeneration with 12.6 megawatts installed. This generates 47 gigawatts a year of electric energy. This is as a reference, and let us to cover 65, 35, 80% of the electric energy in the plant. I didn't have time to talk about the other biofactories, but I hope I have answered the questions. Yes, thank you very much. It is really nice, admirable what you are doing in Santiago, what Aguas Andinas is doing, and this is an example for Latin America. Thank you. Finally, and last but not least, we have Natasha Avendaño, General Manager of a company in Bogota. She will talk about the experience of the company and the first plant. They have a large plant. They already have the experience of the Petar El Salitre plant. This has been an example in implementing the process of circular economy in Colombia. In the use of methane generated in the digester tanks. And let's say that it is almost unique in Colombia. So we have two questions for you, Natasha. Let me ask them again. What was the funding scheme used to facilitate the adoption of the circular economy in Petar el Salitre? And number two, considering the experience accrued so far, what would be your main recommendations for other sanitation companies that are considering to adopt this approach of circular economy in their large size plants? Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Diego, and thanks to ICLAC and the organizations that facilitated us to be here today to talk about these important topics. Yes, very quickly, before going to talking to the details of the El Salitre plant, some context, some background. It is 30% of wastewater from Bogota. Bogota City is in a process of more than 20 years that has had many legal issues from the obligation to decommission the basin of the Bogota River. This is what Diego referred to. We have a big project, which is the wastewater treatment plant from Canoas. We hope to begin construction in this administration. They will treat the other 70% of wastewaters in the city and 100% of water from Soacha municipality. But for now, this is what we have. It is operating in phase one since the year 2000, and since 2021, we started operating the plant, the full plant, with the optimization made. Very quickly, 41 hectares the operation area, 23 have a metropolitan park within the coverage area of the Lapetar, and 64 hectares in total, a large plant, but it only treats 30% of wastewater of the city. This is the distribution of the plant. We have pre-treatment, removal of fats, mods, primary treatment, secondary treatment, mud treatment, and gas treatment. And here, and let me talk about the process of how the wastewaters go through all the different treatments. It is very important to mention why we have all the primary and secondary treatments in pre-treatment. And this is because the way we hear this morning, I don't remember what country of Central America said that, maybe Costa Rica, that the responsibility of taking care of the basin is diluted among the different authorities, environmental authorities, and public and utilities. In the case of Bogota, we have the responsibility to take care of the basin, and this is part of those who we as Aqueduct Company, but from the regional autonomous corporation. In the country, there are several corporations divided by region, and the corporation is the one that verifies the treatments. So these are the characteristics and our operational variables. And the treatment plant, we are complying with any measure, any environmental measure, and the environmental indications in order to assure the quality of the wastewater that is being discharged in the Bogota River. We have a medium volume of 5.8 cubic meters per second. The peak events is 7.5, more or less. We are generating biosolid of around 9,243 tons a month, and we have 950,000 cubic meters a month of biogas generated. Something very important here, I love to mention this, that this is just 30% of the treatment of wastewater. And here we have challenges that will be very important and that I will share at the end. This is the process, more or less, and here you can see the 3 times where we apply circular economy. We have the use of treated water and the treatment process, the use of biogas to generate thermal and electric energy, and we have the use of biosolids to take them to the composting land in Magdalena. In 3 times of our process, we use and we make a good use of the circular economy in order to assure, among other things, the reduction of the operational cost of the plant and therefore a minor transfer to the users rate. Answering the first question, this is the conception of the project right from the beginning. The exercise that was funded with resources from the World Bank. We got funding from the World Bank, and that is being repaid with the users rate. Is or users fee was conceived to have these points right from the beginning, particularly when we optimize phase two, which is the one that started working or operating since 2021. The idea was to assure the reduction of the operational cost. This is something that goes in line to the need to be more efficient from the environmental point of view. And this is basically how we use the use of treated water. This plant concluded the stabilization process. However, we are still in the process, meaning that the reuse has to be 100%. We are trying to implement this part of the plant. In phase one, it did not have reuse of treated water. We have it in phase two. And regarding cogeneration, we have a capacity of generators of 1.75 megawatts per hour. We have two types of energy, the electric one and the calorific one, that led us to ensure, on one hand, as we see later on, some 47% of the energy we use in the plant is co-generated by us, and the other percentage of gas in order to have heating of our boilers. So we always keep a balance and an optimization of the plant from the energy point of view. What we do not use in one of these two ways of energy is burned. What I mentioned, 47% of cogeneration, and the other 53% is what we use from the energy service provided in the city. So let's watch the video. Time of loading 2 hours. When the ends biosolids are transported, so drying yard, El Corso land, the material is extended in El Corso land. We apply the others inhibitor. 4 days later, we carry out the process to dry the material. At 11 days of the process, the material is sent to the yard. So La Magdalena land, 2019. This is La Magdalena in the year 2021. Request for a new scheme of use in the La Magdalena land. Approval of a minor change submitted by ANLA. Quota approved, 2546 MSNM. Total cells 17 and use 31. Proposal to take the 17 cells to its maximum quota through dams with a vertical inclination of 1 month and horizontal 3M. The operation remains within the authorized area and continuous implementation of management cards. Environmental management authorized. Okay, so mainly, so what we want to share with you is that, yes, we have circular economy in the plant. So in any areas of the process and the challenges for the future, and this is the last part. What's next? So we are developing, we are having a pilot developed by internal engineering of the company of a biosolid burner. And this is a pilot of 50 tons and on a daily basis. The plant produces some 300 tons a day. So the idea is to be able to have this pilot operate in the second half of this year and to see what we can do with this burner. So we need to continue optimizing the energy use, and it is also useful as the environmental and agricultural regulations are progressing to make a good use of the biosolid. This is very important because when the petar canoas will be built and running, in Bogota, we're going to have 1,000 tons of biosolid a day. This turns into this has to turn into an opportunity to generate these biosolids. Instead of having one single line of action about what to do with them, to be able to generate several uses, useful to make a good use of the soil, to generate energy, but also for other uses that exist in a circular economy. Thank you. Thank you very much, Natasha. Well, thank you to the panelists for these great presentations. A round of hands for them. So you can stand up now. As said at the beginning, this is a sample of what large cities are doing in Latin America, following the example of Europe very easily. In large cities, we still have some cities that are not using the circular economy in their plans. We have large cities without treatment systems, but this is an opportunity. The idea is that there is a huge opportunity to have circular economy projects with full return cost benefit, a positive one, even in intermediate plants. This is a big opportunity. In another session, we'll see that probably we need money, but money for investment, because those are viable projects. So now let's move to the second panel, where we're going to explore the case of the centers, of populated centers. The large majority of Latin American locations are small-size populated centers. This is a completely new area, because we always believe that if we check publications, it was said that this was only possible in large plants and maybe in intermediate-sized plants. And we believe that it was not possible to have it in small plants. So let's see that we're going to see that this is possible in the small plants. So now we invite to the second panel the following people: Alfredo Montañez, finance expert in the water and sanitation sector from ECLAC; Mrs. Silvia Chavez, manager of international cooperation from Conagua, Mexico; Mr. Carlos Flores, a representative of Metapan Petar in El Salvador; Mr. Jorge Castaneda, President of ASA in El Salvador; and Mrs. Jennifer Fuentes, Regional Director of Fideagua.
Well, thank you very much. We will start by presenting some initiatives underway to achieve the recovery of methane in wastewater treatment plants in small municipalities. This is an initiative that arose from ECLAC and worked on with the national and local authorities and the operators of these treatment plants also. Before the specialists speak out, my colleague Alfredo Montañez will give us a brief summary of the results we have obtained at all plants throughout the research, and then we will move into the specific case of our guests. Thank you, Diego. Good afternoon, everyone. While I speak, on the screen we will see some slides. I am very excited to be here sharing the results of collaborative work between ECLAC and the national authorities of Mexico and El Salvador, with PETAR operations and service providers in these countries. What we wanted to respond was, is it viable to recover methane in PETARs of less than 500 liters per second? And the response, which was affirmative, additionally was built with a participatory approach through workshops, participatory workshops, and the work was not only work at desks, but the participants in the workshops were the architects of the results that we are sharing with you today at this session number 7. Allow me to say that in Mexico, and we will see, I believe we already covered the map. In Mexico, we studied 4 of these treatment plants, 3 of them in the state of Quintana Roo, a very important region for tourism, and another one in the state of Mexico. We saw that these treatment plants had a capacity between 70 and 220 liters per second. And we came across results that are really amazing. With an investment of $4.3 million, we could generate electricity or electric energy saving for these treatment plants, basically 1.05 million in operating costs and avoiding the emission of all kinds of tons of CO2 per year. For the case of El Salvador, we studied 3 of these treatment plants, including that at Metapan that we will discuss in greater detail. And this PETAR has a capacity of between 30 and 60 liters per second. With an investment of $1.04 million, we could generate electricity that could save those 3 PETARs around $300,000 per year in operating costs, and thus avoid the emission of 4,300 tons equivalent of CO2 per year. So these results show us that the circular economy approach in wastewater treatment plants is an opportunity not only to avoid our environmental impact, but also to reduce operating costs at the treatment plants. And what we saw is that through the savings, we could recover the investment in an average of only 5 years, just imagine. So we have seen concrete realities, and these can be replicated in many places in our region. Additionally, let me tell you that these figures do not quantify thermal energy, which, as we saw, is also very important for the Bogotá PETAR in Santiago. So this could become much more profitable, much more viable if we quantify this. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Alfredo. This has been a very good illustration of the final results we obtained. We are working in the same sense currently with Panama. We do not yet have Panama numbers, but this, I'm sure, will be quite similar. So let us begin with Ms. Silvia Chavez, Manager of International Cooperation, Conagua, Mexico. Dear Dr. Chavez, what has been your experience in supporting ECLAC in the utilization of methane in smaller treatment plants in Mexico, and what could you consider are the most relevant elements of this effort? Well, thank you for the opportunity to refer to this project. I believe that the main objective of the project was met fully. But anyway, as has already been said, this collaboration with ECLAC is part of a much broader project in other countries also, as well as El Salvador and Panama. This is a potable water, energy, and renewable energy project to improve the health conditions of the population. And in the specific case of Mexico, the objective, the scope of the project was to precisely analyze the water and sanitation services in smaller communities, marginalized communities, as well as the sources of energy provided to give these services, and explore and analyze the incorporation of renewable energy after treating wastewater in order to develop investment plans with a circular economy image. I believe there are several aspects that are very important and that have basically been covered already, but that I would love to come back to explain a bit what the process was like in my country. In the case of this collaboration, The main objective was to develop a diagnostic of these treatment plants. So we analyzed the legal stance, the regulatory stance. We also analyzed investments in the sector, the fees and rates. But there was also a proposal to take advantage, to utilize or recover methane, which is so important in all of this. And I believe this is one of the best hits here, is that this was done in collaboration with all actors that participate in the sector. We worked hand in hand, for example, with the National Water Commission, the areas specifically in charge of these matters. We also worked with them to define the treatment plants to be analyzed. And not only did we use technical criteria to select these for treatment plants, but even more important, we also considered a fundamental aspect, which is the acceptance of those responsible for these treatment plants at the local level, precisely their approval to carry out a project like this. And this was very important because with that, when these stakeholders are in agreement with the projects, we can ensure its sustainability. You mean I already ran out of time? No, excuse me. Well, anyway, let me continue. So we used these criteria, and I believe this was very accurate. Collaboration is fundamental. Additionally, aside from developing the investment plans, that part was very important. And the ECLAC officers sat down with the stakeholders out in the field, the administrators of the treatment plants. They sat down to do numbers and ensure that the investment plans would really work, and if the benefits could become, if these economic benefits could become a reality, and use them. For example, in Mexico, we know that the majority of treatment plants lack maintenance. So these resources, say, could be used precisely for these activities. And socialization was a very important element in this project. There was a socialization event within the community to talk about the event. That was outstanding because with that, we ensured acceptance and sustainability and ownership over these projects within the local communities. And I will end at this for the time being. Thank you. Okay, fine. Thank you. Thank you for reminding us of that process. Very interesting. It is worth highlighting the way we moved along with this process, because this was a lot of field work. This was not desk work, as Alfredo mentioned earlier. Working with the technical experts, it wasn't even that we developed a national plan that everybody has to comply with. No, without any policy. We went from the grassroots, from the plant operators. We visited the plants. They themselves did the calculations. We discussed the numbers with them to produce actual data. If it is real consumption, this was all a lot of participatory work. What importance do you see in this initiative regarding the municipalities themselves? What could we expect as to social or economic benefits for the municipalities? Well, potable water and sanitation is very closely related, as we saw throughout the day today, particularly this morning, and this has to do with health and agriculture productivity. We heard mentioned tourism, economic development in the different locations, and social well-being of the communities. So I believe it is very important to come up with any proposal in benefit of greater efficiency at the treatment plants. One finding in the study was a fragmentation, institutional fragmentation. And this is an issue we have already talked about. In Mexico, there's responsible for the operation and maintenance of treatment plants are the local authorities. So, and they always count on the support of the federal government through a series of programs, but it is important to feel ownership over the operation instead of ignoring their maintenance also. So I believe it is very important to ensure an institutional framework to regulate the provision of these water and sanitation services. In economic terms, the fees, the rates, it is very important for them to re-examine all these fees and rates. The study showed that if the sector implements circular economy mechanisms, well, then we could certainly reach greater levels of efficiency. To implement circular economy efforts, as has been mentioned in previous sessions, this means a paradigm shift also. There's something not easy to carry out. So yes, we do have to work very hard with the different stakeholders, the actors, the authorities, the federal authorities, and the local authorities, and everyone, and try to trigger this paradigm shift. Will take some time, but I believe the participation of communities, as I have said, is fundamental to ensure the sustainability of any of these projects. And a few more minutes, please, just to comment that I believe, and I have mentioned this on several occasions, I believe it is important to bring together all the efforts of international cooperation that oftentimes we receive, and precisely in the case of Quintana Roo, and precisely in the case of the treatment plants, we participate with several international cooperation entities, this one from ECLAC, which was very fruitful. There we have another cooperation underway with the Inter-American Development Bank, with a regional initiative called CRUMAS, where we have also examined treatment plants to see what they needed to be in compliance with the new regulations. And with the Inter-American Development Bank, we are also undergoing a study of in Mexico with the World Bank. We studied reuse. So there is a lot of international cooperation efforts underway, all of which together are much more efficient. And my last point, I guess, is that none of this would work if these projects receive no follow-up. If we just leave it at the first steps and then we forget about what was set out in the studies and all the other rest of the work done, well, the utilization of these resources will not be as efficient as we expect. Thank you. I believe this comment on follow-up is perfect to move into the next presentation. We have Mr. Carlos Flores, representative of Metapan in El Salvador, the father of that wastewater treatment plant, 60 liters per second. And he will mention the follow-up efforts. We could have lengthy sessions of all the treatment plants that Alfredo mentioned, showing what progress has been made. But in the case of Metapan plant, this is especially relevant to show, but a very good example to share. There was a very active participation of all the staff in workshops, not only of PETAR, but all PETARs, and of the sanitation authorities themselves. And we discovered the viability of this plant. And that Ms. Chavez said, it is not just something that is left on paper. As we will see throughout this session, we are doing everything possible to turn this project into a reality. So it just not just remain in paper, but instead end up recovering methane, reducing costs, and that it be very easily replicable. So let us start with a short video from this treatment plant and some questions for Mr. Flores at the same time. Please, could you share your views on the technical viability and possible benefits of methane recovery at Metapan treatment plant? And do you think the plant size could become a limitation for this project? Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you, ECLAC, for organizing this event and for allowing us also to show a treatment plant, in our view, very large. We have mentioned this when we talk about 5 cubic meters per second, 60 liters per second. There's a minor difference there, but anyway, I believe that it will be a very good example that will open up the doors for others to get excited and build treatment plants like this. What happens normally when we talk about wastewater treatment? These are projects that are left by the wayside because of the costs they imply, and particularly because the retributions are not seen. To make people to pay for the treatment of wastewater, well, it's not that easy as if they pay for potable or drinking water. However, this process is carried by ECLAC, will facilitate in the future, will open up the eyes of others so that they can make a similar effort to treat wastewaters. It is worth clarifying that this plant was constructed, was built some time ago. And during the construction process, it took quite some time, by the way. The concept of the circular economy, it was not really a popular understanding. However, in due time, we were able to plant the idea, for example, that it should be a model plant, model in the sense that first that it should be in compliance with quality standards for wastewater, that it had the possibility for reutilization not only of treated wastewater, but also of sludges and of methane. That is why during the construction phase, we were able to make some adjustments in some of the elements. For example, optimizing energy use and reduce it because the energy consumption calculations were much higher. We were able to optimize the design and make the necessary adjustments. And at the same time, we thought that the plant could be a place where research could take place regarding wastewater treatment, that it could be sort of a school for others to go see how a wastewater treatment plant operate instead of being the stinkiest, where we basically punish our visitors. No, we wanted it to be a plant that we could show off not only in El Salvador, but throughout the entire region. And although it is small, I hope we can see something like this in other countries. Why is it viable? Well, to apply the utilization of methane in those adjustments we made, now we can capture methane, we can recover methane. A couple of weeks ago, I was informed, I keep my eye on the plant, although back then I was working for the City Hall of Metapan. Now I work for the Water Authority. But we always keep our eyes open because we have an agreement anyway with the City Hall to support them. So a couple of weeks ago, they informed me, you know what? We already activated the torches and we're burning methane as of today. That was the first good news that there is a possibility to utilize methane. And size, does that matter? Yes, it does matter. Or maybe it does not matter. But the amount of methane to be generating, that we will be generating about 1,000 cubic meters per day, will certainly help in a power consumption that will be needed at the plant because it is being the wastewater is pumped to the higher lands for biological process itself. So to save part of that power consumption, that in itself is going to be interesting. And something else I have said is that the plant should be worth visiting at night because it has a lighting system which is spectacular, let me tell you. It's almost like a park. So there's good lighting. There are other electrical mechanical components that use electricity. There's an operational control center because although it is small, the treatment plant can be controlled, turned on, turned off from a cell phone. We have gotten down to that level or up to that level, even though it is a small plant. Thank you very much. Perhaps a follow-up question. So we are thinking we have gone from releasing methane into the atmosphere, as we said before, with 80 times the greenhouse gas effects of carbon dioxide, and now we are burning it. Now we have dioxide, at least. We continue to have the problem of pollution, but now we are thinking of utilization of that methane. Do you see any limitation to the use of methane? Or what limitation do you see? Don't you have the money? Will it be too difficult? Well, if with the current capacity at the plant, well, it was designed for 7,000 cubic meters per day in 4 modules. But 3 of those were built, and the capacity is 5,250 cubic meters. And with that, we could generate about 1,000 cubic meters of methane. And there's something very important here. The city of Metapan has grown much faster than had been expected originally, so much so that currently it is estimated that we are generating more than 6,000 cubic meters of water per day, exceeding the current capacity. And this year we should be expanding at least the 4th module. But I believe it should not only be a 4th module, we should already be thinking of a 5th module. So there would be more methane production or generation. And on the other hand, we're not only talking about methane generation in the first phase of the anaerobic digestion, but since there are certain percolators after the reactors, those gases are going back and are being digested there in the anaerobic reactors. So there would be an additional production, according to our calculations, of methane. And that would give us even more favorable numbers. Now, as to the viability, well, it is worth clarifying that the treatment plant was funded mainly with municipal funds. And this is very interesting. The operator, the water supply and sewage system is one, but the one that took up the responsibility to build the plant as well as operate it has been the municipality itself, with the idea of eliminating the contamination of wastewaters, because wastewaters, well, they were discharged into a river that went to the Metapan lake, which is also connected to the Huija lake, and that brings that feeds the Lempa River, and that is for water for human consumption. And since the lagoon is quite affected, the municipality said back then, we have to eliminate that contamination, and therefore the construction of the plant is viable, and they had the money. Back then, they invested around $3.5 million. And something very unique that I have always mentioned, it is worth finding lessons learned in all of this. Normally, you hire a company to build it, and then they operate. No, not in this case. The municipality, with its own machinery, with its own workers, its own staff, built the treatment plant, which, as I said, is the wastewater treatment, the largest municipal wastewater treatment plant in the country for the time being. And it is still operated by the municipality. Now, I remember that during the construction phase, they said, well, will we pay for this line item with the materials? The materials we will purchase with a loan. Yes, because the municipality said someone lent them $1 aside, $1 million aside from what they had provided. So in the expansion that is coming up, and if we have clear numbers on the advantages of generating electricity that would reduce operating costs in turn, well, then the people will open up their eyes way wide and they will say, okay, let us roll up our sleeves and negotiate, because this funding may be very interesting, not only for power generation, but also to expand the plant. There is a big possibility, a very good possibility. Thank you very much. The Metapan plant is certainly the pride of Don Jorge and of the entire country. For the Salvadoran authorities, water, no doubt, is something of great pride. Now moving to Jorge Castañeda, President of the authority, we understand the objective is to AVASA to contribute to water security and improve the quality of life of all people, and to implement policies that foster sustainable practices for wastewater treatment in El Salvador. Could you please tell us how ASA sees the possibility to recover methane at the Metapan plant? And what actions do you believe are necessary for us to go from viability to the implementation of methane recovery at this plant? Well, words can convince, but examples are the ones that really help. In response, allow me to share two stories. The first, how convinced we are at the Salvadoran Water Authority to have a paradigm shift. And in the strategic goals of our institution, we include one that is to innovate, seek solutions that will allow to turn human rights, to include human rights toward water. This is by law, a mandate. And aside from this, we have 4 strategic actions. And number 4 precisely is circular economy of water. The circular economy of water is in the institution's DNA. What you see here is the first story. As children, living very close to the beach, surrounded by water, but with the shortage among this abundance, while at this school, the School of Las Hojas in El Salvador, the children would only receive a couple of hours of water per day. And the worst thing was that this was contaminated water. The children, instead of going to receive education there, basically they would get poisoned, basically, because the water had arsenic, limited water, and very poor quality. El Salvador is in rebirth right now, a country of changes, and in El Salvador, what seems possible is turned into something possible. The school children, aside from facing that problem of limited water and very poor quality, they lived like prisoners at home because of crime. El Salvador had this rebirth, and this made the impossible possible. Security was addressed, and this school now, in a record time frame, working in articulation with the government in a matter of approximately 60 days, they demolished the old school that was there and built the first school. The project is called the construction of the Las Hojas School, focusing on the circular economy of water. In 60 days, they demolished the old school. And by the way, the children were scared stiff when they would go to school because the restrooms were basically latrines. So the children's mothers would tell them, okay, do your stuff here at home before you go in outdoor latrines, which was not all that good either, so they did not have to go to the restroom at school. This was built by the government in a matter of 60 days. And if we can show you more photographs, we call it the blue school. What components does this include? They went from having very limited water, and now there is abundant water. So much water at the school that they have been able to build tanks outside the school for people to drink water. And they have different water sources. First of all, they have funded a desalinization plant, and that plant provides osmosis water to school. And there it has another supply system that goes from a community toward internal treatment at the school, which is also of osmosis. So children enjoy a world-class water. And aside from this, they have different components, and we will continue seeing this. They have total utilization of rainfall. All the rainfall from the roof is utilized, and we have gone from having a problem of flooding to take advantage of more than 400,000 liters of water per rainfall, which in this case is equivalent to about 2,500 barrels of water they have saved, and all of that is used for the restrooms because it makes no sense to use drinking water, the production of cost of which is more than $1, to then just let it go down the drain in the toilets. So by this, only in this component, we are saving more than $6,300, but on we go. And aside from this, they have the gray water treatment. All the gray waters in the school go through a horizontal flow, basically wetland, and this is equivalent. This is tons and tons of water that we are treating. 12,000 containers are being saved, and this is driven by a pump which operates with solar energy, and this is moved to a greenhouse that produces food products, also used up at the school. And the school, by the way, has been designed bioclimatically with thermal comfort and other elements. And aside from this, it is important to measure. Therefore, the school also has a weather station that measures rain, relative humidity, solar radiation, temperature, etc. And we can continue to see that here we have the rationale, the tangible rationale of there's an education program and we have at the school. It's called Aqua Genius, and this explains that the water circular economy is precisely that they can touch it. Rainfall goes to the toilets that are ecological, low consumption, and that in turn go to biodigesters that turn organic matter into gas, and this gas fuels the stoves to produce food.
Besides that, the inverted osmosis system, as I repeat, give water of the best quality for children. And the water dispensers, they are stainless steel. So the best for our generation and our future generation. And also there is an excess of rain, and we need to treat this excess of rainwater. So with this first story, we do believe in circular economy processes water. That's why we jointly build in conjunction this school. We build this school in conjunction with another entity. So we have the desalination plant and the school. This is a proof that the government is committed in making these substantial changes. The second story, the one referred to the Ramirez family. Ramirez family lives in Metapan. The father lives in Metapan, so that there are one as many young people in El Salvador. She went to the university. She lived to the university, and she lives in a dormitory city called Suyapan. The father, Roberto is his name. Mr. Roberto is indifferent to wastewaters. He doesn't care. He doesn't care at all. But Don Roberto is one of those people, with one of the 60,000 people living in Metapan, are those who are sending wastewaters to the river, and this river goes to the Metapan Lagoon, that goes to Huija Lagoon, and this one goes to the Lempo River, and the Lempo River has the intake of a plant of a Porabonga, and that takes water oh, to Soyapan, 40 kilometers away, and this is the place where the daughter lives. Don Roberto's daughter got sick seriously because of problems derived from wrongly treated water. Don Roberto's daughter really serious up to the point to die. This daughter, she did not die. So when she got the diagnosis, she is told that the disease is one of the many diseases where, for example, the World Bank for the year 2015 invested more than $89 million in attention and health attention to treat diseases derived from contaminated waters. Many people died. But in this case, Roberto's daughter did not. When she got the diagnosis and she is told that this is a result of wastewater, and Roberto understands that he is the one that is damaging her daughter or his daughter 100 kilometers away, located in Metapan, because this is upstream. And Don Roberto is one of those happy persons now because in Metapan, now he understands and he is one of the defenders that Metapan has this treatment plant, wastewater running. So we are convinced, we believe that the articulated work is essential. We believe in project management by implementing different work frameworks, agile methodologies, from IDB, or the break management to the approach. And some people believe that this is just to be lucky. Paraphrasing some sentences that indicate that when the opportunity and knowledge got together, we call luck to this. The fact of being here, we're lucky enough, if so, because we have found strategic partners that believe that this type of projects can be implemented in a country that is on a river. So we thank ECLAC for the support provided to us. We have strategic partners such as Azure and CRS. And a good news that I want to announce today. Yesterday, we discussed till late with the new mayor, elected mayor of Santana North, where Metapan is located. The good news I want to give you here, because he gave me the okay to say this, he's involved 200% for this to become a reality. So this is going to be a reality. This circular economy approach of water in Metapan is going to be a reality. Thank you, Jorge. Well, I believe it is clear the support and the success of the plant and the support ASA is providing to the project and probably to other projects. But we have here Mrs. Jennifer Fuentes, Regional Director of Fideagua. She will tell us what this is about as an innovative alternative funding source for operators of safe water and sanitation of smaller size that has activities in El Salvador as in other countries in Central America. And for us, we have her here because they are studying the viability to fund the project of methane recovery in Metapan. So we are putting all together all people for the project to become a reality instead of remaining in paper. So we ask Mrs. Jennifer, what are the advantages Fideagua offer to fund projects like the treatment plan in Metapan, and what is the assessment process to consider the viability of this type of projects in Fideagua? Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity. Thanks for the opportunity. As a background, I'll start I would like to start telling that Fideuagua is the financial instrument of the Blue Model, which provides technical assistance led by CRS and funding led by SOSCAP. We have this trust operating in El Salvador for the last 5 years, and we are working in El Salvador and in Honduras. Technical assistance is led by CRS, and the main idea is to intervene in safe water and sanitation projects on an integrated manner where we can have the assurance that the investment carried out in the trust are sustainable in time. So we offer systematic technical assistance to our projects, and we are supporting besides the technical strengthening, we are supporting the administrative, legal aspects, and any intervention or support our projects require prior and after the funding. So the main advantage of the treatment plan in Metapan and to be funded by Fideuagua is to have a multidisciplinary team focused in sustainability and guiding them systematically towards the management, to best management of the plant, and being funded with impact investment fund. They are assuring that the investment will have attractive financial conditions. Our interest rates, since we are operating in El Salvador for the last 5 years, we have fixed interest rates because we are interested that the sustainability of the systems be the best one. And also within the process of financial assessment, we carry out the technical evaluation. We are progressing in this, and a financial one that led us to have the approval of our investment committee, where we have defined funding requirements, basic funding requirements that led us to know the payment of the funding, the collaterals we may have, always oriented or into the good operation of the plant. Thank you. Jennifer, maybe for the audience, and maybe you consider this as granted, but many people here do not know what Fideuagua is and the scale you work on. This is admirable for us. What type of projects, the size, we are seeing big things here, but for us, your experience is very important. Could you comment a little bit on that? As I was saying, Fideuagua is the trust for safe water and sanitation. This is the financial vehicle of a source capital. We're working on a second floor model managed by the Development Bank in El Salvador and Bank Provia in Honduras. Maybe the methodology of second floor is important to be mentioned. The idea is to cover as much territories as possible in both countries to reach more water operators. We're funding small projects, maybe $50,000. We have had projects of $10,000. We have had large projects up to $3 million. So we are including the need, we are adapting ourselves to the need, the funding needs of the safe water and sanitation operators in order to guarantee that the investments be what they really need. We have had experiences when the model began in El Salvador. We had the experience that water operators were not clear about the technical assistance. So bump when they went to the pump store and they buy the biggest one, and this is not efficient. So they have a debt and this wrong reputation by reputation. If they have loans in the financial system or with this wrong experience in relation to the operation. But with the technical assistance, we assess each technical part, and we have provided legal support, financial support, in order to ensure that the investments are the ones that they really need to be sustainable. Thank you. Another initial advertisement. Jenny says projects up to $3 million, and she said $3 million as the roof. When we talk about the projects below $3 million, we're talking about the projects that give access to credit to many operators in the region that did not have any other way to have access to a credit. For now, they are located in Honduras and El Salvador. This is one example that we need to follow to provide the access to credit to the operators, for them to work on their plans, and they do not have the possibility to do it without such a novel scheme. Based on this, what do you consider the most common limitations funders and operators face to implement small-scale projects? What do you think? We have many limitations in this sector, say water and sanitation. But the most important limitation right now is that we do not have technical assistance programs that ensure that operators are taking in the right way for their projects, and they want security for the financial system, meaning that the projects are profitable. In Fideagua, we know the projects. We refer them to the financial institutions when they are ready to make a loan. The way to funding is not easy, and this is because the water operators do not have, for example, a well-defined rate is adapted to the maintenance of the system, micro measurements. They do not have this. Most of them do not have this, and that make them to have a more attractive cash flow to cover their cost, their basic costs at least, as well as the collaterals. So in the financial system, banks require collaterals for this type of projects. These are the main limitations we have right now for funding purposes. We are struggling against this, and we are training them and strengthening them from the technical point of view to get to the funding when the water operator is ready. But if we have a technical assistance program led by local government or by the central government of each country, it will be more feasible that water operators get a loan or funding, and they can obtain the investments needed to grow on a sustainable manner. Would you like to say something? Yes, sir. You're going to be happy with my comment. We always have the ECLAC support. So with this support, we are about to launch the policy, the national policy on circular economy of water in El Salvador, and this in order to generate a platform that will allow, besides the rate systems, which is not a block but a whole system for this to be sustainable. The idea is to take advantage of the advantage of general law of water resources, the National Registry of Water Resources, the almost 1,000 water councils that are registered, and part of the authorizations that we established for the water boards. That has a lot of advantages. We also have requirements, micro measurement and all type of things. So with this national policy of circular economy of water, we hope that more financial products, to have more financial products, that we can integrate more efforts, because here we have the local bank, the superintendency of the financial system in El Salvador, for example, the trade secretary and other key stakeholders, and the water boards that are around 2,500 to 3,000 that provide water and sanitation to a large number of the population. So we need to take advantage of this space, this new space that will be open for in order to get more partners for development. It is not about getting money for free. So partners for the development. So we're going to leverage some capital directly, because we will start implementing a general regulation of the law of water resources besides the canon, besides the royalty for the use of water. We're going to implement a royalty for edge use. So to have this type of financial products and this platform that the policy will provide to progress in that regard. Thank you, Jorge. Before concluding, I don't know if you wanna ask questions to the panelists or the panelists that were here before. Thank you for the presentation, interesting presentations. Congratulations for the school project. These kind of projects are the ones that need to be replicated at the regional level. Here, the question, I don't know, for ICLAC or later, if the others can help us to see how we can take this type of projects to scale them at the regional level. How can we do that? Well, I believe that for a while, Latin America and the approaches used to progress in SDG 6, there we have not passed as Latin America. It means that something needs to change, and this something needs to change is where we need to try to innovate. When we talk about innovation, it's not just the use of technology. We're using AI for several things, but not only that, we need to innovate even in the way the projects are approached. From the conception of projects, identification of the key stakeholders, is to establish strategies of negotiation with them. Remember that everybody moves because of interest, so we need to identify where these interests have points in common. In this way, to move forward, to show with examples. I repeat, if we go to the assessments in Latin America, we are overdiagnosed. There are amounts in the case of El Salvador of more than the value of money today is some $15 billion. So seeing this amount, at least for our country, where the general budget of the nation is around $9 billion, is discouraging. And people may say, I don't do anything at all because I do not have this money, when there are other ways to do it. So I repeat, the use of different frameworks, business negotiation strategies require the political will. This is a blessing in the case of El Salvador. I repeat, in El Salvador, El Salvador is a country with a transformation, one amazing transformation in very few years. And part of this transformation, and it is a big opportunity that we identified, and with this, local governments in the case of El Salvador moved from 262 municipalities, very small, because we have a territorial surface of some 20,000 square kilometers. So we moved to 44 new municipalities. This is a big opportunity. So the message is to take the lessons learned, good experiences. In our case, we love telling people, we are not afraid to say that we are clear that from the institution was created, we are clear that we are on a quite of uncertainty environment. A perfect plan does not exist. We know that there are always going to be elements to change, but this has led us to progress. We are clear that maybe we're going to fall down, we're going to stand up, we're going to cry a little bit, or we're going to continue. We have progressed with this clarity to the point that we are already implementing in our institution an SAP, which is an REP, which is normally associated to private institutions. We are implementing this with this approach. We have 1.5 years of existence. We have favored more than 600,000 people with projects. I believe that the first innovation is in the way to think, and from then on to look for opportunities. Thank you, Jorge. I don't know if we have any question online that you would like to ask. Any question online? No questions online. Okay. Before concluding, we would like to, well, in summary, probably it is easy for those who are listening here. We have a huge potential of methane recovery in small size plants. Even us, when we started the research, we thought in plants of less than 500 liters, and to have the surprise that 60-liter plants, depending on the technology, of course, are financially viable. That was a surprise and an important satisfaction. So I believe there is a huge possibility for methane recovery efficiently in treatment plants of very small size, which are the ones that are a lot in Latin America. The example shown here is pretty good. We saw this in Mexico. We saw in El Salvador not only the possibilities, but also the way to make this project financially viable with the state resources. But if not, funding scheme and access to low-scale credit will let us to implement these projects. Before concluding, we want to take a picture here up front. Everybody, please. A picture for the project. Where is Panama?
Bueno, muchísimas gracias a todos.
Thank you very much. And now we're going to have a coffee break, 15 minutes, and we come back, please.
Promueve espacios de diálogo e intercambio en el marco de la Agenda de Acción Regional por el Agua, para promover una transición hídrica sostenible e inclusiva y en línea con los ejes prioritarios definidos por el Grupo de Coordinación Regional para América Latina y el Caribe para la participación en el 10º Foro Mundial del Agua. En este ámbito, la CEPAL organizará del 11 al 13 de marzo los Diálogos Regionales del Agua 2024. Espacio de alto nivel ministerial con intercambios de experiencias técnicas con enfoque multiactor para promover buenas prácticas e impulsar el logro del ODS 6 en la región, que busca garantizar la disponibilidad de agua y su gestión sostenible y el saneamiento para todos. El agua es un elemento vital para el logro de la Agenda 2030. Por ello, la Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe, CEPAL, promueve espacios de diálogo e intercambio en el marco de la Agenda de Acción Regional por el Agua, para promover una transición hídrica sostenible e inclusiva y en línea con los ejes prioritarios definidos por el Grupo de Coordinación Regional para América Latina y el Caribe para la participación en el 10º Foro Mundial del Agua. En este ámbito, la CEPAL organizará del 11 al 13 de marzo los Diálogos Regionales del Agua 2024, espacio de alto nivel ministerial con intercambios de experiencias técnicas con enfoque multiactor para promover buenas prácticas e impulsar el logro del ODS 6 en la región, que busca garantizar la disponibilidad de agua y su gestión sostenible y el saneamiento para todos. El agua es un elemento vital para el logro de la Agenda 2030. Por ello, la Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe, CEPAL, promueve espacios de diálogo e intercambio en el marco de la Agenda de Acción Regional por el Agua, para promover una transición hídrica sostenible e inclusiva y en línea con los ejes prioritarios definidos por el Grupo de Coordinación Regional para América Latina y el Caribe para la participación en el 10º Foro Mundial del Agua. En este ámbito, la CEPAL organizará del 11 al 13 de marzo los Diálogos Regionales del Agua 2024, espacio de alto nivel ministerial con intercambios de experiencias técnicas con enfoque multiactor para promover buenas prácticas e impulsar el logro del ODS 6 en la región, que busca garantizar la disponibilidad de agua y su gestión sostenible y el saneamiento para todos. El agua es un elemento vital para el logro de la Agenda 2030. Por ello, la Comisión Económica para América Latina y el Caribe, CEPAL, promueve espacios de diálogo e intercambio en el marco de la Agenda de Acción Regional por el Agua, para promover una transición hídrica sostenible e inclusiva y en línea con los ejes prioritarios definidos por el Grupo de Coordinación Regional para América Latina y el Caribe para la participación en el 10º Foro Mundial del Agua. En este ámbito, la CEPAL organizará del 11 al 13 de marzo los Diálogos Regionales del Agua 2024, espacio de alto nivel ministerial con intercambios de experiencias técnicas con enfoque multiactor para promover buenas prácticas e impulsar el logro del ODS 6 en la región, que busca garantizar la disponibilidad de agua y su gestión sostenible y el saneamiento para todos.
The conference will begin in 2 minutes. La conferencia comenzará en 2 minutos. The conference will begin in 2 minutes. La conferencia comenzará en 2 minutos. The conference is now in session. Please be seated. La conferencia ha comenzado. Por favor, ocupe su
Para el
asiento.
logro de la Agenda 2030. Por ello, la Comisión
The conference is now in session. Please be seated. La conferencia ha comenzado. Por favor, ocupe su asiento.
Buenas, buenas.
Hello, hello.
Damos inicio.
We will begin now.
Vamos a dar inicio al
Let us
tercer
begin
panel,
now the third panel,
de la tarde, al
for
tercero
the
y último
afternoon,
panel de la
third and
tarde.
last panel of the afternoon.
Sí, aquí está. Bueno. Por favor. Bueno, vamos a dar inicio al tercer
Let
panel.
us begin the third panel.
Lo que vamos a hacer en
What
este
we will
panel
do
es
during this
realizar una
panel
mesa
is to
redonda,
have a
centrada en dos temas, en forma
roundtable
dos temas,
covering two matters
relacionados
at
con
the
los
same
marcos
time,
regulatorios
the regulatory frameworks,
y mecanismos
as well
innovadores
as
para
innovative
la
financing
promoción de los
mechanisms
proyectos de
to
economía
promote
circular y
circular
sostenible.
economy projects in sanitation.
Vamos a contar con la
We
participación
will
de
have the participation of different
financieros
representatives of
y
financial
autoridades
organizations, as
reguladoras
well as
en la región.
the
Y
regulatory
al final vamos a
agencies in the
hablar
region.
sobre
And at
iniciativas
the end, we
globales
will
y
talk about
regionales
some
para
global
impulsar
and
el tratamiento de
regional
aguas residuales
initiatives
con impacto circular.
to focus on
Entonces,
wastewater
arrancamos con los
treatment
mecanismos de
plants. So
financiación,
let us start with the
por lo cual
financing
invitamos a
mechanisms.
la
We would
mesa
like to
al
invite
señor Sergio
Mr.
Campos, jefe
Sergio
de la División
Campos,
de Agua y
Chief of the
Saneamiento
Water
de
and
IDB, al
Sanitation
señor
Division at
Franz
IDB,
Rojas,
to come forward, Mr.
director de
Franz
Saneamiento
Rojas,
de la CAF,
Director of Water and Sanitation,
y
CAF,
a la señora Mónica
as well as
Altamirano,
Ms. Monica
especialista
Altamirano,
en
specialist
actores
in
sistémico social del municipio de
systems
Nuevo
thinker, specialist in PPP and systems thinker, Network Nature Plus Consortium member. Thank you. Welcome. After having listened to the different interventions earlier, we have seen that despite the profitabilities presupposed by the implementation of the principles of the circular economy and sanitation projects, we see there are still financing or funding challenges. So in this context, we would like to hear first Sergio explain how the Inter-American Development Bank promotes the mechanisms of circular economy in this area, and what actions does the IDB carry out in this sense? Thank you, Diego. Greetings to all those that are still present and those that are with us online. A very loyal audience. This matter of the circular economy, in my view, basically becomes one of the most important points of discussion in our sector. And I mentioned the other day that we in the water sector always say that climate finance does not mainstream water and sanitation in its agendas, but I feel that we do not mainstream and talk about climate financing either. Nowadays, it would not suffice to close the coverage gaps, for that 200 million people have discontinuous drinking water services, 450 million do not have adequate excreta management, and hopefully that were the only challenge And during the World Forum, Water Forum in Brasilia in 2018, the first comment was that we were late to closing the gaps. And the second conclusion is that climate change is setting the highest barrier. And the third was financing does not become a reality. And the fourth is if we do not strengthen governments, we will not be able to face this battle. That message today is even much stronger, particularly climate change. We as society have refused to pay attention to science. We knew 100 years ago that climate change was a reality, and it has taken us 100 years to realize that. And now we want to close that gap in a matter of 30 years, or even less, and that is almost impossible. So as to the circular economy, the first thing we have done at the bank is to assimilate this reality. We need to work on decarbonization more seriously. We not only should we close gaps, but we must address climate change also. And we have seen this throughout our sessions today and yesterday with examples like that of Uruguay, the droughts experienced in the Amazon region lately, water supply problems caused in Mexico City due to drought, as Monterrey had not long ago, and the same happens with flooding and climate change is present, and it is not just necessary to reduce gaps to face this, but we must also contribute to ensure that global warming is reduced and take that bet as something seriously. And here we see the circular economy and decarbonization. The truth is, our region is very linear. The fact that in solid waste, we see solid waste as a collection and final disposal, and that is not the case. It should be a change in behavior, separation at origin, for people to become more aware the fact that they must adequately dispose of solid waste. The solid waste does not have wings, do not have wings or feet. Yes, we have to collect them, we have to dispose thereof, but we have to close the final disposal sites, capture methane, and change the regulations in the private sector for them to produce better containers, strengthen national policies, and support national strengthening. We need to have a more comprehensive and more circular approach, and the same happens in water and sanitation. Not only do we have to reduce losses because it is smart enough to make new investments in new plants instead of wasting water, drinking water, but instead we must reduce the pumping footprint, we must be more energy efficient. And the examples that were presented in the previous session that were so inspiring by Mexico and El Salvador, where through concrete examples, they are taking concrete actions. So at the bank, we are driving that type of project. We have mainstreamed the importance of the progress in that area. And we have undertaken a study with the OECD in 9 different countries. We have identified the main barriers that occur in the 4 lines that we are driving for the circular economy. The first is to strengthen regulatory frameworks to trigger the innovative spirit. The circular economy today could become a reality because innovation allows for it. Innovation allows us to capture methane and bring energy into the network so that the plants be more efficient energy-wise. And secondly, strengthen multi-sectorial work among different countries, and we are working very hard to strengthen the link between water and energy and food that are all communicated, and that at each ecological level they have different dynamics, but we have to understand them clearly. We have the privilege of fresh water, but basically 40% of our territories are experiencing water stress. The Pacific coast of Peru, northern Chile, Chaco and Paraguay and Argentina, northeast Brazil, Mexico, these are all important areas. So to not better understand the connection in that reactions does not make sense. drainage, water rainfall that is not utilized in areas of water stress. This is water is wasted. It should be better managed. And the third point has to do with awareness building. Awareness building in solid waste. We need to separate at the origin, dry and wet. And if we did that, final disposal would have basically a longer life, and we would live in a healthier society. Plastics are reaching the ocean because there are no final disposal sites. So this awareness building among the population is very important, both in solid waste as in the rational use of drinking water. Water is fundamental to fight against COVID. Back then there was not much, but do not necessarily use it rationally. 500 liters per inhabitant, just imagine. And lastly, we have the promotion of the private sector. Innovation is coming hand in hand with the private sector. Only 6% of the investment in the private sector in water and sanitation reaches the population. 100% of 100% is for water and sanitation. And lastly, as an aspiration or good news, I guess, in the region, do not need to see examples from abroad. There are very good ones. Yes, we could adopt them. The regions are already adopting good practices. Sanepal, the company in Brazil that is collecting market wastes from lunch rooms and markets to produce energy together with their wastewater treatment plants. Public companies in Medellin generating sludge and energy, and with a neutral use of electricity, because through their own cogeneration they can supply their own infrastructure. Sabeski is also navigating down that line. My favorite example is Chile that I mentioned the other day. Chile, over the last 15 years, has experienced the roughest water stress in the last 15 years, and nobody has heard about a reduction of or significant consequences due to limited water. Oh, Chile, maybe 20 years ago, provided universal water and sanitation coverage, and their wastewater treatment plants are microfactories nowadays, where they are circularly tapping not only the cogeneration of energy, but for other reasons too. So there are many examples we can resort to. The region is moving in that direction, and that is very positive. Well, thank you very much. Clearly, you have emphasized financing and the examples of large projects like Sanipar, but we have a concern, and we saw this with the example of smaller plants. Financing for smaller projects is more difficult. What alternatives exist for projects with a budget of less than $1 million? Well, basically the atomization. There are too many projects, perhaps they are too many, they're all spread out. And this is a matter of creating a mechanism through which we can disperse and fund those sub-projects. But resources to address that issue, those are available. As I mentioned, we are preparing with the Green Climate Fund a facility of 450 million for the Amazon region, and they loved the project. We provide the Green Climate Fund is so excited as we are in this project. A good percentage is a donation or a grant. Another percentage is 40 years, and the other is 40 years. So resources are available because the urgency of reducing global warming is significant. But the problem we will come across is how, from the central government, can we reach municipalities to finance that type of project? That is why the fourth conclusion of the World Water Forum was very clear. If we do not strengthen local governments, we will go nowhere. That is the biggest gap where resources are available. Okay, thank you very much. So let us move now to France. France, as Director of Water and Sanitation at CAF, we see the need to implement sustainable efforts and limited resources are available for these projects. What funding opportunities, both traditional as well as innovative, does CAF offer for circular economy projects in sanitation, particularly aimed at medium or small plants? What are the limitations? Thank you, Diego. Once again, it is a pleasure to be here. Well, this matter of the circular economy is about passionate. We are doing a lot of research in this area as well as nature-based solutions related to water, another area of research, and the two will set the chart the future of our work in the future. Why is this important for the region? We have heard this very clearly. When we say the region has 30% of water resources, that is true, but this is distributed asymmetrically. And we had huge arid, semi-arid territories where basically there's very little rainfall in the Atacama Desert, for example. But at the same time, we are facing the problems of extreme events like droughts, as was mentioned by Sergio, or flooding. So those two events are worsening the situation. In the circular economy, in this case, the utilization of the sanitary hydraulic elements is something necessary, particularly in arid areas or that are facing tremendous drought, to overcome the situation. And as was saying in the Chilean case, it is extraordinary. We have a concept that I say goes beyond the circular economy, and that has to do with the concept of what is now called non-conventional water harvesting, reuse of treated wastewater, desalinization, which is gaining greater importance now. And we deal with brine and energy issues. So you were asking about traditional instruments and innovative ones. Well, the traditional ones, these are the credit granted by CAF with sovereign guarantee, sovereign guarantee by the state, and this is a typical system to fund the Juan Diaz plant in Panama, the Gara and El Salto reservoirs in Uruguay, Cachi in Bolivia, and I could go on with a long list of several other plants. But we are also experiencing quasi-sovereign credits, those that do not have a state guarantee, but instead offer a subnational or the local government guarantee, or in the case of a public enterprise or combination with where the majority is public. So it is not a state guarantee, but of the public company that requires due diligence, and that is possible. Thinking basically of those mid-sized plants that you mentioned do not exist, and we have several of those that we are under discussion with in Ecuador and Brazil. And as part of the traditional systems, not only do we have this credit, but the P4R also, these programs based on results. The results-based program, the state, national or subnational, that makes that investment, and after certain milestones set for the credit, CAF disperses based on those milestones, and that does not have to be a direct ratio here. These are pre-established milestones, and this is fundamental when countries have government programs and want to move forward with investments, and then these are recognized as milestones. And well, this is very interesting that we are starting to do and share with the countries. On the private side, we have the typical project finance, the structured finance, as has been translated into Spanish, and this has to do with creating a special vehicle, particularly if it is the private sector, and that a special purpose vehicle is the one that receives the resources. And in some cases, we have granted credit when there's a state subsidy, credit to the state and credit also to the special vehicle, corporate vehicle. And with that, we leverage both sides of a project for it to be viable. And talking about innovation, it is true. Innovation not only has to be technological, it must also be social and financial. The blended finance thing we see is not that easy. We have carried out several studies in great depth with the OECD, and when we see specialized studies of blended financing, we see that the percentage of blended financing in water and sanitation does not exceed 1 or 2% as compared to energy or agriculture that are way over and above 30%. So we have a lot of room to grow. Why can we not do more blended financing? Well, it has to do with that notion of risk the private sector has. The concession holders and commercial banks or impact investors. So our work, I guess, is to show the solvency and importance of the sector. And that has to do with not only the advocacy, as was mentioned previously, but also showing evidence that it is possible to move forward. And I love the examples we saw just a moment ago, because these serve as feedback. They show that we can advance even on small scale programs and show that the water sector is not as risky as some investors from the private sector feel. And in this modality, we have credits that are based on success, credit per success. And it has to do with the multilateral banks set a rate and a term after a compliance interval. And if they do not comply with that interval, there's a penalty, perhaps a commission, but if they exceed that, there's a reduction and a benefit in the rate. These are the sustainability-linked loans or the impact bonds that are being applied in projects with losses, rainwater drainage, but these could help the circular economy projects at the same time. And in ending, if there are greater opportunities, well, we should see the requirements to drive the circular economy, and that goes beyond the financial aspect. Includes regulatory frameworks, institutional structures, and understanding who the beneficiary of that circular economy really is. If it is the water operator himself that generates that energy to reduce operating costs at the plant, well, fine. And if they can also sell energy, as we saw before with the Andean waters, they can sell a surplus and inject that into the network, well, so much the better, or the grid. The thing is, when they cannot do it because of the regulatory framework where they are not allowed to sell electricity, for example, or when there are no wastewater reuse standards. So why talk about reuse if there is no standard to allow them to move forward with that? So I believe there is a series of limitations we have to work on in parallel to the financial systems to move forward with the circular economy. Perfect. Thank you very much. You mentioned something that I found very interesting, and the subnational support, the credit without the sovereign support, but instead subnational. What recommendations would you have to begin to access that type of credit? What experience do you have at CAF that you can talk about this? The credits with subnational guarantee. Well, we are starting to apply it not with wastewater, because it could apply with some national programs where we have developed a trust fund, and the subnational government compromises its future flow to that trust fund. And with that, we can test. And the trust fund is the one that enables these projects. That is in one case. And in other cases, it's just to see the cash flows and financial statements of the utility and see whether through due diligence, the more dedicated due diligence, they perhaps can cover with their own fee income. Through those mechanisms, it may be possible. We are advancing with projects, not necessarily wastewater treatment plants, but other projects. And that is a way to see how subnational entities can access resources when there's no sovereign guarantee. Now, let us let us leave Mónica Altamirano to cover this next part. Considering the importance of finding innovative and sustainable solutions for the water and sanitation sector, we know that public-private partnerships may eventually be a good combination of financial resources, technical expertise, innovation, and efficient management, which are fundamental for this type of project. How do you think these 3Ps drive the implementation of circular economy projects in the area of sanitation? And what would be the potential benefits of such collaboration? Well, thank you. Before starting, I would like to thank you very much for the invitation to join this dialogue. It is very important as a Nicaraguan to participate here in dialogues in Costa Rica. Allow me to begin. I really do not know what a public-private partnership really is, and this is the foundation here. This is a contract, basically, that allows us to involve the private sector in providing infrastructure assets or services that traditionally used to be granted or given by the public sector. The foundation and the success of this is the transfer of risk to the party that has the possibility to more efficiently manage the case. And this translates basically into transferring more risk than in traditional contracts to the private sector. And this creates a series of incentives for the private sector in the options, in the design, operation, and maintenance. They can reduce total costs of the shelf life of the asset. But there are different models, different acronyms like design, build, finance, maintain, build, operate, transfer. There are about 10 of those alphabet soups. But there are 4 elements that are present in these public-private partnerships. One is that you bring in the useful life of the asset and you give it to the private entity. This is integrated contracts, performance-based contracts, and the foundation of any other type of financing in which we do not want to pay for inputs, but instead for results. And the other one is that these are longer term, 15 to 20 years normally. And the most important, and the reason why the people like to use it, although that should not be the main reason, is because it leads to a private financial conversation. The benefits? Well, the benefits is that if they are well designed, because I can say that PPPs are incentives engineering that allow you to combine the strengths of the public sector and the private sector. We know that the public sector, for example, is the best in identifying the population's needs, enter into reliable commitments to finance public long-term infrastructure and manage externalities and provide an environment where everything is transparent and fair. The private sector, as opposed to the public sector, is very good and has the technical skills to manage efficiently, as you were saying. And additionally, they do a good validation of the economic and commercial aspects. And the advantage is they provide alternative sources of financing. And since the private sector wants to continue existing over time, there is an intrinsic incentive to remain there. And maybe the financing is ever more sustainable thus. There's an important point that I would like to mention, and that is if we see this in the context of the circular economy and to access foreign capital markets, it is important for all authorities. Well, when we talk about the private sector, people imagine huge multinationals, international companies. But no, this is strengthening the local private sector. attracting impact investors that bring rigorousness into capital infusion. Rigorousness, for example, the way impacts are measured, how they are reported, and then that will allow them to access debt from other countries that normally the public sector would never have access to. So basically, this is like a window to other sources of capital. Now, public-private partnerships is one of several options. It is not the only one, the revolving funds, municipal funds, and all of that. But what is most important is that this is foundation because it is a performance-based contract. And I have been examining for about 8 years different financial innovation mechanisms. And all of these say that a private entity commits to reach a given service level or performance, and in exchange will receive payment and will have income. So in this sense, there's a big opportunity if the public national purchasing projects can strengthen the local private sector and convince them that they are helping the private sector grow, I meant to say. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. One more question, perhaps quickly. Could you share some examples of PPPs in small-scale water and sanitation projects? Well, yes, I believe a very interesting updated example is the program of cleaning and recovering the Ganges River in India, with the support of a long-term program by the World Bank and IFC. They have structured a whole portfolio of investment, many investments in treatment plants and tertiary reuse for industries, basically to clean the Ganges River, but at the same time to improve the problem of overexploitation of aquifers, a big problem in India. The interesting here is to see the two types of contracts. One called HAM, H-A-M, and what it does is, although these are contracts that will be signed by a municipal authority, these are guaranteed by the national authority. So the risk is much less, right? Because they do have a much better rating by the state of India, not by the subnational authority. And 40% of the capital cost is given to the contractor once they and with this, what's it called? The financial viability gap is shrinks, and over 15 years, the rest of the investment cost will be paid by the state through, well, 4 times a year, paid based on performance. And aside from that, they will pay for the operation and maintenance. And that has created a series of investments. And the other thing is sort of design, build, operate, and transfer, where the municipal authorities also, with the guarantee of the state, are awarding a contract to a special investment vehicle so that they can create a treatment plant, a tertiary treatment plant, and this is a concrete case, 40 million per day of liters, 40 million liters of water per day that will be given to the industry. But what happens, the municipal authorities will charge the industry, and this is very well thought out, where the industry has the permits to extract groundwater, but once the plant can provide them the water, those permits are canceled. And they have a strong enforcement of the new regulations. So obviously, they will end up purchasing the water from the plant. Now here, and something important here, this mid-sized project, they have received 20 million in subsidy. They will receive it once they finish it. And the municipality issued a bond for strengthening a green fund or bond. And you can see how these mechanisms come together and many involved. a PPP. Another interesting example, particularly when we talk about harmonization, what we're talking about, this decarbonization, excuse me. In Vietnam, there's a link to emission reduction. This was created in February 2023 for 5 years, 50 million for a project of water purification that will give water to 2 million school children. And the income of the foresters is linked to the emission of verified carbon funds or certificates. I would like to say here that, for example, by the way, when the state has such a large program like cleaning the Ganges or recovering some other river or basin in Latin America, what it allows you is that the local contractors can begin to structure together with other international investors and develop a project platform, a platform where they invest project by project through the platform, and therefore the management costs are much lower, and the impact applies to all investments of that nature. So this could be an alternative also, an aggregation alternative. In general, I believe that what I would like to end by saying, and now I forgot it. Oh, yes, there is a big window of opportunity currently because of the reality of climate risk now. That will, financing will go more to adaptation, and water, obviously. It means most of the investments we are making will be for adaptation purposes. So there's a big debate as to investments, environment, social governance, et cetera, but new financial regulations, all of which demand to invest in things that have a true impact, a pure impact. And all these investments have a big impact. Mix a combination, the results-based impacts and all of that. But another important one is that corporations that have water risks in specific basins have discovered that they can invest out of their own pockets, their own cash. For example, just in the United States, corporations have 5.8 billion in cash. That is 3 times more than what they had in 2020. And they are seeing that not only like for image and invest in communities, but now they can invest in with the investors of impact, reinforcing, for example, the liters of water that are helping to recover the basin, etc.
Now, all this is quite promising, but the reality is that there are very few blended financing. If we see the 41 transactions the Convergence Group gave in the world with an average of 28 million per transaction, only 4 in Latin America and 13 in Africa, sub-Saharan Africa. So we need to do more work. And to conclude, I promise that they use more time. I was checking them. There are 4 leveraging points. As Sergio said, on one hand, the capacity of the public and private sector to get involved right from the beginning of the investment cycle, to relate on a transparent manner and safe manner for both, and at the same time, communities are involved. The local level capacity to structure a structure of a project, so a bankable purpose with climate rationality and robust theory of change. The understanding on how the blended finances is worked also from donors and multilateral bank. And the last point, Sergio said that the narrative of impact and the metrics to evaluate and report. Water investments are difficult. It's difficult that we are seeing greenwash with these investments, but as sector, we have been We have not been good in showing the potential to generate an impact. That's why the treatment plants and the circular economy, and I ask your colleague to show the slide, and we'll conclude with this. The nature-based solutions are very similar. So almost the infrastructure type, the non-term that we need are similar because they combine the purpose. They are innovative. The risk of applying a nature-based solution or technology that combines a business model with three income sources make it 3 times more difficult than the regular treatment plant. That is why, now that I'm showing this, I'm not going to give a lot of details. You will probably receive the slides. My interest is that the capacity, the local capacity to prepare an investment portfolio with a clear theory of change, robust climate logic, and mosaic projects that combine credits, carbon credits with payment for water and so on. So we need to speed up the creation of this capacity at the local level. We are not starting from scratch. You have experts in PPP, in biology, ecology, and water and sanitation. The idea that we want to do from the Network Nature Consortium is how you can create, using bootcamps, to bring these different disciplines and help them to work together, that they can come. They can create safe spaces for private and public participation, and that you can get to new funding structures, new blended finances, so we can create a common language, because the energy sector speaks one language, water sector speaks another language, the PP experts on this another language, funding another language. How can we make it for all of them instead of continuing in this Babel Tower? Continue with the projects that we need. So if you can fill in the survey with the QR at your own time, that will be really appreciated. Thank you, Monica. Thanks to the panelists. A round of hands for them. Okay, now let's check the regulatory frameworks. So now we invite Mrs. Ruth Quevedo, Executive Director of CRAC Colombia, Mrs. Mayela Ditera, Coordinator of Project Infonagua from Panama, and Mr. Ignacio Jeans, Executive Secretary from Kawasa. So let's begin. Let's begin with the regulatory frameworks topic in Colombia. We know, Dr. Ruth, that the Commission is designing the new regulatory framework of the safe water and sanitation sector in Colombia. The idea is to address new approaches to face the challenges of the sector, including the circular economy particularly. So could you tell us what regulatory strategies have the Commission planned to implement in order to adopt the practices of circular economy in the sanitation sector, let's say the use of wastewater and the methane capture, even the recovery of nutrients? Thank you. Thank you, Diego. Thanks to the organizers, to ECLAC particularly for this invitation. On behalf of the Safe Water Regulation Commission, my special greetings from Colombia, and telling you that we have been aligning the regulatory, but with the National Development Plan in Colombia in that regard, yesterday and today, trying to make a good use of this time. I have tried to make sort of a summary of those elements that have been placed and that are being projected from the regulations. We rule the three services, water, cleaning, and sewage. The first one, the one with the biggest lag, and has been mentioned in this event, is the sewage and use of wastewater. Right now, we are running a memorandum of understanding with the CLAC. We're going to work with the Ministry of Mines and Energy, and the policy that gives us orientation in this case is the energetic communities policy. In Colombia, we have been talking in the development plan about the nexus theory that was mentioned just once a while ago. And this is the challenge that we have of the territorial approach, and the territories recognize the actions or that are developed by the organized communities for a while on a perspective of public policy with self-supply of energy for the security, for sovereignty, and on. And in this crisis time, struggle, the fight against hunger, but in addition, the water aspect, and communities are natural regulators of the territories. In that regard, but with the CLAC as the production of energy from wastewater, the collection of methane, let's say that they will have the main challenges. You can see in the picture the city of El Chocó. This is the Quibdó city in El Chocó. We have a Colombian Pacific with 10% of coverage of sewage nets. So in that regard, the question asked to develop the public policy is, I mean, are the companies capable to take care of the sanitary emergency that we have in this type of territories? And the answer is no. We believe that we need an action, a concrete and efficient action from the state in order to implement alliance actions with the communities. And this is a second idea besides popular partnerships. Excuse me, public and private partnerships. We're talking about public-popular partnerships, recognizing that the organized community sectors are a private sector that, in partnership with the state, can be generators of solutions and providing the public services. The second framework, second regulatory framework, is the one of the aqueduct. And here we have the gaps on the screen. You have the information. In aqueduct, we have, even if we have more coverage, particularly in urban areas, we still have some 20% of the Colombian population without access to safe water. And water, in this segment of big providers, we are insisting, we are creating some regulatory incentives associated to environmental investments and also to the good use and reduction of losses, and the inclusion of technology efforts that will let us to optimize water resource even more. In addition to this, we are working on regulation, the Law 142, the modification of the Law of Public Services, giving more protagonism to a third axis of ideas, for which is the ordering of the territory around water. In this event, we have said nobody should be left behind. Water is for everybody, and we're going to add, let's order the territory around water. We have a historical path where communities and indigenous people and farmers have organized around the water resources, and the challenges of climate change order us to do so nowadays. We're going to have the COP16 in Colombia in November this year, and one of the access that will be work from the housing ministry, from the environment ministry, is the land zoning around water. In third place, we have been showing some data here for you to have an idea of the background. This picture is very important. This is a picture taken in La Guajira. This is a supply place. What you see on the ground is where the indigenous community of La Guajira get water. One of the biggest territories with higher water stress that will face the challenges of adaptation, and they need to walk 1 to 10 kilometers. Communities and children to get water. Those are supply places. So even when the state wants to have a permanent presence, communities in the territory are the ones that could help us to build solutions in this sense. The regulation is proposing not only a market regulation, but regulation of universal service. I mean, how to incentivize, how we generate the mechanisms in order to assure the universal access to water and basic sanitation. And finally, in the third service, which is cleaning. So we are implementing a study. We are conducting a study of a circular economy where we are secret cost avoided for the final disposal. And there we are finding that from the financial point of view, to the date, if we take this from the future to present time, we discover that it is more profitable and more economic to invest in circular economy than keeping final disposal processes, because the saturation, the difficulty of zoning of the territory and to have access to this technology manners are more and more costly. In that regard, we have found the need to open two lines of management, mainly in the country. The organic management line, this is this material. I mean, any material that can be requested by industry, by the agro industry, because of the integral agrarian reform being developed in the country. Those are material that can potentially recover soil. In that regard, we are making a match with the Ministry of Industry and try to generate a demand of these byproducts derived from organic waste. And the second strong line is plastic and recyclable materials. In Colombia, we have a process of inclusion that started in 2012. Those are the organized recyclers that through cooperatives and associations provide the service of recycling, and they pay a fee for the service being provided. So there we want to strengthen these organizations, and mainly in plastics, to strengthen the extended responsibility of the product. In final disposal, we have been discussing with the providers for them to enter into the energy production and to move from these final disposal places to technical parks of use and a combination of technologies that are cost efficient for the providers. So the slide you have seen, zero garbage and circular economy, is to stimulate the logistic chain of energy circulation, which is the logistic of material. So these are, Diego, in summary, the regulatory frameworks in the country. Thank you. I would like to help and Ruth presentation, because one of the things banks recommended is regulatory, legal, security in economic terms. And to say that the Colombian regulation, we hope continues being this way in the future, is a regulation for return rate that assures the profitability of the investments. In projects of circular economy, they're going to be able to recover their investment. This is very important. I don't know if you would like to spend a little bit. Yes, the basis of the regulation is a market regulation, is the financial closure of the full logistic chain to the time of being circular. And we need to add that we are coordinating with the CREC, because in Colombia we have the Safe Water and Basic Sanitation Commission and the Energy Commission. For those things that we cannot regulate from Accra can be regulated from CREC. So in order to make the full cycle closer, and in that regard, I believe that we obey a market regulation. But I insist in something. We need to progress towards a regulation of service, of expansion and extension of universal service. So what happens if there is no market? We have 30 years of progress development. We have achieved important coverages, but we are still missing something in this non-market space. The question is, who will solve the problem of the common ones? Because at the end of the day, water and basic sanitation is a universal human right, and this is a common. There is a debate right there, and we are developing this in the country. And the debate is to what extent market and where we need the presence of the state. It is not about going back to the past to statization or even less, but the idea is to recognize the important role of the states, not only to solve the negative externalities generated by the market, but to be protagonistic stakeholders of the Commonwealth. This is the way we are interpreting in Colombia the essential services of water and basic sanitation. Thank you, Ruth. Okay, now let's move to Mrs. Mayela, Rivera, coordinator of projects of the National Water Council from Panama, CONAGUA, similar entity to the Mexican one, but with different scope and the economic capacity and scope. We know that CONAGUA has established a national plan of water security for Panama, and that one of the goals is to get universal access to water, and that you have been actively working in promoting the circularity of water, trying to find innovative strategies to maximize the use and to reduce the waste. Could you tell us what are the actions CONAGUA has implemented in order to promote the good practices of circular economy in the sector of water and sanitation in Panama? Good afternoon. Thank you, CAC, for opening this space for us to share our experiences. CONAGUA, the National Council of Water in Panama, is a coordinating institution. We are not implementers. We are registered to the Ministry of we belong to the Ministry of the Presidency, and from there we have the management of the information of the government situations. Since water is the main input of our business, the Panama Canal, for us, it is of vital importance. Its management is of vital importance for us. At least in the four biggest cities in the country, they remain with the same source of safe water that they can use for the boats, the passages. So, can I use it for safe water, or do I keep it and reserve to use it in the business? Panama has one of the most important consumption of water, 4 times the one recommended by the international organizations. And because of this, CONAGUA implemented the National Plan on Water Culture, which aimed to reduce the consumption by raising awareness to the population. Besides the sensibilization aspect, we use these legal tools like the law. And there we have the law of those car washes that forces those who wash cars to use the rainwater and to reuse the water. The case of the law of water saving that incentivizes the new works as well as they force them to, as well as the domestic use, to install this device to reduce the amount of water that I use in washing hands and washing the vessel. In the case of the sanitation services, We do not have yet a regulation in relation to the use of sludge and water coming from the treatment plants. We are in full configuration of a law model to be submitted. So the other mechanisms CONAGUA has as initiatives to promote the circular economy in the water projects. In that case, we use the other resource Panama has, and this is the human resource. Since we do not have availability in the General Secretary, we don't have availability of staff, we use all those institutions that are part of CONAGUA or those that are not part of CONAGUA to implement the projects. But the idea is to have a plus beyond giving you a safe water, beyond giving safe water to small communities. There are two mechanisms. The community goes to the technical secretary requesting technical support, and in that case, we give recommendations, and if they do not have the money, we use a listing of strategic partners that could provide the funding or the money for the improvement or the rehabilitation of the aqueduct. But we also derive this community, these people, to other institutions like AMPIMEC, who moderates the micro, small, and medium-sized companies, or we send them to the cooperative system, or we send them to the technical training institutions for them to have, besides the water aspect, an institution, a support institution where they can see in themselves on a model of a non-traditional activity within their communities. Maybe agribusiness, ecotourism, nurseries, simple things that translate them into a new source of income. The other mechanism is that institutions that do not bring water approach CONAGUA. So within the provinces, intervene communities because of tourism or agro, the population asks them, get water, I have a bad water service. So they approach CONAGUA. CONAGUA sees the situation and sees the availability of the resources right there in the institution that is implementing the program, that is executing the program. For example, tourism has programs with availability of resources, and the community asks them, please repair the aqueduct. And yes, we get involved from a technical point of view, and they give the money. So they have this plus of the new business management and the repair in the aqueduct. This is basically, I know I'm using more time, but I'm going to take advantage of the space. I want to take advantage of the space because of the Juan Diaz plan that my colleague Marlene presented a while ago. This is one of the biggest projects of the Panama City. This plant is located meters away from Panama Bay and north of the Juan Diaz River. They, besides the treatment as such, they have a new exclusive infrastructure, a new infrastructure for environmental education of that level. They have a corridor into the mangrove, and they get to a place where you can see the old Panama City, the ruins in contrast with the new city of Panama. There's a plus of ecotourism offer of visits to the plant. And the main objective, the environmental recovery of the Panama Bay. In 23 years, we can stand next to the bay without having this bad odor and the negative environment. Right now, this space has been recovered by Panama to raise the offer, to increase the offer of availability of public spaces for entertainment, and the tourism space. So a space of a healthy environment, healthy, beautiful environment. We invite you to visit the plant.
Listo.
Very well. The next participant is Mr. Ignacio Yan, Executive Chairman of CAWASA.
Mr. Ignatius,
Ignatius Jean.
what are the specific strategies promoted by your institution to address the challenges related to sustainability, water management within the framework of the circular economy?
Right, thank you, and good evening to everyone. It's an honor to be here with you this evening, and of course for the Caribbean to have an opportunity to participate, usually in things to do with Latin America and the Caribbean, because of the sheer sizes of Latin America. The seas always are usually silent, so at least we have a voice this evening. So we welcome this opportunity. I'm the executive director for the Caribbean Water and Sewage Association and not the chairman. So I just would like to correct it.
Sir.
And we are an association of water utilities in mainly the Eastern Caribbean region, but we do have other utilities who partner with us. And what we do essentially is to offer training services for our membership and other utilities in the region. We do partner with many international organizations in helping to build institutional capacity within our utilities, as well as doing similar type networking as we have here this afternoon, and to give support to the utilities, their management, the human resources departments, etc. For starters, as part of your question, in leading to HLF in Brasilia, we did put up a group together with the Caribbean Water and Wastewater Association, which is a partner association of mainly water professionals in the Caribbean, and working together with the multilateral institutions as the CDB, Caribbean Development Bank, and the Inter-American Development Bank. We were able to put up somewhat of what we were doing in the region. And from that, we were able to develop what we call the Regional Strategic Action Plan for governance and building resilience to climate change in the Caribbean, in Caribbean water utilities. It is this platform, the RSAP as we call it, it's based on 5 pillars. That is climate resilient water governance, climate informed decision support, climate resilient water resource management, climate resilient water services, capacity building and sensitization for climate resilience. Of course, all of that is includes being gender sensitive and of course aligned to SDG 6. We have continued through the group of partners, and we have a grouping called the IMC, that is the Implementation Monitoring Committee. And I think in the presentation yesterday by the Caribbean Development Bank's representative said some of the work that we have already started, and we continue. Every month we meet to see what actions are being taken and what actions by the various utilities and other partners within the water sector. So that one of the critical areas is that to do with non-revenue water. And I think the work that we have done over the years, now the word or NRW as an acronym and the concept of non-revenue water, I think it's now found its way in the vocabulary of the political directorate, so that most politicians, when they speak today, they understand and they've grasped the concept. Well, not fully, but I think there's some progress towards understanding what non-revenue water means to us. And in the scheme of things, to deal with lowering our carbon footprint, because in the water sector in the Caribbean in particular, we consume a lot of energy. And I would say that maybe 40% of the operational expenditure of most water utilities would be for paying electricity bills. And so this awareness, we are now working together with the Caribbean Water and Wastewater Association. They have formed a water loss reduction group, and they meet very frequently, holding webinars as well as in-person sessions, as there was last year in Trinidad and Tobago. The government hosted a water loss reduction group meeting, which brought together most of the Caribbean ministers for water to get a better grasp of this and other professionals. So it is going in that direction. And the next step is towards examining ways that we can lower the carbon footprint by doing just some of what we are speaking about today in adding the renewables into the system so that we could do that, and as well as reducing the water losses so that we can reduce that footprint. So this is one other angle. Something else that has happened in the Caribbean region as far as the circular economy is with the support of the CARICOM, that is a Caribbean Community Climate Change Center based in Belize. They have given support to the Barbados Water Authority in accessing funding for incorporating or implementing a project called the 3-Hour Cruise Project, which is the reduce, recycle, and reuse. And so that project is seeking to assist the Barbados Water Authority with wastewater management. And of course, the Caribbean region, we have quite a number of our islands that are now deemed to be very water scarce. And Barbados is one of those countries. So that project will assist them in taking their wastewater treatment plant in the capital city of Bridgetown into moving from a secondary level treatment processing plant or wastewater treatment plant to a tertiary level, and so that they would have an RO system in there that this water can be reused for irrigation and also for aquifer recharge. A similar project is ongoing in the island of Grenada. The National Water and Sewage Authority also was able to access funding from the Global Climate Facility to do a similar project, but this time focusing more to do with water, building resilience and within the water sector with water storage, increasing the capacity, and of course, reducing the carbon footprint. So these are two ongoing big projects. And the third one, which we as CAWASA have partnered with, it's a multi-island partnership with the French overseas departments of Martinique and Guadeloupe. It's called the Caribsan Caribbean Nature-Based Solutions for Treating Wastewater. It is a constructed waste wetlands project, and it is being funded by the European Union and the French Agency for International Development, AFD, where this project is it's a partnership involving Dominica, St. Lucia, Martinique, Guadeloupe, and Cuba. So we have 3 languages and as these 5 islands. And we are now going into the second phase in the construction. We're using the Heliconia plant as part of the filtration process to create the aeration in the wastewater system. I think one of the countries made a similar presentation this evening. At this stage, I think my time has run out, but thank you very much for the opportunity to share this with you.
Thank you very much. Maybe in a short from you say that the energy is so important for the Caribbean water plants. What effort are being made by the Caribbean region to harmonize regulation related to sustainability, water management, to circular economy in your organization? Have some
Okay. Yeah, one of the functions that we have, or what the processes in the Caribbean region towards the circular economy, and of course I should mention some of the work. I think I saw some of my friends from the Crew Plus project funded by the GEF of the United Nations Environment Program. They have given us support in that regard as well, in moving towards circular economies and the whole concept of the reuse and recycle recovery, because we believe that there is just one water, and as it is known by all in the water sector.
but
What
not
we
yet in methane?
Pardon?
Not yet in recover methane?
Well, the recovery part, this is still a long ways yet in the Caribbean region, but we're working towards that. That's an ultimate objective. But the process that is taking place is that annually we do have a high-level forum of the ministers responsible for water, wastewater, as well as solid waste, so that they can come together with the technical and other policy-making partners in the region towards looking at ways how we can treat with the circular economy. And it is, again, one of the things governments a lot more conscious about the things that we do as small island states, livelihood issues with our coastal and marine spaces, our waterways, and of course, our dependency on tourism.
Thank you very much for your participation. And gracias a todos los panelistas. Ya pueden bajar.
Thank you.
Un aplauso para los panelistas, por favor.
An applause for our panelists. A photograph, please, before you leave. Thank you.
Por último,
lastly, on regulatory experiences, we will watch a video sent by Mauro Gutierrez, president of SUNACE, the Water and Sanitation Regulatory Agency from Peru, who had to change his plans. There are two questions that he will respond in the video. What regulatory strategy is being supported to adopt circular economy practices in wastewater treatment? And what are the most significant obstacles that SUNAS faces when promoting the circular economy and the water and sanitation sector through regulation? The video, please. In Peru, we had 93 wastewater treatment plants, equivalent to 54% of the total plants. However, this occurs under formal and informal nature. And the formal modality, we only use 7 treatment plants, equivalent to 7.5%. And under the informal modality, we reuse the effluents of 96 treatment plants, which is the remainder. And therefore, we can talk about two concepts: a circular economy, which is formal, and another informal. Informal, we see a high use of wastewaters, but from the formal stance, the application of the circular economy in Peru is still incipient. What regulatory strategies is SUNAS adopting to foster circular economy practices in wastewater treatment? Firstly, follow-up of the PETAR. SUNAS has developed in 2022 a national diagnosis of wastewater treatment plants in its scope, the results of which have been published and provide full information on the situation of each treatment plant, from the type of treatment they implement, components of workers, effluent quality, fate of the wastewaters, and etc. Secondly, monitoring the quality of wastewater. In 2021, SUNAS has been publishing annual reports showing the results of the effective treatment of wastewater at the plants, the TAPs. proposed by the World Health Organization and other agencies. And thirdly, the development of regulatory impact assessment to increase the marketing of wastewater. The document has identified regulatory and non-regulatory measures to foster such an increase. Among the proposals are the following: facilitate detailed information, the necessary steps to begin marketing this product, all the way from the design and implementation of auctions. Secondly, provide companies relevant data and economic benefits resulting from marketing wastewater. And thirdly, identify possible conflicts that may arise due to the marketing of the wastewaters. Fourthly, offer economic incentives to those companies that are involved in marketing wastewater. Okay, in ending. Excuse me. Well, they are basically trying to promote the water and sanitation through regulations and how they address this. The regulation of wastewaters is spread through different public institutions. Basically, reuse and disposal is through the National Water Institute, compliance with environmental regulations and maximum allowable limits in effluents from wastewater treatment plants is under the responsibility of the Ministry of Housing, whereas the regulatory agency of sludges in a PETAR and the environmental quality standards are under the responsibility of the Ministry of the Environment. The regulatory agency regarding water discharges in the Ministry of Agriculture. This situation makes it difficult to reach an agreement among different institutions to move forward in the regulation and implementation of the circular economy efforts. Secondly, there is lack of technical knowledge by the companies to provide auctions and the allocation in the event there is a shortage of wastewater. The lack of experience of setting a reference value in the marketing contracts of these products or to carry out an auction to award contracts. This could potentially be a limiting factor to expand the marketing of products resulting from sanitation projects. Thirdly, the existence of substitute to treated wastewater for agriculture purposes at a low cost, considering that wastewater are used to irrigate crops. In the event of easy access to an irrigation channel, there are no incentives to sell the wastewater because the water rights from natural resources for agricultural use is significantly low. The absence of financial incentives also limit the initiative of managers to undertake marketing. Marketing may be even perceived as a risky activity that implies an additional workload, and therefore in Peru, there are big challenges in the circular economy, and that is why we are in this process to move forward with the sale of these wastewaters in articulation with other institutions in the country. Thank you, Mr. Mauro. To end the day, we will talk about global and regional initiatives to promote the circular economy. We would like to invite Ms. Virginia Barbancho, Permanent Technical Secretary of CODIA, and Ms. Silvia Saravia, Economic Affairs Officer in charge of Water Affairs at ECLAC. First, we will show you a video shared by the UN Program for the Environment. We see the global initiative to protect the environment and promotion of sustainable development. Let us start the video, please. Good morning, good afternoon. Greetings from Nairobi, Kenya. I am Alex Pires, leader of the wastewater treatment program at UNEP. I would very much like to be with you in San Jose, Costa Rica, participating in person in the 4th edition of Regional Water Dialogues for Latin America and the Caribbean 2024. But this time, I will be joining you remotely. Wastewater growing threat for human health and of ecosystems, including our rivers, lakes, coasts, and oceans. It is a problem that we have all contributed somewhat to. This comes from our water, our homes, companies, our fields, farms. But if we think of the resources in the wastewaters, these could be a solution, not necessarily a problem. Our message from UNEP is to reposition wastewaters from a problem and turn them into a solution. Instead of discharging this or disposing of it, turn it into sources of income, minimize pollution, and protect the marine and freshwater ecosystems. Since 2013, UNEP holds the initiative, a global initiative on the Global Wastewater Initiative, as is known in English, is an open platform that brings together different UN agencies, non-governmental organizations, academia, the private sector, development banks, and other stakeholders. The Global Wastewater Initiative has been working over these years to implement and expand the global efforts to address wastewater pollution. Last year, the Global Wastewater Initiative published a report, Wastewater from Problem to Solution. Wastewater from Problems to Solutions. The report defines 3 key areas of action, together with 6 basic elements necessary to drive a transformational change. I invite you to use this report. At COP28, we recognized for the first time that wastewater must be part of the solution for climate. Wastewater, urban wastewater, generate exactly the same amount of greenhouse gases than the aviation sector. But wastewaters have the potential to generate energy for about 500 million persons per year. And we can also recover nutrients such as nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, offsetting 13% of the global demand for fertilizers in agriculture. This potential is not yet been tapped. Currently, we only reutilize 11% of wastewaters, treated wastewaters. To overcome the climate crisis, we must take seriously wastewater management. And instead of contributing to pollution and greenhouse gases, energy, water, and recovered nutrients from wastewater could be used to help face the environmental challenges. I invite you to see a short video, 90 seconds, about this subject matter and have advantageous discussions. Big hug to you all. Is the video available? Well, I guess not. Well, thank you anyway. So let us move to Virginia now, the permanent technical secretary of CODIA. One of the fundamental objectives of the directors, Ibero-American Water Directors at CODIA, is to strengthen public policies related to water resources, facilitating cooperation for water management among Ibero-American countries and the training in different thematic areas of the sector. We would like to hear how can global and regional initiatives such as CODIA foster the exchange of knowledge and the implementation of best practices in wastewater treatment, focusing on circular economy. Thank you. No microphone. Well, after all these hours, I hope I do not bore you. And I hope you find my comments interesting. CODIA, the actions of CODIA, all actions of CODIA, start from a series of consensus reached by its members. CODIA consists of the 22 directorates and Ibero-American water authorities that meet annually. And they generate a common vision on the water issues and how these should be addressed. With this, Regarding wastewater treatment, one of the fundamental lines of this matter consists of considering planning, sectoral planning of this treatment as the central line of all activities carried out by the service. And it must have an integrated approach of water resources. Therefore, it must have a planned vision, integrated water resource management, as SDG 6 says, and must include non-conventional technologies, among these reuse of wastewater. Integrated water resource management that goes all the way to reuse will allow us, on one hand, to achieve water security, the desired water security in both lines, the qualitative line, and we see the wastewater treatment will allow us to reduce contaminants into the environment according to 631, and will help us include the quality of water masses according to 632. And this vision will also allow us to ensure water security in a quantitative sense, because the incorporation of regenerated water into the water supply will allow us, on one hand, to contribute to disconnect economic growth from utilization of water resources according to indicator 641, and this incorporation into the water supply of reutilized waters will allow us to fight against water stress using these systems according to SDG 6 with goals 6.5 as integrated wastewater management, including reuse. And with that, we will advance in goal 6.3 and goal 6.4. Therefore, in line with all of this, we have positioned sectoral planning for this treatment that should be part of the hydrological planning of the entire resource globally. Integrated water resource management, therefore, will also allow us to advance in all tools that appear once we start working on this with the right environment, considering the legal frameworks, consider policies, strategies, advance and analyze the institutional framework and social participation, advance also in management efforts and in financing, all the framework and all the toolbox that we have regarding water resource management. This is with this as approach, the question is, well, initiatives. Okay, what are the initiatives? Well, the initiatives at CODIA are many. We have a broad work plan, and perhaps the best known part, the most relevant part, is the Ibero-American Water Training Program. CODIA considers that capacity building is central to move forward in every direction with ensuring water security. And within the Ibero-American training, two of the main lines of action are planning and water management, and sanitation and wastewater treatment. I could tell you of all kinds of training activities and sectoral planning and water resource management planning. In September, there will be a course, also a very important course on in-person training, a series of planning activities and sanitation and wastewater treatment. All this activity obviously is has been taking place for over many years with our partners, IC also, that provides us the interconnection sectors where we will carry out some of these activities this year. And the international, a UNESCO program, which is one of our strategic partners, and we also have other regional partners for training and participation in these training courses. Aside from capacity building, we have a program for the analysis, well, to strengthen public policies based on the analysis of SDG 6. Sometimes people with this track record basically are not ignoring SDG 6. We do, but the analysis of SDG 6, not only the principle to generate a debate among our directors, based on which we put ideas on the table and adopt strategies. All these reports result in the development of a matrix with a series of recommendations for the different countries and international organizations and the CODIA itself. And then that matrix we monitor continuously. We assign homework to ourselves based on the results of the analysis of SDG indicators and more initiatives, like, for example, we reviewed the legal framework, and I wanted to dwell in the concrete case of the SDG 6 analysis program this last year, thanks to technical collaboration with CAP. We have been working very hard on Goal 6.3, water quality. We held a webinar on the two indicators, 631, 632, and a workshop, regional workshop in person in Montevideo, with where we discussed with regional experts on water quality, evaluation of sludge and reuse. And with this, it was so useful, in fact, that the workshop, that we took it into a high-level seminar in CODIA, in the 24th CODIA in November in Havana. And as a result of everything that was said on water quality, concretely reuse, the initiative, or the big initiative of the directors that they decided to implement in November was the creation of a common framework of regional understanding on water quality and basically reuse of treated waters, a framework that facilitates regional consensus based on national experience. That is to say, CODIA was launched to try to create a common framework of understanding at a regional level regarding water quality and reuse.
We are in a full phase of design. We know that there's a common framework. We want to take this to the highest political level. We believe that we can take it to the Forum of Ministers of the Environment probably in 2026. So far, what we need to do is to start working and formalizing the framework. This framework will require, and we want to have the support of all those regional stakeholders that are willing to participate in this process, and of course the countries. We have working groups that are analyzing the regulations of the countries in order to, well, first to assess the regulations and to start extracting minimum regulations. I mean, is to have a common framework of minimums in principle. Once it is approved, we could see how this works and to move forward. But the objective is that this could be approved. It is a kind of common framework of minimums. If we can move on with this, we believe that that will help a lot in the region. It will also allow to improve the transboundary waters management. The existence of a common framework in quality and reuse will facilitate the exchanges of information and agreements, and that will be a guide for trans-boundary waters. It will also promote the generation and the improvement of the national regulatory frameworks. Those that have regulatory frameworks to draft can get inspired, can adhere to this tool. And we also believe it could facilitate the arrival investments for those projects that are related to adaptation to the common framework. I have not mentioned that this common framework, we do not know exactly how this is going to be. It's not going to be a law, of course, because of evident reasons, but we want this to have strength, and this could be adopted with different forms, political policies, adherence, and with incentives. We are trying to see how we can give them strength. Finally, for this common framework, we are starting to conceive, and I'm launching it here because we want to conceive among all of us, and we are perfectly receptive to any kind of input. We believe that it should include that list because we need to start outlining it, so it should include that list. The definitions, guidelines, and technical common criteria, guidance for the creation, update per type, reform of the regulations of wastewaters at the national level, the procedures of monitoring of quality of waters with special attention to the transboundary basins and to the coastal areas. Also, on a subsidiary manner, we consider to propose that this framework can have a series of parameters of quality specific for each type of use. This is maybe from all the initiatives we have, the one that will occupy a lot of time in the near future. Thank you very much. Okay, with the intervention of Virginia and UNEP video, we conclude this part and we conclude this session. So now I'll give the floor to Sylvia for her to close today's session. Thank you, Sylvia. Okay, I told my team today we're going to end on time. So before going to the cocktail, I want to mention, I want to give you 6 messages. The first is to thank you for being with us in this session. We hope that you have complied the objective. All of us are clear that the principles of circular economy are a real opportunity and that we are convinced that we need to go to them. The second point is that the panel of experiences in big cities show that this is possible, but to attract this technology, we need good regulatory frameworks that generate innovation, as Sergio mentioned in one of his interventions. But as Dr. Quevedo said, they have to include the sensibility and citizen inclusion and share funding, multi-source. The conclusion of the panel of the waste residues plant is that we need to get organized, but the gains are there. The third point I would like to leave you, and for ICLAC, it is a real prize that we can do this at a small scale, at medium-sized scale, and that the political will, the commitment, the interest, the engineering of incentives that Monica mentioned is what can open the doors to us for us to start working not only from top to bottom, but also from bottom to top, and that we can encounter initiatives like the one mentioned by Virginia for the region, but also the global one of the UNEP. And point number 4 is that ECLAC will soon publish the roadmap, technical financial roadmap. We hope this is going to be an additional contribution in this way we are working together. Number 5, to thank the partners that made possible this session, the members of the regional group of experts. We know that from ICLAC we can help, but we need to be in line with the bank, Acoria, the UNEP, and do some efforts for this way to speed up and for us to reach the goal faster. And point number 6 is to remind you the QR. Please leave us your opinion. People online, people on the room, participate in this QR, because I have said throughout the dialogues, we're gonna collect your concerns, your answers. And those are the 6 points. So let's rest. Let's go to this closing event. Let's continue discussing, setting connections, exchanging WhatsApp numbers, and let's work together. Thank you for this second date.